Chapter 1, If You Mess With Me, You Won't Get Away With It. Hotel Presidential Suite. Midsummer woke up groggily in the middle of the summer. Her head was dizzy, her body ached badly, especially a certain embarrassing part, which was burning hot. She rubbed her head, confused. What on earth was going on? In no time at all, an indescribable, mosaic-filled scene flooded her mind like a tide. The man was sweating profusely, with a strong physique and enduring combat power. It was like a slideshow, clearly playing in her mind. It lingered. Ah, a beast, a beast. Midsummer couldn't help but break down. Just as she muttered under her breath, a dangerous nasal sound came from behind her, low and magnetic. A beast? Midsummer instantly looked behind her, her eyes full of fear, her wet, clear eyes like those of a startled fawn. Why are you still here? The man leaned lazily against the bed, his upper body completely naked, and only a thin quilt covering his lower body. His perfectly sexy and firm body, with its 8-pack abs, male dog waist, and long, powerful legs, was all within Shangwan's field of vision. Shangwan's eyes went straight. My God, is this what she can see for free? Growing up, she had never seen such a shocking image with such a large scale. Unless it's paid for. The man leisurely surveyed Xingxiao's reaction, and when he saw her look of shock, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This is my room, and you can guess why I'm here? Ha! Xingxia froze for a moment, and then it occurred to her what had happened last night. Yesterday, in order to win over the company's investors, her father had asked her to go drink with the investor, Mr. Wang, and he had helped pay off her mother's medical expenses of 500,000 yuan. Thinking about her mother waiting in the hospital for 500,000 yuan for surgery, she had no choice but to agree. But she never imagined that her father would drug her and send her directly to Mr. Wang's bed. Mr. Wang was in his 50s, with bad breath, a pot belly and a receding hairline, not to mention the fact that he already had a wife and daughter. How could she possibly agree to that? So she escaped and, by mistake, barged into this man's room and asked him for help. What happened next was not supposed to happen. In the end, this man saved her, and he is still her savior. After thinking about the cause and effect, Xingxia felt a little uncomfortable when she looked into the man's teasing dark eyes. She wrapped the quilt tightly around her chest, sat up from the bed, and huddled her petite body into a ball. She hesitated for a while before stammering, "Well, last night, you saved me, and I thank you." Her face turned red, and she was so embarrassed that her pretty, moist eyes rolled around, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. After all, she had surprised him. As she recalled it, she had been the one to pounce on him, like a hungry wolf. Why did she do that? She clearly didn't know anything, she was so innocent. The man looked at the clean and pretty girl in front of him, who was as white and soft as a young white rabbit. He didn't know what he was thinking, and his expression seemed to be in disarray. His chest vibrated with pleasure a few times, and he got the idea to tease her. How do you want to thank me? What more does he want her to do? It was obvious that last night was her first time, and he didn't lose out either. Forget it, anyway, she was the one who fell on top of him. In the plot of a novel, the man would have been satisfied and just pulled up his pants and left. He stayed because he wanted something from her. But she didn't have much money left. Xingxia lightly bit her lip in annoyance, as if she had thought of something, and quickly took her bag, rummaging for a long time before pulling out 200 yuan. Looking at the remaining 200, she felt a pang of pain. Originally, she should have saved this money to pay for her mother's medical expenses. But now. Her slender fingers held the crumpled 200 and handed it to the man, her movements careful. This is 200, almost all I have, as a little reward for your hard work all night. The man looked at the 200 handed over and his bushy eyebrows tightened slightly. What's the point of giving him 200? Treating him like a gigolo? Seeing the man frown, thinking he didn't like the fact that the 200 was too little, Xia Chang had to grit her teeth and say, Your skills aren't very good, so I'll deduct a little bit of money. Mo Hanting pressed his tongue against his cheek, and a dark current surged in his quiet eyes. Not very good? Last night was his first time having sex, and he hadn't practiced, so how could he have any skills? The main reason was that he usually kept a low profile, devoted himself to his work, and wasn't interested in women who actively pursued him. After finally having sex with a woman who was more or less his type, he was actually being criticized for his poor skills? This was a matter of his male dignity and could not be tolerated. Mo Hanting reached out with a big hand and scooped up Midsummer, who had hid away, and pressed her back down under him. It's okay, it's a second time for everything. With a few more times, you'll get the hang of it. Before Midsummer could react, she was pinned down by the man. She let out a startled cry and, flustered, put her hands on the man's chest, which felt hot to the touch. Ah! No, I can't, I'm broke. Don't worry, it's on the house. Mo Hanting easily subdued the girl beneath him, raising her flailing hands above her head. His dark, phoenix-like eyes fixed on her unusually moist lips, and without hesitation, he rolled his Adam's apple as he bit down. It tastes like a juicy peach, sweet and delicious. After all, Xingxia couldn't resist the man's strength, and in no time at all she surrendered and let him do whatever he wanted. Afterwards, Xingxia angrily got up from the bed, her pale legs wobbling as she dressed, and left 200 yuan. Let's just end it there. Although he saved her, he asked for so much from her, so it's even. And last night was her first time, so he didn't lose out as a man. The $200 floated lightly in front of Mo Hanting's eyes, falling onto his sexy 8-pack abs and clinging to them, with a few more ambiguous red scratches on top. Xingxia noticed the ambiguous scratches, and a certain image of levity struck her again, and her cheeks flushed again. Mo Hanting didn't respond, and got up directly in the nude. Xingxia saw the man walking directly towards her, her face paled, and she couldn't help but flinch in fear. Mo Hanting glanced at her, surprised. He's not going to eat her. He picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on. After dressing, a set of expensive black suits fit the man, and his temperament was indescribably noble. It was not at all the wild beast-like appearance when he was naked. A refined scoundrel, the air of abstinence is palpable. All she heard was the man holding an extremely handsome and devilish handsome face, his eyes glanced over, and he spoke lightly and casually, ending what could not be ended. Xingxia stared at the man's deep and handsome appearance, a little lost in thought. Upon hearing his words, she froze again. What do you mean? Mo Hanting's ink black eyes gazed at her, his lips slightly parted. I'm very interested in you right now, be my woman. Xingxia was silent for a moment, and said apologetically, I'm not interested in you. Although he is handsome, has a good figure, and has long-lasting stamina. But she is not in the mood to be anyone's woman right now. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a woman who had rejected him so decisively. Ah, interesting. Just because I'm not interested now doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Here's my business card, come find me when you figured it out. The man's long, beautiful fingers held a business card and came over, and he slipped it into Shang Wan's chest. The frivolous action made Shang Xia's face instantly flush. Just as she was about to lash out, the man's hand pinched her soft face. Little darling, if you mess with me, you won't get away with it. Chapter 2, There's a Girl I Like. The man said that and left. Shang Xia was stunned for a while before she reacted, as if she had gotten herself into a big trouble. She quickly picked up the business card stuffed in her chest to see who the man was. But the next second, her phone rang urgently. Thinking it was the hospital calling, she answered it without thinking. She accidentally stuffed the card into her bag. Hello. As soon as the call connected, her father's angry voice came over the line. You little brat, I told you to wait in your room for President Wang. Where the hell have you been? Do you know that President Wang has been waiting for you in vain all night? Xingxia stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that these were the words her own father had spoken to her. It was clear that her father had set her up, and he had almost let Wang abuse her, but he was still angry with her? It was true, if he had the nerve to drug her, there was nothing he wouldn't do. Her little face fell, as if it had been covered in frost. Her soft voice became cold and sharp. What business is it of his if he wants me to wait for him? I won't go keep him company anymore. Shang Tao was furious. Nonsense. You come back right now, if you don't, forget the 500,000 yuan, and your mother will just die waiting in the hospital. Without waiting for Shang Xia's refusal, Shang Tao had already hung up the phone. Her weak spot had been grasped, and her eyes instantly reddened, with mist quickly spreading in her eyes. Asshole. Despite her reluctance, Shang Xia had to go back, for the 500,000 yuan and for her mother's illness. Mo Hanting left the hotel and went straight to the company. On the way, he received a call from his grandmother. Rotten boy, get your ass home, I've arranged a blind date for you. Mo Hanting heard his grandmother's aggressive tone and couldn't help pressing his slender fingers together in the middle of his forehead. She's at it again, pushing him to get married. She calls him 30 times a day to urge him to get married. Does she really think he'll be a bachelor for the rest of his life and never get married? He really wants to be a bachelor for the rest of his life, but if it weren't for his family forbidding it, he would cry every day and threaten to hang himself. "Grandma, you don't need to arrange any more blind dates for me, I already have a girl I like." You could say he likes her? Well, after all, they do get along quite well in bed. He really enjoys it. It seems like he's thinking of something. Mo Hanting's Adam's apple rolls up and down. He can't help but curse under his breath. He curses himself for being worse than an animal. It's obvious that they've done it so many times, why would he still want to? Maybe it's because he's just started to have sex. Grandma Mo doesn't believe it at all. Nonsense, trying to deceive an old woman like me again. You use this excuse every time to get out of it. When will you actually bring her home to show me? Mo Hanting loosened his tie with his hand to relieve the thirst in his throat. I mean it. But I'm currently in the pursuit stage. I'll bring her home and surprise you when I've got her. Grandma Mo heard the seriousness in her grandson's tone and froze for a moment. Really? Mo Hanting's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his mouth curling up in a tone of absolute certainty. Well, in less than a week, I'll bring her to you. Or maybe it won't take that long. Because the woman he has his eye on won't be able to escape. Grandma Mo was delighted. Not bad, this is the first time her grandson has taken the initiative to bring his girlfriend back to see her, an improvement. Maybe, it really is a miracle, and she can look forward to holding a great-grandchild in her arms. Then hurry up, don't keep your old lady waiting too long, or I'll beat you to death. Mo Hanting snorted. Really, you're a grandma. Shang Xia hurried home in the heat of the summer. As soon as she arrived at the front door, she was blocked in. The person blocking her was Shang Shui, her half-sister. Ever since her father cheated on her mother with a younger woman, brought her into the family, and forced her mother to divorce him, she has hated this place and everyone in it. If it weren't for her mother's illness, which had left her with no other choice, she would never have returned and made herself endure such humiliation. Shang Shui surveyed Shang Xia, and when she saw her pretty, delicate, fair-skinned little face, a strong sense of jealousy welled up in her. She really couldn't understand it. They were both born of the same father, so why was Shang Xia so good-looking? And her face, which she had had plastic surgery on in pursuit of perfection, was actually not as good-looking as Midsummer's naturally attractive face. It was another day when she wanted to scar this bitch's pretty face. She snorted, "Sister, I heard you didn't come home all night. What were you doing?" Midsummer didn't want to deal with her. She just wanted to go to her father's house and get the 500,000 yuan for her mother's surgery. She walked past Shang Shui and tried to go inside. Shang Shui was ignored and was very unhappy. She reached out and pushed Midsummer. Shang Xia was not prepared and was really pushed over by her. Her body tilted a little, but she managed to stabilize herself. However, this push caused the scarf around Shang Xia's neck to tilt, revealing all kinds of ambiguous traces. Shang Xia quickly covered her neck, but it was already too late. Shang Shui saw all the traces on it. Shang Shui's eyes widened, and then she gloated and shouted, "Oh my god, I said where did you go last night? It turned out that you were fooling around with another man. Dad asked you to keep Mr. Wang company, but you went with some other guy instead. You're so cheap." Shang Xia was full of grievances and anger. She couldn't hold back her anger anymore and slapped Shang Shui in the face. "Shut up. You don't deserve to say that to me." Shang Shui's face was distorted. It quickly turned red and swollen. It was hard to imagine how strong the slap was. She covered the half of her face that was already numb with pain and stared at Xia Jia in disbelief. She really didn't expect that her sister, who looked so thin and didn't have much flesh on her body, would have such strength to hit her like that. Is she crazy? This is her house, and her parents are both here. What gives Xia Jia the right to act so recklessly in front of her? Ah! Shang Xia, you little bitch, I'll fight you to the death. Shang Shui lunged at Shang Xia with clenched teeth, trying to scratch her face. She was just an abandoned, unwanted bitch. What was the point of having such a pure and pretty face? She deserved to have it completely destroyed. Just as Shang Shui was about to pounce on Shang Xia, a loud shout sounded. "Stop!" Shang Shui had to stop, and when she turned around, she saw Shang Tao standing in the doorway. Seeing her father, Shang Shui's arrogance disappeared, and she instead threw herself pitifully into Shang Tao's arms. "Dad, my sister bullied me, she just hit me in the face, making my face all swollen, oh." Shang Tao looked down and saw Shang Shui's already red and swollen half face, and immediately glared at Shang Xia. "Get in here right now. After saying this, he put his arm around Shang Shui and went back into the house. Shang Shui, on the other hand, cocked an eye triumphantly at Shang Xia. Shang Xia's fingers couldn't help but clench, and the fingertips sank into the palm of her hand, sending waves of tingling pain through her body. She took several deep breaths in succession before she found the courage to step into this house. On the sofa, Shang Tao was hugging Xing Shui, who was crying, and comforting her in a gentle voice. What a heartwarming scene of a father and daughter. A slight tingling pain in Shang Xia's eyes quickly disappeared. She continued walking up to him and said, Dad, can you give me the 500,000 yuan now? Shang Tao patted Shang Shui's back tenderly and turned to Shang Xia. If you want the 500,000 yuan, you have to spend another night with President Wang. He's very angry with you for running away last night, but if you spend the night with him again, he'll forget about it. Shang Xia refused without even thinking. No way. You said that if I drank with President Wang, you'd give me the 500,000 yuan. You can't go back on your word. If you obediently sleep with President Wang, make him happy, and invest in the company, I can give you not just 500,000, but 1,000,000. Shang Xia laughed angrily. She really didn't expect her father to be so shameless. He would even sell his own daughter for an investment. There's no way I'll go. If you want to go, tell Shang Shui to go instead. She's your daughter too, isn't she? You're so good to her, let her go with President Wang and obediently get you that investment. She'll be more than willing, right? Chapter 3, Raising the 500,000 yuan medical fee. Shang Tao was furious. He slammed the table and said, Nonsense. Shui is not like you. Shang Xia's eyes were brimming with tears. Even though she had been trying not to cry, she couldn't hold back anymore. Yes, it's different. Shang Shui is your precious treasure. You're afraid of melting her in your mouth, and you're afraid of breaking her in your hands. As for me, I'm dispensable in your eyes. You use me when you think I'm valuable, and you abandon me when I'm not. Shang Tao saw Shang Xia's reddened eyes, and in the end, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. After all, she was his daughter, someone he had watched grow up. His own daughter had a soft-natured and easy-to-handle personality, and if he reasoned with her sensibly, she would probably agree. Xia, Dad doesn't want to force you either. It's just that Dad's company has run into some problems recently and needs a lot of money. You see, you need money, and so does your father. If you do this for me, I will reimburse you for your mother's medical expenses. After a pause, he glanced at Xingxia's neckline. Anyway, you were with another man last night, so what is there to lose by spending the night with Mr. Wang? What is there to lose? In his eyes, there was nothing to lose. She had lost her innocence, isn't that serious? Shengxia's heart was cold in the midsummer heat, and she had completely given up any hope of Shang Tao. Perhaps she shouldn't have come back to beg him in the first place. Xingxia turned her head and walked away. Shang Tao couldn't help but stand up when he saw Xingxia had actually left. Wait, where are you going? Dare you walk out of this house, your mother will have to wait to die in the hospital. Xingxia didn't want to hear it, and she didn't turn around. Shang Tao, who was furious, grabbed the cup and smashed it on the ground. This rebellious daughter is getting more and more outrageous. Shang Shui comforted Shang Tao like a good quilt. Dad, don't be angry. My sister just had a momentary lapse of judgment, that's why she ran out. Once she thinks things through and realizes she's penniless, she'll naturally come back obediently and go with President Wang. Shang Tao suppressed his anger and thought about it. Right now, he was the only one who could help Shang Xia. No matter how stubborn she was, she couldn't go anywhere. She will just come back obediently and let him manipulate her. Shang Shui glanced at Shang Xia's disappearing back and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After this bitch Shang Xia has been played by President Wang, she will take indecent photos of her and completely ruin her reputation. After leaving the Shang family, Shang Xia was in a daze and didn't know where to go. She didn't want to beg Shang Tao anymore. Shang Tao told her to go with that Mr. Wang, but she couldn't help but feel sick just thinking about Mr. Wang's pig-headed appearance. She was unwilling to do so. Until a phone call from the hospital came. Miss Shang, your mother's condition is not good, please come to the hospital quickly. Shang Xia's face turned white, and her lips couldn't help but tremble. Okay, I'll go right away. She hurriedly hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take her to the hospital. When Xia Shang arrived at the general ward where her mother was staying, the doctor was giving Yilan an intravenous infusion. Yilan's face was pale and withered, as thin as a skeleton, without a hint of blood color. Mom! Xia Sheng hurriedly rushed to the bed, took hold of Yi Lan's hand, and saw her mother being tortured by illness and pain. Her heart was torn apart, and tears flowed unchecked down her face. How could the heavens be so cruel? It was bad enough that she and her mother were both alone in the world, but her mother had also suffered from overwork and had a heart condition. Now she needed 500,000 yuan for an operation, and she didn't know how she was going to get the money together. Yi Lan was also distressed to see her daughter crying. She reached out the other hand with difficulty and gently wiped the corner of Xia Shang's eye, saying tenderly, Xia, don't cry, I'll be fine. The doctor is just making a big deal out of nothing. Xia Shang nodded, her little face pressed against her mother's palm, and said, Mom, I know. I know you'll be fine. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you. Yi Lan's eyes filled with sadness as she lowered her gaze. Her body, she knew, was beyond saving. After all, she had lived a full life. Xia was still young and could have a better life in the future. Xia's nose grew moist and she couldn't hold back her tears. Mom, don't say silly things, you haven't been a burden to me. If it weren't for you always being there for me, caring for me and encouraging me, I don't know how I would have been able to carry on. Only when I'm by your side do I feel at home. If you were to disappear, I'd have no one and no home. What's the point of living in a world where you're the only one? Yi Lan's eyes welled up with tears. Her daughter Xia is still so young, how could she bear to abandon her and leave? But the doctor told me that the operation costs 500,000 yuan. Where would you get 500,000 yuan? Let's just leave the hospital and not get treatment. Yi Lan made up her mind and struggled to get up from the bed. Xia quickly pushed her mother back down. Mom, don't get excited, I've already figured out how to get the 500,000 yuan. Yi Lan was stunned and couldn't believe it. Get the money from whom? You're not going to go back to that man and ask him for it, are you? He's so selfish and extremely unfaithful, would he give his daughter 500,000 yuan? Xingxia's eyes flashed. Since 500,000 yuan had been raised anyway, you just lie there quietly. Yi Lan was furious. Xingxia had no choice but to lie and say, yes, I went back. I made him a note of indebtedness and asked him to lend me 500,000 yuan, and he did. Yi Lan was reluctant to believe it. Really? He would be so easygoing? Well, he has money anyway, and 500,000 yuan is not a big sum. Shang Xia laughed to herself. 500,000 is not a large sum for Shang Tao, but it is life-saving money for her mother. He is so cold-hearted that he is not even willing to lend her 500,000, which is her life-saving money. Xia, I'm just afraid that you will go to him and suffer. Shang Xia shook her head. Compared to her mother, this little suffering is nothing. Mom, the doctor said that after the operation, your body will recover. No matter how the days ahead go, as long as we are together, we will be happy. Yi Lan was moved to tears. Shang Xia left the hospital room only after she had seen her mother fall asleep peacefully. The attending doctor was waiting for her outside the door. Looking at the slender young girl in her early 20s, he couldn't help feeling distressed. At her age, she should be enjoying life, carefree and full of youthful exuberance. But because of her seriously ill mother, she had to bear the heavy burden of the high surgery costs on her fragile shoulders. I don't know how she can bear it. Although I feel very distressed, the reality is ultimately cruel. Miss Shang, your mother's condition is getting worse and worse. The surgery needs to be arranged as soon as possible, within these 2 days. After 2 days, I'm afraid the risk will be even greater. However, the surgery fee is 500,000 yuan. Shang Xia raised her small face with a palm-sized slap and tried hard to squeeze out a smile. Doctor, please arrange the surgery for my mother, the sooner the better. I will definitely raise the surgery fee within 2 days. The attending physician didn't ask her how she was going to pay for it, just nodded and said, okay. To be honest, he was also moved by the little girl. She really couldn't scrape together the money, and he didn't mind helping her out a little. Chapter 4 I'll find Mo Hanting. After the attending physician left, Shang Xia sat motionless on a bench in the hospital corridor for a long time. She thought, why doesn't she just go back and compromise with Shang Tao? If she just spends the night with President Wang, she'll get 500,000 yuan and be able to pay for her mother's surgery. But at the thought of Wang's disgusting, fat pig-like face, Xingxia couldn't help but clench her fists. No way. No compromise. No matter who benefits, it can't be that pig of a boss. But if she doesn't compromise, who will help her? She's called all her mother's relatives and friends, and when she heard she wanted to borrow money, they hung up without saying a word. No one will help her anymore. No one. Suddenly, Xingxia seemed to remember something, and quickly took out her small bag. She searched her bag for a while and finally found it, a gold-embossed business card. It looked quite expensive. She flipped over the other side of the card. Mo Hanting, CEO of Dingsheng Group. Xingxia's eyes widened. She never expected that the man she had casually fallen over with last night was actually the CEO of Dingsheng Group, Mo Hanting. Although, she hadn't paid much attention to this man. But the outside world was buzzing about him. Domineering and arrogant. He can turn the tides with a wave of his hand. He can stir up the entire imperial capital with a stamp of his foot. Although the rumors are exaggerated, since he took over the family business, he has made a qualitative leap and turned it into a leading enterprise in all industries, so you can tell that he is not an ordinary person. So, he should be very rich, right? At least he is much richer than Shang Tao's scumbag father. Shang Xia wasn't sure if Mo Hanting would lend her 500,000 yuan just for sleeping over, but she had to try. After a moment of hesitation, she took out her phone and dialed the number on the business card. To her surprise, a woman answered the phone. Hello, I'm Mr. Mo's secretary, who's calling? Hello, my name is Shang Xia. I need to speak to Mr. Mo about something. Could you put him on the phone? I'm sorry, our president is in a meeting and can't answer the phone. Would you like to call back later? Without giving Xingxia the chance to continue, the woman hung up. Meeting? How long does a CEO's meeting take? Xingxia couldn't sit still and, taking the business card, got up and went to the Dingsheng Group. Dingsheng Group. Mo Hanting returned from a meeting and was about to enter his office. Secretary Linda walked up to Mo Hanting and, President, there was a call for you, which I answered. Mo Hanting glanced at Linda and asked, whose phone call was it? It was a woman's phone number. Linda hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and said, I don't remember. It was probably the president's admirer. After all, the president has many admirers. Sometimes there are dozens of people calling to set up a date with the president every day, and the president ignores them all. So she didn't worry about it. Mo Hanting's face fell. In the future, there is no need to report these kinds of phone calls to me. Linda nodded, yes. Mo Hanting turned and went into his office. Linda looked at the handsome and dashing back of the CEO and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the CEO is really not interested in women in his life. Maybe he is interested in men? In the future, tell those business partners not to arrange women for the CEO, just arrange men. Mo Hanting returned to his office and sat down. It seemed that he had remembered something and couldn't help but pick up his phone to check. That girl still hasn't called him? That's strange. Could it be that she wasn't shocked, didn't get excited, and didn't call to confirm just because she saw his identity on the business card? If it were any other woman, she would have been bombarding him with calls. For the first time, Mo Hanting was staring at his phone in a daze, thinking about a girl. Until his assistant Song Tao walked in with a stack of information. President, here is the information on the girl you asked me to find. Mo Hanting put down his phone, took the information Song Tao handed him, and glanced at it with lowered eyebrows. The information printed on the sheet had a student photo on a red background. The girl in the photo was obviously very young, about 18 years old. Her features were delicate and pretty, her eyebrows and eyes were lively and picturesque, and her skin was as white as jade. The corners of the girl's mouth were raised, and her beautiful eyes were curved like clear springs. Midsummer. Mo Hanting slightly raised his eyebrows, and it turned out that the girl's name was Midsummer, which was quite a nice name. Well, she also looks very pure, as clean as white paper. However, as he continued to read the information below, Mo Hanting's expression became a little more complicated. Sheng Xia, the daughter of Sheng Jiadao, when she was 10 years old, her father cheated on her mother with a younger woman, and together they forced their original wife Yilan to divorce her. Yilan took Sheng Xia and left the house with nothing, and the mother and daughter lived penniless in a dirty basement. The good times didn't last long, and Yilan was depressed and checked out with a heart disease, often commuting between the hospital. While attending school, Xia Shang worked part-time to earn money to pay for her mother's medical treatment. Although the information was brief, Mo Hanting still felt the bitterness of the owner's life. Mo Hanting pursed his lips slightly and his face sank. Song Tao had never seen the president so interested in a girl before, and she was the only girl who had made the president unable to resist temptation, so naturally she was a bit special. He volunteered, "President, do you need me to send someone to bring this Miss Sheng here?" Mo Hanting coldly glanced at Song Tao. Song Tao quickly corrected himself, saying that he had made a mistake. He should not say bring Miss Sheng here, but rather invite her here. What if Miss Sheng later became the president's wife, and he brought her here and she held a grudge against him, seeking revenge in the future? That was close, he almost did that. Mo Hanting put down the information, saying that she would naturally come to him if she didn't need it. When Sheng Xia arrived at the gate of Dingsheng Group, she was stopped by the security guard. She said she was not an employee of the group and could not go in. Sheng Xia was anxious and said, "I know your CEO." The security guard looked at Sheng Xia's attire. This young girl is young and pretty, but she is dressed so plainly, and she has the nerve to say she knows their CEO, which sounds very fake. There are many people who know our CEO, but does that mean everyone who knows him can go and see him? Sheng Xia handed the security guard Mo Hanting's business card to look at. "This is the business card your CEO gave me, so it can't be fake, right?" The security guard didn't even look at it, and just thought that Sheng Xia was a woman who was being difficult. "Miss, please go back. Our president is very busy and doesn't have time to see you." Sheng Xia was very persistent and asked the security guard to please let him know that it was really urgent for her to see the president. The security guard still ignored her. Sheng Xia had no choice but to take out her phone and call Mo Hanting again. But she didn't expect her phone to run out of battery. What a coincidence! Mian Xia silently put down her phone, unwilling to go back, and just waited at the door for Mo Hanting to finish work. She didn't know why she was so persistent in wanting to see Mo Hanting, treating him as her last straw. It was really the case. There was no one else around her who could help. 6 p.m. The employees had almost finished work, and Mo Hanting came out of his office. He had been distracted several times while working today, and as a result, he had not completed his work on time. The reason was a strange girl who had suddenly burst into his world. Being influenced by someone is not a good thing. Mo Hanting thought about it and found it quite funny. Song Tao hurriedly came over with an umbrella in his hand, saying, "President, it's raining outside." Mo Hanting glanced out of the French windows and saw that it was indeed pouring. He withdrew his indifferent gaze and slowly walked towards the elevator. Mo Hanting walked out of the company and walked towards the Rolls-Royce parked outside the gate. Song Tao thoughtfully held the umbrella for him. The rain was so heavy that the umbrella just covered Mo Hanting, but poor assistant Song Tao was not so lucky, as the rain soaked half of his body and made him shiver with cold. Just as Mo Hanting got into the Rolls-Royce, a slender figure in the pouring rain ran towards them in a panic. "Wait a minute." Song Tao was afraid that it was some kind of troublemaker, and it would be bad if he barged into his boss's home. He quickly pushed the reckless figure away. "Get out. This is the Dingsheng Group, and the person in the car is the group's president, so this is not a place where you can behave recklessly." Midsummer was caught off guard and was pushed so hard that she stumbled and sat directly on the ground. A puddle of sewage on the ground splashed all over her, making her dirty and filthy. Her long hair was messy and disheveled, wet and sticking to her face, so she couldn't be seen clearly. Song Tao naturally couldn't recognize her. This was the Midsummer he had just investigated. In his eyes, the current Midsummer was even more of a beggar than a beggar. Midsummer scrambled to her feet, politely folded her hands in front of Song Tao, and said, I'm sorry. I have something to ask your CEO, can I meet?" She looked up, and unexpectedly met the dark, unfathomable eyes of the man in the car. Song Tao thought to himself, why would his CEO meet you, a little beggar? Just as he was about to refuse, an imperious low voice came from nowhere. "Let her come over." Song Tao? Chapter 5, Marry Me. In the car. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Drenched to the skin, Shang Xia shrank into the far corner, unconsciously wrapping her arms around herself as she trembled slightly. Mo Hanting glanced at her in the corner of his eye before raising his leg and kicking the driver's seat. "Turn off the heater." Song Tao, who was concentrating on driving, almost went up in the air because of this flying kick. Without waiting for him to ask the reason in detail, he quickly drove off. He glanced in the rearview mirror and realized that it was for Ms. Shang. Song Tao let out a sound of disbelief. He didn't expect that the cold-hearted president would also have such a warm side. This is a rare occurrence. Miss Shang must have been moved to tears by the president, and she would be willing to give herself to him. After the heating was turned on, it didn't feel so cold in the summer, and the arms that were wrapped around her slowly fell. However, her clothes were completely soaked, and the damp clothes stuck to her skin, the white fabric slightly transparent, and her proud figure faintly visible. Especially when she looked down, she could still see the shape of her curves wrapped in her underwear. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed. The next second, a fluffy white towel was thrown into her arms. Xingxia froze for a moment, looking up at the man sitting beside her, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, with an air of natural arrogance and dominance. She grabbed the towel with her small hands and wrapped it around her chest, and said, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, he is quite considerate. Mo Hanting crossed his legs elegantly, holding a cold and aloof posture, wiping, "Don't dirty my car." Xingxia. Song Tao kept glancing in the rearview mirror. He had just praised the president for being considerate, but now he coughed, unable to make a good comment. The president still has a long way to go before he can win his wife back. Xingxia dried herself and her hair, then wrapped herself in a towel again. She glanced at Mo Hanting again, her lips moving as she hesitated to ask for help. At that moment, Mo Hanting spoke, stopping the car. Song Tao quickly applied the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road. Turning his head, he asked, "President, what is it?" Mo Hanting's face was expressionless. He went to the mall to buy her a clean set of clothes. Song Tao instantly understood who it was for, and just wanted to ask what size clothes Xia Sheng wore. But before he could ask, Mo Hanting seemed to read his mind and directly reported, "Size XX." Xia Sheng was surprised. How did he know what size to wear? Song Tao was also shocked, and subconsciously asked, "President, how did you know? Could it be that you measured it directly with your hands?" Mo Hanting's ears turned red, and he glared at Song Tao unhappily. His eyes were fierce, and he said, "Go." Realizing that his CEO was angry, Song Tao quickly and deftly pushed the door open and slipped out. Sheng Xia was slow to realize what had happened, and her cheeks began to burn again. Last night, he did use his hands to measure the entire night. And the person who was in the way left. Only then did Mo Hanting ask leisurely, "What can I do for you?" "Mr. Mo, Mo Tian, after a moment of hesitation in the midsummer heat, plucked up the courage to speak, "I want to ask you a favor." Mo Tian's expression was indifferent. "What favor?" "I don't know you well." This morning, he asked her to be his woman, but she said she wasn't interested. Mo Tian's expression showed a hint of embarrassment. She naturally knew that they didn't know each other well, but now that she had the nerve to approach him, she had to pretend that they were familiar. "Last night, we were together all night, and we both said, a husband and wife for a day are grateful for 100 days. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and glanced at her sideways. He couldn't help but take in the impressive figure of the young girl. His dark eyes darkened a little, and he gritted his teeth. "A night together makes you husband and wife?" "No, it doesn't." Midsummer's face quickly flushed red, to the point of bleeding. The more nervous she got, the more mistakes she made. "I just want Mr. Mo to lend me 500,000 yuan, considering that we had a night of communication. I'll work hard to earn it back." She lifted her small, red face. Her clear eyes were watery with anxiety, and the haze made her look so attractive that Mo Hanting felt a slight heat in his body. He couldn't help but raise his hand and loosen the collar of his shirt. He changed his posture before slowly speaking, 500,000 is not a lot. You know who I am, why don't you ask for more? And it's still a loan of 500,000. If she had just asked for 500,000 yuan, he wouldn't have said anything. Midsummer answered very seriously, I only need 500,000 yuan. Mo Hanting's eyes darkened. He had investigated her and knew what she wanted to do with the 500,000 yuan. Okay, I can give you 500,000 yuan. Midsummer's eyes lit up. Mo Hanting, but you have to promise me one thing. Midsummer couldn't help but get nervous. What is it? He's not thinking of supporting her and making her his mistress, is he? Many rich and powerful men do this. Moreover, this morning, he also asked her to be his woman. She actually hates these kinds of secret relationships. Her father, after having an affair with a younger woman and having a child with her, kicked her and her mother out of the house and never looked back. Therefore, she despises these younger women, mistresses, and so on. But in order to save her mother, she had no choice. However, the man's next words instantly stopped her wild guesses. Marry me. Midsummer looked at Mo Hanting incredulously. His dark eyes stared at her intently, as if he were very focused. Are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Midsummer nodded seriously, as if to say. Mo Hanting. Midsummer whispered in explanation, Mr. Mo, you were born to be the apple of heaven's eye, surrounded by adulation, there is no shortage of women who match you, so why would you look at the unremarkable her? She knows her own limitations and will not delude herself into thinking that she is someone she is not. Mo Hanting sees through her little mind. Don't get me wrong, it's just that my family is pushing me to get married and they want me to find a woman and get married as soon as possible. At the moment, there is no one suitable around me, and I don't have a particular favorite. It's just that you appeared. Shengxia. She paused for a moment and quickly guessed what Mo Hanting meant. I see, Mr. Mo needs a nominal wife to deal with his family. I can marry you, officially. I can cooperate with you to deal with the people in your family. Privately, we can leave each other alone. I won't interfere in any of your personal affairs. When you find the girl you love, we can get a divorce. Mo Hanting's eyes turned with a mysterious gleam. She is clever, understanding his meaning so quickly. But she is also too clever, thinking more thoroughly than he does. He spoke, do you have your household registration booklet with you? The topic changed so quickly that Xingxia froze. Mo Hanting asked in return, without the household register, how can they get married? Get married? So soon? No need to notify the parents? Xingxia stammered, yes, the household register is in my bag. It's just that the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed now, and to get the certificate, they'll have to come back tomorrow. Just then, Song Tao returned from buying clothes and opened the car door. His CEO's flippant words came right over. Call the Civil Affairs Bureau and tell them to work overtime. Chapter 6, Their Wedding Night. In the middle of summer, still dazed, the man threw the clothes he had just bought over to her, put them on, and set off for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Her eyes widened. Now. Mo Hanting gave a half smile. What else? The Civil Affairs Bureau had been notified. Shengxia. It feels like getting married is just like playing house. Half an hour later. Shengxia walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, her head still spinning. She was still holding 2 freshly printed marriage certificates in her hands. She had just married? To the most powerful man in the capital? This was too surreal. Suddenly, a long, pale hand took one of the red books from her. Midsummer looked up and saw Mo Hanting casually glance at the marriage certificate and calmly slip it into his pocket. He reached out, patted her on the head, and said, you take one, I'll take one. Let's go home. Back, go home? Which home? Xingxia covered her head, still confused. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow, and his long, slender fingers poked her fair forehead. Of course it's back to your husband's house. Xingxia was stunned. But, an agreement marriage doesn't need to be taken so seriously, does it? She thought that after getting married, they would go back to their own families. She didn't expect to go to his house. Who said it was just an agreement marriage? Mo Hanting leaned closer to her, his eyebrows raised wickedly. If you marry me, you have to fulfill your marital duties, especially tonight, which is our wedding night. Shengxia's eyes widened, and her pale earlobes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mo Hanting looked at her flushed little face and felt happy. He put his big hands around her slender waist. Let's go, Mrs. Mo. Shengxia's cheeks flushed again. Mrs. Mo? How could he call her so naturally? She hadn't even adjusted to the fact that she was married yet. Shengxia paused for a moment, but didn't forget her business. Wait, my mother's medical expenses of 500,000 yuan. Mo Hanting, don't worry, I've already asked my assistant to take care of it. Your mother's medical expenses have been paid, just wait for the surgery. Shengxia's watery eyes blinked. She really didn't expect him to be so quick. Since he was already so unceremoniously helping her, then she would immediately go home with him and consummate the marriage. Midsummer thought about the stormy lovemaking they had last night and this morning, and her face grew even hotter. They had obviously been so crazy, so why did he still want to come? The car sped along the road, and in less than 10 minutes, it arrived at Mo Hanting's private courtyard. This was a 4-story small villa where Mo Hanting lived when commuting to and from the company. The villa was cleaned by a dedicated person every day, and it was clean, tidy, and spotless. In the middle of summer, as soon as she entered the door, she had no time to take in the large villa before Mo Hanting pressed her against the door. The man's powerful physique squeezed in, inextricably close to her body. Midsummer's cheeks flushed with shame, and subconsciously she used her hands to push against the man's firm chest. The next second, her hands were captured by long, strong hands and held high above her head. An overwhelming wave of hot kisses followed. Midsummer was forced to raise her head to meet the man's suffocating kiss. He kissed her fiercely and fiercely. As a first-time virgin, Xingxia could not resist at all and could hardly breathe. She waited until the man gave her a chance to catch her breath. Wait, I haven't showered yet. She had gotten caught in the rain and had fallen into a puddle, so her body was dirty. Even if he didn't mind, she would wash together. Mo Hanting took Xingxia up without asking and made her straddle his waist. Before she knew it, Xiajie subconsciously wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. Mo Hanting lowered his gaze and saw Xiajie's innocent expression as she became dizzy and confused, and he smiled lightly. He held her hips with his large hands and strode up the stairs. This night was destined to be a stormy and unrestrained one. A sleepless night was destined to mean a late start the next day. When Xia Chang woke up in the middle of the night, the sun was already shining on her but burning hot. She glanced at the clock and it was almost noon. This was the latest she had slept in recent years. She glanced around the room and saw that Mo Hanting had already left, she didn't know when. It was good that she didn't have to face him the next day, to save embarrassment. Xia Chang's stomach was so hungry that it was pressing against her chest, and she supported herself to get up. The quilt slipped off, and she was still naked. The clothes she had just bought yesterday seemed to have been torn by the man in a panic in the bathroom. She couldn't go without clothes, she couldn't walk around the villa naked, could she? If someone saw her, they would think she was an exhibitionist. There was a wardrobe in the room. Xiajie got out of bed, and the piercing pain in her legs almost made her have an intimate encounter with the floor. Ah! It hurt so much. She didn't know how she had managed to get through the night. If only she had known, she would not have indulged him. Next time, she would refuse firmly. Midsummer walked with pain to the closet and opened it. She saw various styles of men's clothes, complete sets. Although she could not tell what brands they were, the fabrics were exquisite and the craftsmanship was fine, so they were obviously very expensive. She picked up a men's white shirt and just wanted to put it on. Suddenly, the tightly closed door opened. In midsummer, she turned her head and saw a tall and straight figure leaning against the door, staring straight at her. She was so scared that she quickly wrapped the shirt around her chest. Why are you still here? Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and asked teasingly, who cares about you if I'm not here? Midsummer. It felt like he was her parent, thinking about taking care of her. She's not a 3-year-old child, she doesn't need to be taken care of. Mo Hanting strode in, his burning gaze falling on Shengxia's slender and shapely figure, with her white, supple, and straight legs. Don't look at this girl, she's skinny, but where there should be flesh, there is no shortage of it at all. What are you doing wearing my shirt so early in the morning, seducing me? The man's gaze was too dangerous, like a fierce beast eyeing its prey. Midsummer instinctively backed away. No, that's not it. You tore the clothes I just bought yesterday, and I have no clothes to wear now. Mo Hanting's gaze couldn't help but fall on her bare skin, her white and tender, seductive skin. His eyes grew more and more scorching. Yes, it's my fault. I didn't go easy last night. Chapter 7, that soft waist is truly exquisite. Midsummer bit her lip and couldn't help but turn her face away, not wanting to look at his overly straightforward and hot gaze. Mo Hanting walked up to Midsummer, his strong physique trapping her petite body between the wardrobes, enveloping her tightly. The clean, sharp scent of the man came at her face, so strong that it was impossible to ignore. Midsummer's cheeks were rosy, and she looked away, awkwardly pressing herself against the wardrobe behind her. Mo Hanting looked at her pretty little face, slowly curling his lips. Do you need me to help you? No, I'm fine, I can do it myself. Mo Hanting found her reaction interesting and couldn't help teasing her. It's fine, I don't mind doing it for you. After all, it's my honor as a husband to undress my daughter-in-law. What? Undress? She just wants to get dressed. In the midsummer, her red lips were bitten so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood. Mr. Mo, I can do it myself. Could you please go out for a while until I'm dressed? Mo Hanting frowned. Calling him Mr. Mo? Shengxia couldn't think of anything to say. Mo Hanting, call me husband. Hurry up, or I'll help you change. Old husband. The soft voice overflowed from the plump and attractive lips of the young girl, exuding a sweet and seductive breath, which made his heart soften. It was as if a ball of fire was burning his whole body and making him boil uncontrollably. His eyes darkened, his Adam's apple rolled, and his tongue pressed hard against his cheek, as if he was suppressing and repressing something. It's really embarrassing, but why did I react so strongly just because I was called husband? Mo Hanting slightly relaxed the tension in his body before taking out the bag hidden behind his back and putting it in Xingxia's hands. This is the new clothes I bought for you, wear it and go downstairs, I'll wait for you downstairs. After saying that, he turned around and left. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he would have to wipe the gun and it would go off. Xingxia looked at the slightly hurried back of the man, and then looked at the bag in her hands. After putting on the clothes that Mo Hanting had given her, Xingxia took a simple shower and then walked out of the room. She was about to go downstairs when she was shocked by the commotion downstairs. The villa, which should have only had her and Mo Hanting, now had an extra row of people. They stood in the living room on the first floor, all behaving properly. When they saw her appear, their eyes all looked over at her, and under her shocked gaze, they all bowed and stooped. "Hello, young mistress." Their voices were deafening. Xingxia took a step back in shock. She had never seen such a grand occasion before. An old woman in her 50s with kind eyes spoke up, "Hello, young mistress. My name is Wang. You can just call me Wang Ma. I will be responsible for your meals and daily life from now on." Xingxia nodded, a little flattered. "Hello, Wang Ma. My name is Xingxia. You can just call me by my name, don't call me young mistress." She didn't feel comfortable with it. It's as if she were some big shot. Seeing how Xingxia was so timid and naive, Wang Ma felt that she was quite cute, and wondered how the young master had managed to snare such a simple girl. The young girl looked innocent, but I suspect she was tricked by the young master into coming here. She shook her head with a smile. "No, the young mistress is the young mistress, the young master commanded us to call her that, we mustn't overstep our bounds. If the young master finds out that we are being disrespectful to the young mistress, he will be furious and we will be fired." Xingxia. "Okay. It's just a title, no big deal. Call her whatever you like." Wang Ma reminded, "Young mistress, the young master is waiting for you in the dining room, you should go over there." Xingxia nodded and walked towards the dining room under Wang Ma's guidance. The servants behind her watched the slender back of Xingxia, and couldn't help but whisper and discuss among themselves. Shocked, the eldest young master had actually married without a word. And the young mistress looked so young, they didn't know if she was an adult or not. They really didn't expect that the young master, who had been single for 28 years, would like this pure and beautiful little white flower type. They also didn't know if the master and mistress knew that the young master had gotten married. They didn't dare to ask too many questions or say too much. When Xia Sheng arrived in the dining room, she saw Mo Hanting sitting at the table as expected. He was wearing an ash-gray shirt with the collar slightly open and the cuffs rolled up slightly, revealing a firm arm with clearly defined muscles. His legs were crossed, and his carefree posture made him look lazy and casual, like an elegant lion strolling through the forest. Xia Sheng was transfixed, staring at the handsome man like a demon, a little lost in thought. Until a slow, magnetic voice sounded, "Do I look good?" Nianxia subconsciously answered, "Yes." But when she noticed the man's slightly teasing gaze, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her cheeks. Mo Hanting surveyed Nianxia's attire. She was wearing a beige long skirt that hugged her waist, perfectly showcasing her slender waist. That soft waist was truly exquisite. He pointed his finger at her and said, "Come here." After a moment of hesitation, Xia Jie walked over and sat down next to the man. Mo Hanting raised his hand, and his knuckled fingers naturally fell on her waist. He leaned closer to her, his thin lips touching her rounded earlobe and sucking gently. "Mrs. Mo, this dress looks good on you." Xia Jie's earlobe tingled, as if she had been electrocuted, and her body became limp, almost collapsing into the man's arms. A low chuckle came from the man. "Mrs. Mo, why are you so sensitive?" Midsummer couldn't stand it when he teased her, and couldn't help but glare at him. However, her watery eyes were clean and beautiful, not at all lethal, but rather like a coquettish girl, wanting to resist but welcoming. Mo Hanting's long fingers lightly grazed the soft flesh of her waist. "Don't look at me with those eyes. Otherwise, I'm not sure I'll be able to hold back, and turn into a hungry wolf and eat you up." Midsummer's eyes widened for a moment, and then she immediately looked away, afraid to look at him again. Mo Hanting's mouth curled up. This little darling is really becoming more and more adorable. Wang Ma hid in the corner, watching the interactions between the young master and young mistress, and snickered secretly. She had thought that the young master was a wooden person without emotions, but she had never expected that having a daughter-in-law would make a difference. Just look at how flirtatious he is, he has made the young mistress blush. If the master and mistress saw it, they would be very pleased. Suddenly, a warning glance came. Wang Ma, don't tell my parents about my marriage yet. Wang Ma, who was hiding in the corner and laughing. Why? Mo Hanting spoke indifferently. I just got married to Xingxia, we are newlyweds, in the honeymoon period, it is suitable for enhancing the relationship between husband and wife. I don't want to tell them because I am afraid they will come over and cause trouble. So that's it. Wang Ma patted her chest and said, Hey, don't worry, just lean on me, I absolutely won't tell the master and mistress a word. Xingxia glanced at Mo Hanting, but in her heart she thought. She was only marrying him for the sake of the family, and there was indeed no need to tell his family so soon. As for what he said about being newlyweds and enhancing their marital relationship, he was just saying it casually. She understood. Chapter 8, You can waste my things as much as you like. Because she hadn't eaten anything last night and had been tossing and turning all night, Midsummer was so hungry that her front was pressed against her back, and she practically devoured the food. The table was covered with more than 20 delicacies that were exquisitely presented, and Midsummer had never seen them before, let alone eaten them. Each dish was delicious, and she wanted to eat them all. Unfortunately, even if her appetite was too big, it was impossible to finish all 20 dishes. And Mo Hanting, the spoiled brat, actually ate even less than her. She had already eaten 2 bowls of rice, and he was still at his first bowl. What's more, he ate very elegantly and daintily, tasting each dish once or twice and then not eating it, just serving her food. Midsummer's stomach had bulged out, and she said, That's enough, don't keep serving, I'm full. Mo Hanting put down his chopsticks and looked teasingly at her round tummy. He didn't expect that, despite looking small, she had such a big appetite. She had finished 3 bowls of rice in no time, more than any woman he had ever seen. Midsummer's face instantly turned red. I usually can't eat that much, it's just that I saw there were too many dishes and I didn't want to waste them, so. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't realize that Mrs. Mo was also a thrifty girl. Then I'll have the chef cook so much every day that it'll go to waste if I don't eat it all. Am I going to get scolded? Xingxia glared at him and quickly said, No, I won't. It's your freedom to eat as much as you want. I won't care about you. How dare she care about this prince of the Mo family? She's only in an arranged marriage with him. Mo Hanting gave Xingxia a wistful glance. He really is obedient. Shouldn't he be grateful for her consideration? That Mo Xian. Xia Sheng subconsciously called the man Mr. Mo, but when she caught the man's gaze, she stiffly corrected herself. She could only blush and say, Old husband. Hearing this intimate and soft-sounding name for the second time, Mo Hantian appeared a little more composed, but the long, cold white fingers that hung down below him curled slightly. What is it? Xia Shang, can I pack up the leftover food and take it to my mother at the hospital later? My mother hasn't had such delicious food before, and she wants to take some to my mother at the hospital. Mo Hanting's mouth twitched. You want me to let my mother-in-law eat leftovers? If this gets out, won't Mo Hanting be laughed at by his group of friends who like to meddle in other people's business? Xingxia didn't have much confidence, so she explained in a low voice, I'm also afraid of food waste. Mo Hanting spoke indifferently, waste? It's not like it's your food to waste. You're my wife, and you can waste whatever you like. Xingxia. Is that true? She was only acting like his wife, and he didn't need to be so nice to her. But the young master didn't lack for anything. Mo Hanting glanced at her and continued, If you want to bring food to your mother, you can ask the kitchen staff to cook it for you. Xingxia nodded, Okay, I understand. As soon as the words left her mouth, a black bank card was handed to her. Xingxia looked at Mo Hanting for a moment, not understanding. Mo Hanting said, There are 50 million yuan in this card. Go and buy some clothes, shoes, bags, and whatever else you like. If you need more money, just let me know. Xingxia was stunned. 50 million? No, this is too much, I can't take it. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Oh, no, so you have money to buy clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry? My wife Mo, you can't wear anything shabby, if this gets out, people will think I'm abusing my wife. Xingxia. So it turns out that he thinks she's dressed too shabbily and too unadorned, and is afraid that if he takes her out, it will bring him shame. It's a matter of his dignity as a man, and she understands. In that case, Xingxia no longer felt comfortable refusing and took the 50 million card. The card felt heavy in her hands. This was 50 million, money she could never earn in her lifetime, but Mo Hanting casually threw at her. What a spendthrift! Mo Hanting reached out his big hand and covered Xingxia's soft head. Remember, buy the expensive ones, the cheap ones won't do. Xingxia nodded, okay. She could still tell the difference between expensive and cheap. Mo Hanting helped her so much, she would never let him down. Mo Hanting arched his lips, satisfied with her cooperation. He leaned in to kiss her white forehead. I'll go to the office first. Call me if anything happens. You remember my phone number, right? Midsummer's forehead tingled from the man's hot, wet lips. Why was he kissing her more and more naturally? She nodded with a blush, remembering. Mo Hanting obviously didn't believe her, saying, if you really remember, why didn't you call me yesterday, and instead you went to my company and made me get soaked in the rain? Xingxia said, I did call once, but a woman answered, saying that you were in a meeting. I didn't know how long the meeting would last, so I went to look for you myself. When I got there, I was stopped by security, and my phone happened to be out of battery, so. Mo Hanting also remembered that yesterday, his secretary did look for him and mention this matter. At the time, he thought it was a nuisance call from a woman outside, so he didn't pay it any mind. Unexpectedly, it was her. Mo Hanting also explained to her that he had forgotten his phone in the office during the meeting yesterday, and that he would always keep it with him in the future. Xingxia was stunned. Was he deliberately explaining this to her? Clearly there was no need for it, but he still. Mo Hanting patted Xingxia on the head, stood up, and left. I won't be home, so remember to take care of yourself. Wherever you go, remember to report in, understand? Xingxia nodded stupidly. He watched the man leave in his car, and Midsummer's head was still spinning. Is this what married life is like? Although it was only a marriage of convenience, it didn't feel so bad. Wang Ma floated up behind Midsummer like a ghost. Young mistress, young master is really good to you, I've never seen him be so considerate and attentive to a girl before. Midsummer was shocked, and when she turned around and saw Wang Ma's smiling expression, she couldn't help but pat her chest. Wang Ma, perhaps your young master doesn't have much contact with girls, so you don't know that he has another side. Wang Ma shook her head, her tone firm, impossible, young master only treats you, young mistress, specially. No other woman has the treatment you have. Xingxia thought to herself, what's so special about her? The only thing that's special is that she's his licensed wife. But it's all fake, Wang Ma doesn't understand. Not long after Mo Hanting left, Xingxia prepared to go to the hospital to visit her mother. The attending physician told her that her mother would be scheduled for surgery the next day. There were risks involved in the surgery, and she wanted to be with her mother at all times to give her encouragement. Xingxia packed a lunch for her mother that Wang Ma had made by hand, and then took a taxi to the hospital. When she arrived, she received a call from Sheng Tao. She just wanted to take a quick look and hung up. She guessed the reason for Sheng Tao's call, he wanted her to go accompany that boss Wang again. Now that she had raised the 500,000 yuan for her mother's surgery, there was no need to grovel and beg for money in front of him. She pushed open the door to her mother's room. Mom! Her face instantly changed when she saw that there were two unexpected guests in the room. Chapter 9, Who knows where the 500,000 yuan came from? In the hospital room, in addition to her mother, there were also Shang Shui and her mother, Duan Wenli. Her mother, Yilan, was sitting on the hospital bed, covering her chest, her face red, obviously very offended by these two uninvited guests. Mom! Sheng Xia rushed to Yilan's side, patting her back with her small hands to help her catch her breath. Seeing Yilan's weak state, Sheng Xia was extremely worried. She angrily looked at Shang Shui and Duan Wenli. Who told you to come here? Get out of here! Shang Shui put her arm around Duan Wenli's and said imperiously, Shang Shui, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me and my mother like that? My mother was just being kind, she was worried that your mother would be lonely in the hospital, so she came to visit, don't be ungrateful. Sheng Shui angrily said, who cares about your fake kindness, just get out. You! Shang Shui wanted to lose her temper, but was stopped by a pat on the back from Duan Wenli. Duan Wenli looked at Shang Xia, I just asked the doctor, you have already paid your mother 500,000 yuan for the operation. Where did you get this 500,000 yuan? Shang Xia. Yilan gasped for breath and looked at Shang Xia suspiciously. Didn't Shang Xia borrow this 500,000 yuan from Shang Tao by writing an IOU? Is there some other hidden reason? Duan Wenli sneered and continued, if this 500,000 yuan was given to you by Shang Tao, you better spit it out right now. This is my joint marital property with Shang Tao. He privately lent you the money, but he still has to ask me if I'm willing. She didn't want to use this 500,000 yuan to save this woman. If it weren't for this woman, she wouldn't have married Shang Tao for so many years and been ridiculed by outsiders as the mistress. She couldn't swallow this humiliation. Shang Xia pursed her lips. This 500,000 yuan is not his. Duan Wenli didn't believe her at all. If it wasn't his, whose could it be? You were so desperate that you came to Shang Tao for help. Who else would give you 500,000 yuan if not Shang Tao? Shang Xia didn't want to say more to them. I have my own way. Anyway, it wasn't him who gave the money. If you don't believe me, you can call Shang Tao and ask him. Duan Wenli naturally asked Shang Tao as well, and he said he hadn't given Xingxia 500,000 yuan. But if he hadn't, where did the money come from? You're a poor country bumpkin who can't even afford to go to university. How could you possibly have scraped together 500,000 yuan? Could it be that you've been running some kind of shady business and made dirty money? Yilan was so shocked by Duan Wenli's words that her breathing stopped. Xia Xia, don't do anything stupid for me. Seeing her mother's emotional state, Xia Xia quickly calmed her down. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't do anything like that. I borrowed the 500,000 yuan from a VIP I know. Yilan grabbed Xia Xia's hand and asked, what VIP? Where is he? Xia Xia's eyelashes trembled. How was she going to explain to her mother that she had married a man in order to raise the 500,000 yuan? Duan Wenli saw how Xia Xia was stammering and knew she had guessed correctly. Yilan, don't think your daughter is some kind of saint. Do you know how she begged her father to lend her 500,000 yuan? She was even willing to drink with the investor, Mr. Wang, to make him happy. Shut up. Shang Xia couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to push Duan Wenli. Duan Wenli stumbled and sat right down, nearly breaking her ass. Ah! Shang Xue screamed, Shang Xia, you dare to push my mother, I'll kill you. She lunged at Shang Xia with her fangs bared. Shang Xia was full of anger, so she lifted her leg without any hesitation and kicked Shang Xue in the body as she lunged at her. Although she was weak, she had done a lot of work and had built up a lot of strength, so she was no match for Shang Xue, a delicate girl who had been brought up in a greenhouse. Shang Xue was kicked hard in the lower abdomen by Shang Xia, and she fell to the ground like a dog, rolling over and over. Duan Wenli yelled, Xue. She got up from the ground and hurriedly ran to Shang Xue, helping her up. Xue, are you okay? Shang Xue lifted her dirty head, and Duan Wenli saw that her daughter's plastic surgery nose had collapsed halfway, and she almost fainted from shock. Shang Xue covered her nose in a panic and couldn't help crying out, Mom, my nose is collapsed. Duan Wenli quickly helped Shang Xue up and said, Don't be afraid, Mom will take you to the doctor right away. As she was taking Shang Xue away, Duan Wenli didn't forget to turn around and glare at Shang Xia. Shang Xia, you dared to disfigure my daughter, I'm not finished with you for this. Duan Wenli took Shang Xue away, who was still crying. The ward finally got a moment's respite. Mom! Xingxia just turned her head to check on her mother, but saw that her mother had already rolled her eyes white and fainted on the bed. Mom! Doctor, come quickly! Yilan had another heart attack due to the shock, which was life-threatening. The surgery could not wait until tomorrow, it had to be done today. Moreover, the risk was extremely high. Originally, there was an 80% chance that the surgery would go smoothly, but now it was less than 50%. Standing outside the operating room door, Xingxia couldn't help sobbing when she saw the red light on the door of the operating room. She cried so helplessly, so helplessly. It was as if the whole world had abandoned her, and she could find no one to rely on. Mom! You have to hang on. Don't abandon your daughter. If your daughter loses you, how will she go on living? Oh. She crouched down and held herself tightly with both hands. It was as if this was the only way she could give herself a little strength and support, so that she wouldn't collapse into despair. Mo Hanting had just arrived at the office when he received a message from Xiaocheng that she had gone to the hospital to visit her mother. He raised his eyebrows. This little girl is quite obedient. She obediently reported what she was told. Not bad. Marrying such a well-behaved and understanding young wife who also has a harmonious sex life is quite promising. I wonder how this little girl is doing now, and whether her mother's condition has stabilized a bit. Mo Hanting felt that as a newlywed husband, he had the responsibility and obligation to care about his wife's mother, his mother-in-law. He moved his long fingers and dialed the number for Xia Xia. The phone didn't ring for a long time. Although Mo Hanting felt surprised, he waited patiently. It was almost 2 minutes before the other party answered. Before Mo Hanting could ask why, a choked, trembling voice came from the other end. Hello. Something's wrong with her voice. Mo Hanting's face fell. Xia Xia, what's wrong? Hearing the man's obviously worried tone, Xia Xia's emotions, which had nowhere to go, instantly exploded, and she broke down in a mess. Mo Hanting, my mother has had a heart attack, she's having surgery right now. The doctor said the chances of a successful surgery are less than 50%. I'm so scared, I don't think my mother can hold on. Mo Hanting immediately said, don't be afraid. I'll come to you right away, we'll face this together, your mother will definitely survive the surgery. Xingxia nodded, crying, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 10, I'm sorry, I'm late. Mo Hanting pushed aside all his work and hurried to the hospital. Outside the operating room, the slender back of the young girl stood stubbornly, alone, fragile as if a gust of wind could blow her over. Mo Hanting strode forward, without hesitation, and put his arms around her. Holding her, he realized that she was cold all over, not a trace of warmth, so cold it made his heart tremble. He hugged her even tighter, trying to transfer his body heat into hers. Sorry, I'm late. Xiaoxia's body trembled a little. Feeling the reassuring warmth in the man's arms, her nervous heart suddenly found a place to rest. She couldn't help indulging herself, letting go of all her strength, quietly leaning into his embrace. Her little face was pressed against his chest, and her tears had long since flooded. Thank you, Mo Hanting, for coming to keep me company. Otherwise, she doesn't know how she would have been able to hold on. Every minute that passed without any news from her mother felt like death was choking her, suffocating her. Silly, I'm your husband, isn't it only natural that I should be here for you? Mo Hanting's long fingers gently brushed the corner of her eye. Don't cry, trust me, your mother will be fine. I've made all the arrangements for your mother, the most authoritative doctors will perform the surgery, they will do their best to save her. I won't allow any risks in the process. Midsummer felt reassured by the man's words. It was as if everything could be resolved as long as he was there. He was so good to her. She had nothing to repay him with, and she would definitely cooperate with him and play his wife well. 3 hours passed, and the operating room finally gave the green light. A group of authoritative doctors walked out. Midsummer rushed up to ask, Doctor, how is my mother? Was the surgery successful? The attending doctor gave a relieved smile. The operation was over and everything went well. Without any complications, your mother will be able to wake up after the anesthesia wears off. Shang Xia immediately burst into tears of joy. Thank you all. The attending doctor said, You're welcome, this is also thanks to you, Miss Shang, for always not giving up on your mother. Your mother can be cured, and most importantly, it is your sincere filial piety towards her. Shang Xia has been running around for her sick mother, and they doctors have seen it all. These days, it's hard to find such a sensible and filial girl who is willing to do anything for her mother. The attending doctor couldn't help but glance at the man behind Shang Xia. The man was well dressed in a suit, with an extraordinary bearing, and an air of arrogance and aloofness that could not be ignored. He instantly recognized who this important person was, Mo, President Mo. Mo Hanting nodded slightly. Well, thank you doctor for your help. The attending doctor was flattered. No, you're welcome. He glanced at Shang Xia and then at Mo Hanting again. He didn't know what relationship Ms. Shang had with President Mo, but it had attracted President Mo to personally intervene. However, this was not something that a small doctor like him could pry into. Yilan was wheeled out of the operating room and sent back to the ward. Mo Hanting had someone change her room to a VLP room, which was larger and more comfortable. The anesthesia had not worn off yet, and Yilan was still in a coma. Shengxia stayed by the bed, unwilling to leave. She was afraid that Mo Hanting would have an accident and wanted him to leave first, but Mo Hanting just glanced at her and didn't really leave. Since the other person didn't want to leave, Shengxia felt bad about driving him away. The two of them just stayed silently in the hospital room, neither making a sound. I don't know how long it was before Mo Hanting got up and walked out. Xingxia glanced back at the man's departing back, and he must have had something to do. She should be grateful that he was able to stay with her for so long. Yilan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly stirred. Cough, cough, cough. Xingxia's eyes lit up, and she quickly went over to her. Mom. Yilan weakly opened her eyes and saw Xingxia's tearful face, and tears instantly fell from her eyes. Xingxia, Xingxia, you're confused. How could you, for 500,000, betray yourself? I would rather die than watch you self-degrade. She is just a worthless life, she can die, but she can't ruin her daughter's happiness for the rest of her life just because she is incompetent. Even if her surgery is successful, so what? She will live with guilt for the rest of her life, and it would be better for her to be dead. Midsummer saw that her mother was agitated again. She had just had an operation, and she was most afraid of emotional instability. She hurriedly explained, Mom, I didn't betray myself, and I didn't ruin my life. I just met a good person, and he kindly helped me with 500,000 yuan. Yilan didn't want to believe that a good person would be willing to give 500,000 for no reason. I don't believe it, you must be lying to me. Xingxia had no choice but to say, it's me, it's my boyfriend. Getting married is such a sudden thing, I was afraid my mother wouldn't be able to accept it, so she had to lie and say she was dating a boyfriend first. Yilan frowned, boyfriend? When did you start dating a boyfriend? How come I've never heard you mention it? Xingxia, we just started dating not long ago, and you weren't feeling well, so there wasn't time to tell you. Yilan was suspicious. Don't lie to me. I'm not that gullible, unless you bring the person in front of me. Xingxia was embarrassed. This is really unfortunate. Mo Hanting just left, probably because he had something to do. Now her mother is asking her to bring Mo Hanting in front of her. How can she have the nerve to ask the man to come over again? Next time. Xingxia was about to say that she would bring the man over next time, when suddenly there was a noise at the door. She looked up and was surprised to see that it was the man who had just left. Mo Hanting walked in carrying a bag, and casually explained that he was afraid that she was hungry and had prepared something for her to eat. After a pause, he saw Yilan, who had already woken up in bed, staring at him with wide eyes. He stopped in his tracks. Xia Xia quickly got up, ran over to Mo Hanting, grabbed his strong arm with her small hands, and dragged him over to Yilan. Mom, this is the boyfriend I told you about. His name is Mo Hanting. After saying that, she gave Mo Hanting a wink, hinting for him to cooperate with her. Mo Hanting glanced at the little girl who was blinking furiously, and his mouth twitched slightly. Then he looked at Yilan and said, Hello, Mom, my name is Mo Hanting, Xingxia's male boyfriend. He emphasized the word boyfriend. It seemed that there was a hint of disobedience. Yilan's heart skipped a beat, and she wasn't sure if she had heard it wrong. She wondered where that hint of defiance had come from. She pondered that she and he were engaged by agreement, and they could divorce at any time. She didn't acknowledge their relationship in front of her mother, which should be to his liking. Anyway, it was good that he was willing to cooperate, and the rest didn't matter. Yilan looked at the tall, handsome, and imposing man in front of her, and her mouth was so shocked that she could have stuffed a big duck egg in it. This her daughter's boyfriend, how he looks like a movie star, it's almost blinding her eyes with his handsome appearance. It's fine that he looks handsome, he has a sturdy and fit body, even better than a male model. His dressing style also shows a very elegant temperament. She can't be having a hallucination, can she? Yilan couldn't help but reach out her hand, rubbed her eyes, and rubbed them again. The person is still here, they haven't run away. Chapter 11, It is only natural for a wife to control her husband. Yilan stammered, Are you really my daughter's boyfriend? Mo Hanting clasped Xia Xia's round shoulders with his large hands and said, Mom, do you think Xia Xia and I don't match? The two stood together, the man handsome and the woman beautiful. How could they not match? Yilan nodded excitedly, they match. They match perfectly. That's great. My daughter, because of my illness, has been working hard to earn money, and has had no time to find a boyfriend. Now she has found a boyfriend, and my surgery has been successful, everything is going well. Ah, I'm so happy. Yilan's worries were swept away, and she felt that today was the happiest day in the past 10 years. God has really favored her and Xia Xia, the mother and daughter, and she is so grateful. Yilan smiled, and her eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. Hanting, my daughter has suffered so much over the past 10 years because of me. In the future, please help me take care of her. Mo Hanting glanced at Xia Shang and saw that her eyes were also red. His Adam's apple slid a little, and he nodded solemnly, okay, I will. Yilan smiled again, then I can rest assured. It's getting late. Yilan had just undergone surgery and was too weak. She woke up, drank a little and fell asleep again. Shengxia had wanted to stay with her mother all night, but Mo Hanting insisted that she go home and rest. He arranged for a caregiver to take care of Yilan. Shengxia had taken care of Yilan all day and was exhausted. Where would she find the energy to continue? It was best to go home and rest well, and she could come back tomorrow. Shengxia did not dare to resist and obediently followed the man home. As soon as Mo Hantian got Shengxia into the car, she tilted her head and fell asleep in his arms. He glanced at her in the corner of his eye, adjusted his position slightly, put an arm around her waist, and made her sleep more comfortably. He then found a soft blanket to cover Shengxia with, being meticulous and careful to prevent her from catching a cold. Only then did he tell the driver to drive away. Drive slowly, don't wake her up. The driver nodded repeatedly, yes, young master. He glanced at the back seat out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but feel that ever since the young master had a wife, he had a manly aura about him. Sigh. Midsummer slept until the next morning. When she woke up in the morning, it was already past 9 o'clock, and the man next to her was gone. She stupidly sat up in bed, wearing a clean change of clothes. And her body was clean and fresh, without a trace of stickiness. Could it be that Mo Hantian carried her back last night and took the opportunity to give her a bath? Thinking about the image of herself being bathed by Mo Hantian while naked made her brain explode. Her whole body turned red, like a boiled shrimp. She had never been bathed by a man while naked before, and the thought of it made her feel ashamed. No, it couldn't have been him. It could be Wang Ma who helps me bathe. She thinks that Mo Hanting, a young master of noble status and untainted hands, would not stoop to bathing her. At this moment, the door was knocked on. Shengxia subconsciously asked, "Who is it?" Wang Ma's kind voice sounded. "Young mistress, it's me, Wang Ma. Young master called to ask if you had woken up for breakfast, so I came up to ask." Upon hearing this, Shengxia hurriedly said, "I'm awake. I'll go have breakfast as soon as I wash my face and rinse my mouth." "Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs," Wang Ma said and left. Shengxia lifted the quilt and got out of bed, walking to the bathroom to wash up. When she entered the bathroom, she suddenly noticed an extra row of women's products. There were face washes, shampoos, body washes, and so on, all neatly arranged in sets. They hadn't been opened, so they must have just been prepared. Midsummer wondered, did Mo Hantian prepare all this for her? He is really considerate. Midsummer went downstairs to have breakfast. While eating, she couldn't help but mention to Wang Ma, did you help me take a bath last night? Wang Ma was dumbfounded, what? Last night, the young master and young mistress came back very late, I was already asleep. Midsummer. In other words, Mo Hantian really helped her take a bath. Midsummer's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, not knowing what to say. Just then, her phone rang. When she picked it up and saw the caller ID was Dear Husband, she was so shocked that she almost dropped the phone. Dear Husband? When did this note appear on her phone? How come she didn't know about it? With a strange feeling, she pressed the answer button. A deep, magnetic voice came through the phone. You're awake? Midsummer's cheeks flushed again. So it was you. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow. If it wasn't me, then who else would it be? Shengxia blinked. There was an additional phone number for her husband in the phone book. I was wondering who was so bored as to add it, but I never expected Mo Hanting to speak so slowly. This is not boredom, this is a declaration of sovereignty, proof that Mrs. Mo already has a master. Shengxia bit her lip and thought, it's just a marriage of convenience, no need to take it so seriously. But she only thought that. She could cooperate with whatever the man wanted to do, after all, he was now her and her mother's great benefactor. How was your rest? Not so tired anymore, right? No, I'm full of energy today, thanks for asking, honey. Hearing this sweet, soft-spoken voice, Mo Hanting felt that this phone call was really worthwhile. Mo Hanting's mouth curled up into a smile, and his long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. I'm not home, so remember to take care of yourself. If there's anything, ask Wang Ma, she'll take care of it. If you really want to go out and see your mother, there's a driver at home, just let him take you, you don't need to take a taxi specially. Shengxia blinked, honey, aren't you being a bit too controlling? She thought that after they got married by mutual consent, they wouldn't interfere with each other. Ha! The man's tone dangerously rose. Don't want me to control you? Shengxia quickly denied, no no. You should control me. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows, you're my wife, it's only natural for a husband to control you. After a pause, he hinted slightly, naturally, it is also natural for a wife to control her husband. Midsummer. She doesn't quite understand. How could she have the guts to control him? Mo Hanting saw that the girl was also silent and had no idea what she was thinking. His slender fingers couldn't help pressing his brows together, slightly headache. I have to have a meeting later, so I'll hang up for now. If you need anything, call me. I always carry my phone with me. Midsummer quickly said, okay, you work hard. Don't worry about me, I can handle it myself. She hung up immediately after saying this, afraid of disturbing him. Mo Hanting. He looked at the phone, which had already gone black, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He hung up so quickly, without even saying goodbye. Chapter 12, A Proud Mother, A Proud Daughter. After breakfast, Xia Chang packed some delicious breakfast and went to the hospital to give it to her mother. Yesterday, because of Duan Wenli and her daughter, her mother had to have an early surgery, and she didn't even get to eat the lunch that Wang Ma had prepared so carefully. She must make sure that her mother eats today. This time, Xia Chang didn't take a taxi by herself, but instead, she told Wang Ma to send a driver to pick her up. The driver was a middle-aged man who was very talkative and kept chatting with Xia Shengri about gossip on the way. Young lady, the young master really spoils you. Last night when young lady fell asleep, the young master acted as a human cushion, covered young lady with a quilt, and told him to drive slowly. Xia Shengri's eyes widened, seriously doubting whether the person the driver was talking about was Mo Hanting himself. Or maybe it was just the driver's exaggeration. The driver glanced at Xingxia and guessed what she was thinking. Young mistress, don't say you don't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the young master could be so tender and affectionate. He can be so cold and aloof in front of other people, usually a person who never smiles. The people underneath us don't dare to provoke him. Xingxia curled her fingers up a little, and a strange feeling couldn't be suppressed in her heart. Was he really so special to her? What was the basis for it? Could it be that he wanted her to cooperate more with him in playing the loving couple? Oh, she understood. Mo Hanting was good to her, and everyone around him could see it, so naturally they believed they were a real couple. No one doubted it, and his family would not suspect that they were just pretending to be a couple. Well, that must be it. She was really clever. The driver took Xia Shang to the hospital's entrance, and Xia Shang exchanged phone numbers with him. If she got out, she would call him to come pick her up. When they arrived at the VIP ward, they saw that Yilan's mental state had improved a lot. She was amused by the female nurse who was accompanying her, and was beaming with joy. Xia Shang was in a good mood as well, and said with a smile, Mom? Yilan's eyes lit up with joy. Xia, you're here. The female nurse stood up and thoughtfully said, your daughter is here, so I won't disturb you too. The female nurse laughed. Yilan hurriedly beckoned Xingxia to come over to her. This female nurse is quite good, she knows how to take care of people. But she's quite expensive, isn't she? If it's too expensive, then forget it, I can take care of myself. Only rich people can afford to hire these nurses, the poor like us shouldn't even think about it. In the heat of the summer, Xia Shang patted the back of her mother's hand and explained softly, Mom, don't worry, these are all arrangements that Hanting has made for you. It's his true heart for you, so don't let him down. This female caregiver was arranged by him, and this hospital room was also arranged by him? Yes, it was all arranged by him. Yilan gasped in shock. Xia Shang, your boyfriend, just who is this important person? So rich? He. Xia scratched his head, oh, I don't know how to put it, but he is very rich. Yilan stared at Xia with her eyes wide. How did you two meet? Did you meet through official channels? How else would her daughter come into contact with such a rich man for no reason? She was afraid that her daughter was too simple and could easily be cheated by men. Xia's eyes flashed. Mom, what are you thinking? How could I not meet him through official channels? We fell in love at first sight. We met once and we knew we were meant for each other. Yilan let out a sigh of relief. Love at first sight, huh? That's good, but don't rush things. If he really is a good guy, then take hold of him. That young man is so tall and handsome, and he's also so rich, so he must have many suitors. We can't let him slip away, we have to hold on to him, understand? Shang Xia blushed. Yes, I know. Yi Lan sighed. Alas, it's just that I worry about you, and I fear you will follow in my footsteps and not be able to tell a good person from a bad one. When she thought about the past, Yi Lan felt a heavy feeling in her heart. She and Shang Tao had started their relationship on campus, and they got married right after graduating from university. Shang Tao's family was just average, not even very wealthy. When they got married, she didn't want any money from Shang Tao as a dowry, and she even brought along 200,000 yuan in dowry money to marry him, despite being poor. Shang Tao was ambitious and used her 200,000 yuan dowry to start a business with him. They weathered countless hardships, survived every low point, and got back up again, and finally achieved some success in their careers. Who knew that after his career success, he would betray the 20 years of love they had shared from campus to marriage? He brought his mistress into the house and forced her out, saying that he had never loved her and that he had only stayed with her because she was obedient and easy to control. Ha. It turns out that all the years of companionship and support, the love and care that she gave him were, in his eyes, nothing but a complete joke. He didn't care at all, and he even laughed at her. She was devastated, and she spent every day in tears, even suffering from depression. Later, she left with Shang Tao, and the two of them became mother and daughter, relying on each other for support. But God likes to play tricks on people, and not long after her divorce, she was diagnosed with a heart condition. At first, she didn't care, and she didn't go to the hospital or take her medicine. Later, it got worse and worse, but it's okay, she got through it all. Next, she will live a good life with her daughter, and live it to the fullest. She will make Shang Tao's family regret it. She will make them pay the price. Yi Lan looked at Shang Xia with a face full of worry. My dear daughter, when I get out of the hospital, I'll find a good job and earn money to send you to a good university. If I hadn't dragged you down, you would already be a prospective university student. My daughter is very hardworking and motivated. She got very good grades in the college entrance exam and was even the top scorer in the province. She should have been able to go to a top university. But it costs tens of thousands of yuan to go to university for 1 year, and she was seriously ill and needed a lot of medical expenses. Midsummer had to give up going to university and instead work to earn money. Now that she is gradually recovering, she must take responsibility for her daughter's future. Her daughter has the talent to study, she must let her study. Only by studying hard can she have a promising future. Shing has a headache. Mom, don't worry so much. You just had surgery and your body hasn't recovered yet, so how can you think so far ahead? It doesn't matter if you go to college or not, what's important is that you're healthy and can be around for me. Yi Lan sighed. Mom is just looking out for your best interests. You said it yourself, your boyfriend is very rich. If you don't go to college and get a good degree, what if your boyfriend's family looks down on you? You still have to work hard to improve yourself. Only by making yourself better can you make people look at you with admiration and not dare to look down on you lightly, understand? Yi Lan is a person who has been through it all and has a wealth of experience, so naturally she understands the so-called ways of the world. Midsummer smiled and said, I know. I will work hard to become better and won't let you down. Yi Lan patted Midsummer's small hand in relief. A mother is proud when her daughter does well. Chapter 13, Meeting a Bad Person. Shengxia fed Yi Lan dinner and stayed with her for a long time before leaving. She called the driver, who was also waiting for her at the hospital entrance. When Shengxia got into the car, she didn't forget the task that Mo Hanting had assigned her. Uncle, when we get to the mall later, stop for a while, I'll go buy some clothes. The driver simply agreed, okay. When they arrived at the mall, the driver let Shengxia out. Shengxia glanced at the large shopping mall. This was a famous shopping mall in the capital city, where things were outrageously expensive and only some famous women and wealthy women could afford to shop here. She usually didn't even dare to take a second look, and would always walk around the block when passing by. If it weren't to save face for Mo Hanting, she would never have come to a place like this to spend money. And she couldn't afford to spend money here. Now that she was holding 50 million yuan, she should be able to walk around inside. Shengxia took a deep breath and walked in with her back straight. She was now Mrs. Mo, albeit a Mrs. Mo who was acting, but she had to have an air of authority. Walking through the mall doors, she was greeted by a comfortable breeze. The two greeters at the door bowed respectfully to her. Welcome. You'll be given full respect. Midsummer had seen a bit of respect before, so she wasn't going to be intimidated and unable to walk. She walked in with a smile on her face. A waiter came up to her, greeted her with a smile, and asked what she needed help with. Shengxiao was straightforward. I want to buy clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, and so on. After a pause, she reluctantly said, it has to be expensive. Well, it has to be expensive. I can't let Mo Hanting be embarrassed. The waiter saw that he had a big customer and instantly beamed. This way please, miss, I'll arrange it for you right away. Meanwhile, Duan Wenli and Shang Shui also appeared in the mall. Shang Shui had a bad mood after breaking her nose yesterday. Duan Wenli wanted to cheer her daughter up, so she took her shopping. Shang Shui was wearing a mask that covered the bottom half of her face, concealing her bandaged nose, and she had only come out with her mother. She hated the thought of Shang Xia ruining her nose. Shang Xia, don't let her see you again, or she'll definitely get you back. Just as she gritted her teeth, a familiar figure drifted past her. Shang Shui's eyes widened, and when she saw that figure, she almost thought she was hallucinating. Otherwise, with her poor appearance, how could Shang Shui afford to step into this big shopping mall? Even when she came here with her mother, they only dared to buy the cheap stuff. Shang Shui, with her penniless appearance, would never be able to step into this place, let alone buy anything here. But this was not her hallucination, that was indeed Shang Shui's figure. She would never admit to being mistaken. Duan Wenli also saw Shang Xia. Duan Wenli's face immediately turned cold, and she immediately walked over with Shang Shui. What's wrong with your service in this mall? How dare you let even a dog in? The salesperson was about to take Shang Xia to look at clothes when she was suddenly stopped by two women. The salesperson looked puzzled. What dog? Is there a dog here? Duan Wenli pointed at Xingxiao with her hand, and she is not? A poor person with no money can't afford the things in this mall at all. By letting her in, aren't you insulting the people who can afford to spend here? The waitress was stunned and looked at Xingxia in confusion. This little girl just entered the door and asked for the expensive things. She seems to be very generous. Is she really unable to afford it, as this lady said? Xingxia really didn't expect that her luck would be so bad and she would run into Duan Wenli and her daughter again. It seems that next time I go shopping, I need to check the almanac in advance. Otherwise, I'll run into the wrong people, and that's bad luck. Shang Xia looked at the waitresses and said, don't mind them, they're sick in the head. Shang Shui flew into a rage and said to Shang Xia, who's sick, you tell me. You're the one who's sick, you disgusting poor person. If you know what's good for you, get out of here, and stop embarrassing yourself. Don't you know your place? Do you even deserve to be here? Duan Wenli said coldly, waiter, get rid of her, she can't afford the food here. Instead of wasting time on her, just get rid of her. The waiter was torn, this. Shang Shui raised her chin and questioned haughtily, don't you trust us? We know her, she's my family's maid, a lowly position, she's used to serving people. A maid who serves people, her mother is sick in the hospital, costing tens of thousands of dollars a day, how much money could she have? Maybe she's here to steal things. Things are expensive here, so she steals and sells them to get money to pay for her mother's medical treatment. She's stolen from my family more than once anyway. She took a necklace worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and sold it, but she still denies it. Duan Wenli nodded, looked at Shang Shui approvingly, as if praising her wit, and said, my daughter is right. Anyway, in front of outsiders, they just need to do their best to slander Shang Xia. Outsiders don't know the truth, so who cares if you're right or wrong? It turns out that this little girl is just a servant. Especially since the other party may also be a thief, coming in to steal things. The waiter's attitude towards Shang Xia instantly changed. This young lady, if you are not here to spend money, please leave. In case something is lost in the mall, she is just a little waitress, and she cannot afford the responsibility. Sheng Xia remained calm, even when she was being slandered, and was able to respond calmly. I came here to shop, and I have money. As for them, please take their words as bullshit. Because none of what they say is true. The waitress was confused. Who was telling the truth? She couldn't figure it out. Seeing that the waitress was about to be brainwashed by Sheng Xia immediately said, you can tell who is telling the truth by looking at how she is dressed compared to how we are dressed. Xing Xue was wearing a casual white t-shirt and black skirt today, looking youthful and fresh. The style was simple, the cut was exquisite, and the fabric was fine, but you couldn't tell what brand it was. Xing Xue and Duan Wenli were wearing much more high-profile clothes, both of them wearing designer brands bought in this mall. The waitress could tell at a glance. Compared to Xingxue, she was more willing to believe the regular customers here. The waiter once again said to Midsummer, "Miss, please leave." Shang Shui was becoming more and more domineering. "Midsummer, did you hear that? Hurry up and leave. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, I'll have security come and get you out." Midsummer didn't want to leave, especially not in front of Shang Shui and Duan Wenli. She slowly took out a black card from her pocket. This card had 50 million yuan in it. Would that be enough to spend here? Chapter 14, Xingxia is a thief, call the police and arrest her. Seeing Xingxia pull out a black card, Shang Shui froze for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. What a joke, how could there be 50 million on this card? Xingxia, you're amazing, there's no limit to the lies you tell. Xingxia ignored Shang Shui's mockery and continued to look at the waiter. "You can check the limit." The waiter took the black card in Xingxia's hand with some doubt and used the card reader to check the limit. 50 million. It was actually a full 50 million. The waiter's eyes lit up again, and looking at Xingxia's eyes, it was like seeing a big, delicious drumstick. She quickly handed Xingxia the black card with both hands, bowing and bending over, with an attitude of utmost respect. "Dear customer, you are fully qualified to spend in our mall." Xingxia calmly accepted the black card, saying thank you, and asked to take her to pick out some clothes. "Arrange it right away." The waiter clapped his hands, and several waitresses surrounded Xingxia, offering their warmest greetings. Shang Shui and Duan Wenli were dumbfounded when they saw this. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Xingxia really has 50 million on that black card? My goodness! 50 million is no small sum. Where did she get 50 million from? Shang Shui was furious. "Mom, this card definitely isn't Xiaoqing's. If Xiaoqing had 50 million, why would she come back to beg Dad for 500,000? She must have stolen it from someone else. We have to call the police and let them arrest this thief." Duan Wenli narrowed her eyes. Yes, her daughter was right. This card definitely isn't Xiaoqing's. She doesn't deserve it. She must have stolen it or found it and tried to keep it for herself. She definitely won't let Xiaoqing, that little bitch, have her way. Seeing Xiaoqing about to leave surrounded by a group of waiters, Duan Wenli strode forward and said, "Wait. Xiaoqing, you stop right there." She pushed away the waiters blocking her way and grabbed Xiaoqing's hand. "Xiaoqing, you must know how this card came to be in your possession. You can't possibly have this much money. The only possibility is that you stole it from someone else. Now, I'll call the police right away and let them come and see for themselves, and then we'll find out who the real owner of this card is." Xingxia couldn't help but frown as she looked at the wrist that Duan Wenli was holding. She struggled to get free and said, "I stole this card. What evidence do you have?" "Without evidence, it's slander, and I have the right to sue you." Duan Wenli sneered, "Evidence? When the police arrive, you'll know what evidence is. Stealing other people's things and still being so righteous, Xingxia, you really are just like your mother, getting more and more shameless." Shangxia's face fell. Duan Wenli said she could, but she was not worthy to mention her mother. Her mother was her bottom line, her last line of defense, and no one could easily slander her. "Shut up. Don't you dare talk about my mother like that. The real shameless person is you. You shamelessly became the other woman, interfering in my parents' marriage, forcing my mother to leave with nothing, and everyone is shameless enough for you?" Duan Wenli's eyes widened. "You." She really didn't expect Shangxia to announce her dirty secret in public in broad daylight. She was absolutely infuriating. It was as if she had been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. "Bitch, I'm not the other woman, your mother is." Shang Shui ran angrily over to Duan Wenli, raised her phone and said, "Mom, I've already called the police. They said they'll be here soon." "Shangxia, you won't get away with this." Shangxia rolled her eyes and sneered. "Fine, call the police. She has a clear conscience anyway. If they want to humiliate themselves, there's nothing she can do." The police arrived soon. Shang Shui and Duan Wenli quickly explained the situation to the police. They said that Shangxia had stolen a 50 million yuan bank card and asked the police to take her card back and find the real owner. The police glanced at Shangxia and said, "Miss, could you please come with us to the police station?" Shangxia calmly asked, "Officer, it's fine if I go to the police station with you, but if it's proven that I didn't steal this card, can I sue them for defamation of character and mental distress?" The officer nodded, "Yes. Shang Xia nodded, I'll go with you. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui both sneered when they saw that Shang Xia was still so calm. She was about to die, but why was she still pretending? When they get to the police station, everything will be sorted out, and when the truth comes out, let's see how calm Xia Sheng is. She might start crying right away and kneel down to beg for mercy. They can't wait to see Xia Sheng in tears. Ding Sheng Group. Song Tao rushed into the office. President, the police station just called. The president's wife is at the police station. Is working. Mo Hanting's brows rose, and a sharp flash of light went through his eyes. What's going on? It's. Song Tao was about to explain the reason when Mo Hanting's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the note said kissing wife. Mo Hanting's stern eyebrows instantly softened. He raised his hand to stop Song Tao from continuing. Then he answered the phone with a swipe of his fingertip. Hello. Shuxia's soft, slightly apologetic voice came over. Husband Mo, I'm sorry, I've run into a bit of trouble here. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow, shifted from one leg to the other, and was patient. What trouble? Xingxia was sitting on a chair in the police station, twisting her hips. I was going to the mall to use your card to make a purchase, but then two unscrupulous people accused me of stealing the card you gave me. Now I'm in the police station. Can you prove my innocence and get me out? Mo Hanting smiled and said, Of course I can. It is my responsibility as a husband to clear my wife's name. Which police station are you at? I'll come and get you out right away. Shang Xia blushed and reported the address of the police station. Mo Hanting hung up the phone, then raised his eyelids, his cold gaze falling on Song Tao. Did you hear Mrs. Mo's request clearly? Hurry up and get it done. Song Tao hurriedly nodded, right away. I guarantee that the CEO's wife will leave the police station in one piece and in style. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui have been waiting in the police station for almost half an hour. Shang Xia is still sitting there unharmed, not having been questioned. They are getting restless. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui stand up together and ask a policeman, Have you found the owner of the card Shang Xia stole? Before the policeman can answer, there is suddenly a commotion at the entrance to the police station. All the policemen stand up and get ready for action. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui looked over in confusion and saw the police station's director, Huan, a stocky man with unfastened buttons on his shirt and slippers on his feet, rushing into the police station. It looked as if he had encountered something extraordinary. The deputy director also became nervous. Director Huang, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Director Huang didn't care what anyone else thought and asked directly, Who is Miss Xingxia? Chapter 15, Vent Her Anger. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui exchanged glances. As soon as Director Huang arrived, he was looking for Shangxi. Could it be that the card Shangxi stole was really the card of a big shot, so it alerted Director Huang? Good. This time Shangxi is really going to die. Shang Shui walked up to Director Huang, triumphantly pointing her finger at Shangxi. Director Huang, she is Shangxi. She is the one who stole someone else's 50 million card and tried to keep it for herself. Then my mother and I found out, so we called the police. Upon hearing this, Director Huang rolled his eyes at Shang Shui. What kind of crazy person is this, barking and yapping like that? Doesn't she know that she has provoked a terrible big shot? What a moron. Director Huang ignored Shang Shui and walked straight towards Xia Xia. He gave Xia Xia a friendly and amiable smile, and apologized, Miss Xia Xia, it was my subordinate who was blind and indiscriminately arrested you. I will send you out immediately. Xia Xia blinked. Ah. Is this the helper Mo Hanting found for her? Director Huang. The boss of the police station, so impressive. Director Huang, what are you talking about? Shang Shui was shocked. She took a step forward. She had stolen someone else's 50 million yuan card, and you haven't even investigated, how can you let her go so easily? Director Huang looked at Shang Shui and said, You are the one who slandered Miss Shangxi, aren't you? Someone, lock her up and deal with her for slander. Shang Shui. Duan Wenli saw that the situation was not good and quickly came over to persuade. Director Huang, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't slander Shang Xia, it was Shang Xia who stole someone else's card. Director Huang, here comes another one slandering Miss Shang Xia, arrest her too and deal with her for slander. Arrest these two and interrogate them properly. At the order of Director Huang, several policemen immediately went out and arrested both Duan Wenli and Shang Shui. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui were dumbfounded. They had only called the police to arrest Shang Xia, but in the end it was them who were arrested. What had gone wrong? At the wave of Director Huang's hand, Duan Wenli and Shang Shui were both taken away. Director Huang, this is so unfair. We didn't do anything. No matter how they protested, it was useless. Shang Xia was in a good mood when she saw Duan Wenli and Shang Shui being arrested. She felt a sense of satisfaction at having her revenge. She gave Director Huang a grateful smile and said, "Director Huang, thank you for clearing my name." Director Huang dared not accept this favor and quickly said, "Oh, Miss Xingxia, this is what I should do. Where is there any need to thank me? Please go back." This sentence, "you," gave plenty of respect. The people at the police station were curious about the young girl in front of them, and what exactly was her background that Director Huang valued her so highly. It seemed that she was another big shot that they could not provoke. When Xia Shang walked out of the police station in the middle of summer, she immediately saw a black Rolls-Royce parked in front of the station. That belonged to Mo Hanting. She couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth, and she quickened her pace as she jogged over. She opened the back door and, sure enough, saw the familiar, proud and aloof figure in black. Mo Hanting glanced over, his eyebrows soft, and he hooked his slender fingers at Xia Shang, inviting her to get in. Midsummer immediately got in, even a little impatiently. She sat next to the man and tried to sit properly, but the thought that the man had just helped her solve a big problem made her very excited inside and she wanted to thank him. "Husband, thank you so much. You let me get some serious revenge today." When she saw Duan Wenli and Shang Shui being imprisoned, her mood almost soared. For so many years, she and her mother had been suppressed by Duan Wenli and her daughter, and they didn't know how suffocating it had been. Now, finally, they had a chance to let their hair down. They couldn't help but be happy. Mo Hanting could feel Shang Xia's joy and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Just to thank you?" Shang Xia asked with eyes curved up. "So, what else do you want?" She felt that since Mo Hanting had helped her so much, she had to agree to whatever request he made. Mo Hanting immediately pointed his long fingers at his lips. The hint was extremely obvious. Shang Xia's eyes widened. What? Is he trying to ask her to kiss him? On the lips? Shang Xia's cheeks quickly turned red. All along, it had been Mo Hanting who had taken the initiative with her, taking the initiative to kiss, taking the initiative. And now asking her to take the initiative to kiss him, she felt so embarrassed. But then she thought, it wasn't like she hadn't kissed before, so what did it matter who took the initiative? It was just a kiss, she could handle it. With that in mind, Xia Shang slowly leaned towards the man's handsome face. Even though she had already mustered up her courage, when it came down to it, she felt almost feverish, her heart beating like a fawn. Her soft lips touched his. They were pliable, with a cool sheen. He lowered his gaze and watched the young girl cautiously come closer, her lips gently brushing against his, a touch like a dragonfly's. Yet it sent ripples through his heart, and he couldn't help but feel restless. Her cleanliness, her innocence, her sweet breath, all wrapped around him tightly, making him unable to help but fall for her. In the heat of summer, she wanted to pull away immediately after kissing a man on the lips. The next second, her head was held by the man's large hand. A suffocating kiss came at her, overwhelming her. Midsummer was held by the man's head, and her waist was locked by his hands, her delicate body pressed tightly against him. She could even feel the subtle changes in the man's body. MMM. A soft sound of resistance escaped from her lips. The man's ears tingled as he listened, and without any pause, he asked for more. He swept all the sweetness in her mouth into his stomach, not leaving a trace. Song Tao, who was driving, witnessed the scene unfolding behind him, let out a cry, and quickly raised the lift. Damn it! This dog food is too sudden. He should be under the car, not in the car. Midsummer glanced and saw that the lift was raised. Presumably, the assistant driving the car also saw it, and her toes shrunk with shame. She wanted to resist, but she was already powerless to do so. Before long, Xingxia was so confused by the man's kisses that she became limp and lay in his arms, limp as a ragdoll. Mo Hanting's Adam's apple rolled as he let her go, unsatisfied. His long fingers gently stroked her flushed cheeks. He was in a good mood. "Mrs. Mo, you did well this time, let's continue next time." Xingxia buried her blushing face directly in the man's arms. He really has no sense of propriety. There were clearly other people in the car, and he just ignored them. It's really embarrassing. Chapter 16. You're not worthy of being my father. Sheng Tao was still at the company when he received a call from the police station, saying that his wife and daughter were at the police station and asking him to come and bail them out. Sheng Tao was puzzled, wondering what kind of trouble Duan Wenli and her daughter had gotten into this time, and how they had ended up in the police station. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurried to the police station without stopping. When he arrived at the police station, Duan Wenli and Shang Shui immediately accused him, saying that it was Shang Xia who had caused the trouble. We only suspected that she had stolen someone else's 50 million yuan bank card and reported it to the police to have them investigate, but she actually let the police arrest us and lock us up here. Dad, hurry up and get us out of here, and then we'll settle scores with that little bitch. Sheng Tao's face was gloomy. He really didn't expect that Shang Xia would do such a treacherous thing. She simply didn't take him, her father, seriously. Sheng Tao quickly took out his phone and called Shang Xia. He would definitely scold her properly and make her obediently release Duan Wenli and her daughter. Sheng Xia returned to his private garden with Mo Hanting. As soon as they entered the door, they were shocked by the dazzling array of clothes, shoes, and bags in the living room. Standing in place, she almost thought she had gone to the wrong place, otherwise why would she see so many things that should have appeared in a big shopping mall? Wang Ma came out happily. Master, young madam, you are back. Seeing Wang Ma appear, Sheng Xia realized that she really had come to the right door. However, she was still shocked. This. Wang Ma glanced at Mo Hanting and immediately smiled, saying, the young master hired more than 10 internationally renowned designers overnight to specially tailor clothes, shoes, and bags for you, young lady. Today, the first batch of goods arrived, and I am checking them. If there are no problems after inspection, I will have the servants pack them up and take them to the bedroom to put them away. Sheng Xia looked at the man beside her in shock. This is all for me, prepared by you? Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow and said, Do you like it? Sheng Xia was stunned by this sudden surprise. Her head was spinning, and she nodded subconsciously. Yes, she liked it very much. But didn't you already buy these with the 50 million yuan bank card you gave me? Why did you? Mo Hanting said with a sense of entitlement, I gave you 50 million yuan so that you could buy what you like. I prepared it for you, and you may not like it. Sheng Xia was simply flattered. No, I'm not picky about clothes. I'll like whatever you get me. Mo Hanting arched his lips. That's good. I'll prepare your clothes from now on. Of course, you can go shopping yourself if you want. You have the money, so you can spend it however you like. Women like to go shopping and buy things. His mother is like this. She goes shopping when she's in a good mood, and when she's not, she still goes. In short, she can't stay away from shopping. In the middle of summer, she waved her hand. No, since you have already prepared clothes, shoes, and bags for me, then I will return the 50 million to you. She felt that the 50 million card in her hands was too precious, and she felt uneasy holding it. After all, she and he were only married by agreement, and she had asked him for so many things, so she couldn't ask for both. After saying that, she was about to take out the 50 million bank card and return it to Mo Hantian. Mo Hantian sensed her intention and his eyebrows lowered coldly. Sheng Xia. You don't want to use my money because you don't like it? Sheng Xia paused, her eyes wide, and explained, No, it's not that. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to use it, so. Mo Hanting poked her in the forehead with his long, slender finger, and slightly gritted his teeth. How could she not be able to use it? Even if you can't use it, you still have to take it seriously. If you go out and can't even buy a decent thing, people will think I'm abusing my wife. You want me to be accused of abusing my wife? Sheng Xia, no, that's not it. Mo Hanting, if it's not, just take it. Use it as a charm. Sheng Xia scratches her head. What Mo Hanting said is true. As Mo's wife, it's not good for her to not have any spare change in her hands. She had agreed to play his wife, and she would definitely come into contact with the people in his circle in the future. The people in his circle were either rich or noble, and they spent money like water. If she came into contact with them without any money on her, they would definitely suspect her, and they might even think that Mo Hanting was abusing his wife after marriage by not giving her money to spend. No, she couldn't let Mo Hanting lose face and tarnish his good image. Otherwise, how could he truly marry his beloved wife in the future? Midsummer nodded, and slipped the bank card back into her pocket. Fine, I'll take the 50 million. Mo Hanting's face looked a little better. Wang Ma listened silently on the side, thinking to herself, the young master clearly wants to give his wife money to spend, so why doesn't he just say so? Why all the twists and turns? It's confusing even for an old woman like her. I wonder if the young mistress will understand the young master's good intentions. In the bedroom, there was a new wardrobe installed, specifically for her clothes and personal belongings. Mo Hanting had prepared it for her. He was treating her too well, wasn't he? It was so good that it felt unreal, like she was in the clouds, and it would all come crashing down at any moment. She wasn't even his beloved woman, and he was treating her so well. If he met someone he really liked in the future, wouldn't he treat that woman even better? Because she knew that the gap between her and Mo Hanting's status was too wide, and she was destined never to fit into his world. She should not have any extravagant expectations for things that did not belong to her. For now. It felt pretty good, and she would cherish this hard-won fake marriage. As Midsummer was just entering her exclusive wardrobe to check it out, her phone rang. She was in a good mood, and her eyes were on the rows of nice-looking clothes, so she didn't look closely to see who was calling. After connecting, she asked, "Hello? Sheng Xia. Get your ass over to the police station and bring your stepmother and stepsister out." Shoshia's happy face instantly paled. "Why would you let me take them out without asking what they did to me before? I wish they were dead in there. If Duan Wenli and her daughter hadn't been gunning for her and her mother, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Sheng Tao gritted his teeth in anger. "Xingxia, I'm your father, and when I tell you to come, you come. Don't test my patience." Sheng Tao's eyes turned red, his emotions unable to be suppressed. "I wish you weren't my father. I don't want anything to do with a heartless person like you. What kind of father abandons his wife and daughter and never cares about them again? What kind of father wouldn't lend his daughter $500,000 to save her life? What kind of father would sell his daughter to a bald old man? You've never done anything as a father should to your daughter, so what makes you think you can be my father? You don't deserve it." Chapter 17, She Has Fallen. In the heat of summer, as if to let out the pent-up anger that had been building up in her chest for so many years, Sheng Xia screamed like crazy. Every word was like a dagger piercing her heart. The pain buried deep in her heart was ripped open by her own hands, exposed in a bloody mess. How could she not hate after all these years of accumulated hurt, so ruthless and heartless? Shang Tao was stunned by Sheng Xia's line-by-line interrogation and couldn't respond for a long time. On second thought, he had indeed done many things that he felt guilty about towards them. But people are selfish, and he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He just felt that he had squeezed the last bit of value out of Yilan, and since she was useless, he kicked her away. 20-something relationships and whatnot are far less important than immediate interests. He is with Duan Wenli, and it is Duan Wenli's family that can help him take his company to the next level. What's wrong with wanting to become good and make himself a person of the highest caliber? What's wrong is Yilan, who insists on dwelling on this 20-year relationship and being so difficult with him. If she hadn't been so persistent, he wouldn't have forced her to leave with nothing. Sheng Tao, didn't you just want me to give you 500,000 yuan? Come here, let the police release your stepmother and stepsister, and I'll give you 500,000 yuan. Sheng Tao has just asked the police, and they must obtain Xingxia's personal permission before they can release Duan Wenli and Shang Shui. He can't even come up with the money to bail them out. He doesn't know why this little brat Xingxia has suddenly become so capable, and has even made these police officers do whatever she says. It's really strange. After all, this whole thing started with Duan Wenli and Shang Shui's fault. If they hadn't insisted on calling the police and blowing the whole thing up, they wouldn't have been countered by Xingxia and trampled underfoot. In the end, it was Duan Wenli and Shang Shui who underestimated the enemy. Give her 500,000? Previously, when his mother needed 500,000 for surgery, she went to him and begged for a loan, but he refused, and even told her to go drink with that old bald guy, President Wang. If she had just accompanied him for a drink, it would have been fine, but the next day he went back on his word and refused to pay. Now, in order to get her to step in and save Duan Wenli and Shang Shui, he has suddenly agreed to give her 500,000 yuan? Ha! Sheng Xia found this really funny. She had already given up on Shang Tao, but this time, it was like adding insult to injury. Her face gradually grew cold. 500,000 yuan was nowhere near enough. Shang Tao angrily asked, "What do you mean? I've already given you 500,000 yuan, what more do you want? 500,000 is enough to pay for your mother's surgery." "It's not enough, it's far from enough. When my mother was with you, she used her dowry to help you start your business and suffered with you, enduring more than 10 years of hardship. After more than 10 years, when your business became successful, you immediately kicked my mother out, and she got nothing, not a penny. I remember that when my mother divorced you, she went to a lawyer to sort out the assets. My mother was supposed to get 3 million in divorce assets, but you framed my mother for cheating, which damaged her reputation, so she didn't get a penny. Now it's time for you to give everything back to my mother. In fact, it's not just 3 million. Sheng Tao secretly transferred most of the assets. Some fixed assets couldn't be transferred, so they were only classified as joint marital property to be divided. You. Sheng Tao couldn't believe it. You want to ask for 3 million? No, I want 5 million. Because what my mother got is far more than 5 million. You wish. I will never give you 5 million. Then don't even think about Duan Wenli and Sheng Shui coming out. Sheng Tao gritted his teeth, took on a threatening tone, and said to Shang Xia, "Go against me, and you won't have a good ending. I believe that people who do evil will not have a good end. We'll see." After speaking coldly, Shang Xia hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she felt as if she had lost all her strength, and her legs were so weak that she sat on the floor. This was the first time she had acted so strongly and fearlessly in front of Sheng Tao. She was not without stress, but she did not regret her decision. If she and Sheng Tao could not be father and daughter in this life, then they would be enemies. Therefore, she had no need to show mercy to her enemy. Mo Hanting couldn't find Shang Xia, so he pushed open the door to the cloakroom and found Shang Xia sitting on the floor with a dazed expression. He walked up to her in big strides, crouched down and hugged her, only to discover that her body was once again extremely cold. His brows knitted together, and he couldn't help but worry, "What's wrong?" Shang Xia raised her eyes and saw the worry that couldn't be suppressed in the man's eyes. A warm current ran through her heart, warming her. She slowly relaxed, letting herself fall into his arms and soaking up the warmth. She closed her eyes again and enjoyed the peace and comfort of the moment. "It's nothing. Let me lean on you for a while. Just lean on me for a while." Mo Hanting pursed his lips and didn't say anything, just hugging her even tighter. The girl in his arms, her slender back, her emaciated body, her fragile appearance but strong heart, was heart-wrenchingly adorable. That night, after a summer shower, she went to bed. She tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep, thinking, when will Mo Hanting go back to his room to sleep? If he goes back to his room to sleep, will he think about the passionate contact they had the past 2 nights? Last night she was too sleepy and the man didn't want her, so tonight. Thinking about what might happen in a moment, Shishia's body couldn't help but feel a flush. What's going on? Shengxia, you're actually looking forward to that kind of thing with Mo Hanting, have you fallen? No. Don't. Think about it. Whether she wants Mo Hantian or not, she needs to sleep, so don't think about it. Midsummer closed her eyes and took several deep breaths to calm her mind, and gradually she felt drowsy. Chapter 18, Wanting to take a bath together. When Midsummer fell asleep, she always felt something touching her, tickling her. She couldn't stand it and couldn't help but open her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she had to do it. Mo Hantian was about to pull down her pants. "What are you doing?" Nianxia was scared and immediately shrunk. Mo Hantian raised his eyebrows. "It's nothing, I want to help you apply medicine." "Apply medicine?" Nianxia then noticed that the man was holding a white ointment in his hand. Her cheeks flushed. "No need to trouble you, I can do it myself." Mo Hantian looked at her with amusement. "Are you sure?" Nianxia nodded hard. She was embarrassed to let him help apply medicine. Mo Hanting handed her the ointment and said, "Okay, then you apply it yourself. If you can't reach it, let me know." Xingxia blushed and nodded, quickly took the ointment, got out of bed as if running away, and hid in the bathroom. She had just experienced her first sexual encounter and didn't have much experience. She felt a little uncomfortable there afterwards, but didn't pay it much mind. Mo Hanting, however, had noticed and even bought her ointment to apply it. Xingxia didn't realize that he was quite considerate and felt inexplicably warm in her heart. Except for her mother, he was the first man to care for her so much and be so considerate. After applying the ointment, Xingxia went back to bed and lay down. Mo Hanting didn't touch her, but lay down next to her and hugged her as they fell asleep. Xingxia thought that he would toss and turn all night again, and she was mentally prepared. Mo Hanting's broad chest was pressed tightly against her slender back. Sensing that the girl in his arms was restless, he couldn't help but lightly bite her earlobe with his thin lips. "Go to bed early, I won't touch you tonight." but when your lower body is less swollen, don't think I'll let you off. Midsummer bit her lip, shyly thinking, it turns out that he did not want to, but was concerned about her body. That night, Midsummer slept soundly in the warmth of the man's embrace. For a long time, she hadn't slept so comfortably and peacefully. For a good night's sleep. When Midsummer woke up the next day, she found that the man next to her was gone again. He seemed to have got up early. That's right, after all, he is the president of a large company, and his schedule should be very regular. Midsummer had a good rest and didn't sleep in, so she quickly got up, brushed her teeth and washed her face. She walked out of the bathroom and was just about to open the door and walk out of the bedroom when the bedroom door opened first. A strong and powerful body intruded into her vision. The man was wearing a casual white sports suit, and it seemed that he had just experienced a strenuous exercise. His clothes were soaked and tightly attached to his well-defined body. The white sports suit was slightly transparent, and she could even vaguely make out the man's sexy and full chest shape, as well as his seductive 8-pack abs, which were even more perfect than a male model's. The man's hair was still dripping with sweat, and his handsome face with sharp angles had sweat beads dripping down his sexy collarbone. The air was full of male hormones, and it came directly towards the summer. This scene was undoubtedly a huge visual impact on the beautiful morning of summer. She subconsciously took a step back, but her eyes couldn't help but fixate on the man. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow and said, "Good morning, Mrs. Mo." Xingxia stuttered, "Good morning." Mo Hanting curved his lips and said, "Mrs. Mo, are you satisfied with your husband's figure?" Xingxia was instantly embarrassed and blushed. "Well, it's okay." Mo Hanting laughed teasingly, "It's just okay. It seems I still need to keep working on it. After all, a man's figure is a woman's face. In the future, when Mrs. Mo takes her husband out, she will be able to look good." Xingxia blushed and didn't say anything because she didn't know what to say. Mo Hanting was in a good mood. He discovered that teasing Xingxia, an easily shy young woman, and seeing her blush with embarrassment, even to the roots of her ears, gave him a sense of accomplishment. "Mrs. Mo, my husband has just exercised and is covered in sweat. He is going to take a shower. Do you want to shower together?" Xingxia let out a cry, her eyes wide. "Taking a bath together? No, that's not necessary. You go ahead and take a bath." The thought that she had already been bathed by a man made her feel so ashamed that she would never bathe with him. She was afraid that she would just dig a hole and bury herself. Mo Hantian's dark eyes turned slowly. "So what should I do? I quite want to take a bath with Mrs. Mo." Midsummer instantly got pumped up with energy. "Oops, I'm hungry, let's go check if breakfast is ready first." After she finished speaking, she quickly walked past the tall man in front of her, and ran away with a whoosh, running fast, as if she was afraid of some kind of fierce beast chasing after her. Mo Hanting bit his teeth slightly. "Little girl, you may escape this time, but you can't escape forever. Sooner or later, I will catch you and take a mandarin duck bath with you." Chapter 19, No Goodbye Kiss for Me? In order to escape Mo Hanting, Xingxia quickly ran downstairs. Wang Ma's worried voice came, "Young mistress, what are you running so fast for? Be careful you don't fall." Xingxia suddenly didn't dare to run anymore and obediently walked. Her cheeks were only flushed, but she didn't know if it was from running too fast or something else. Wang Ma looked amused and couldn't help but tease, "Young madam, master just went upstairs, and you're running down. Did he make you angry?" Xingxia shook her head, "No. He's a very good-natured person, he never makes me angry. Well, I can't tarnish the image of my benefactor." Wang Ma couldn't help but giggle, "It seems that young madam really likes our master. Young madam, hurry up and have a baby with our master, and be a loving family of 3. Xingxia blushed again. "This. Wang Ma, you changed the subject too quickly. What do you mean, have a baby? She won't be having any babies." "Wang Ma, I'm hungry, I'm going to go have breakfast first." Wang Ma saw that Xingxia was blushing and laughed, saying, Go ahead. Breakfast is already ready for the young mistress." The breakfast was still prepared very lavishly, with buns, dumplings, sandwiches, dim sum, porridge, and everything else. Xingxia simply couldn't eat all that. She asked, "Wang Ma, has Mo Hantian had breakfast yet?" Wang Ma said, he did. "The young master eats quite early. These are all for you, young mistress." "Xingxia, Wang Ma, have you eaten yet? If not, sit down with me. It would be a waste not to eat all this breakfast." Wang Ma winked and said seriously, "Young mistress, never mind if I eat or not. How would a servant dare eat at the same table as the master? You're embarrassing an old woman like me. Xingxia said seriously, Wang Ma, I am just a girl from an ordinary family. I have never set any strict rules since I was young. You don't need to worry about the hierarchy in front of me. Just get along with me like ordinary friends. I won't care about these small details. Wang Ma sighed, young mistress, you are really easygoing. But not everyone is as good as you. I have worked at the Mo residence for many years and have learned many rules and etiquette. They are already ingrained in my bones. Besides, without rules there can be no order. The Mo residence hired me as a servant and pays me a salary. I should abide by the Mo residence's rules. I cannot forget my duties just because of a kind word from the young mistress. I know that the young mistress is not used to it, but it's okay. After the young mistress has been in contact with the young master's circle for a long time, she will naturally get used to it. Xingxia sighed and didn't say anything in the end. Wang Ma was right, the Mo family had its own rules, and some rules could not be broken casually. She could not force anything either. Then Wang Ma, in the future, when you make breakfast, make less, don't make so much, otherwise it would be a waste. Wang Ma agreed immediately, that's good, in the future, if the young mistress wants to eat something, just let me know in advance, and I will prepare it for the young mistress the next day. Okay, I will. Thank you, Auntie Wang. After Xia Sheng finished breakfast, Mo Hanting also got out of the shower. The man was wearing a black shirt, with short wet hair, and a fresh and clean image that made him look even more youthful and handsome than when he was wearing a strict suit. This body is so good-looking and attractive. Xia Sheng couldn't help but glance at him again and again. Mo Hanting hooked his lips, little guy, you're charmed by him, aren't you? Mrs. Mo, if you want to look at your husband, do it openly, don't sneak around like a little thief. We don't do things like sneak around and steal. Mo Xia was blushing from his teasing, but she couldn't refute it. Did she really look like a little thief when she peeked at him? That would be too embarrassing. He must be laughing at her in his heart. It's also his fault for being so good-looking, to the extent that both men and women can't help but look at him a few times. Xingxia coughed softly to change the subject. It's getting late, aren't you going to work yet? Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. No rush. Before I go to work, let me take a photo with you first. Huh? Xingxia immediately became nervous. A photo? Why do you want a photo? I told my grandmother that I married a girl, but she didn't believe me and insisted that I send her a photo of you and me together. Speaking of his fussy grandmother, Mo Hanting's tone showed his helplessness. If not for her urgent requests, he would not have been in such a hurry to find a girl to marry. Although he was a bit rushed, he never did anything impulsively. The main reason was that he felt good about Xia Xia. At least, he felt that he could not stop himself from having physical contact with Xia Xia. No woman had ever made him lose control like this before, and Xia Xia was the first. Therefore, he decided to seize the moment. So it was his grandmother who had made the request. Xia Xia didn't really have an opinion, and she had promised Mo Hanting to cooperate with him. Then let's do it. Neon Xia sat on the sofa, shifted her hips a little, making room for the man. Mo Hanting smiled, and sat down next to her. Then, his big hand wrapped around her slender waist. Neon Xia's body subconsciously tightened up. Even though they had already had the deepest exchanges, every time he got close, it still made her feel overwhelmed. Noticing the girl in his arms was nervous, Mo Hanting couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Mo, relax, don't be nervous. It's just a photo. Xingxia sat uncomfortably, her hands unconsciously clasped together, but she stubbornly said, I'm not nervous, just take the photo. Mo Hanting couldn't help but laugh again. Why was she so cute? She was so cute that he couldn't help but tease her again and again, and he was never tired of it. Mo Hanting took out his phone and turned on the camera function. The phone screen immediately showed the man and woman standing close together. The man was cool and handsome, and the woman was pure and pretty. The two of them appeared in the camera lens at the same time, like a beautiful scroll painting, dazzlingly beautiful. Xingxia looked at the man and woman on the screen and couldn't help but freeze. For the first time, she felt that the two people on it looked good together. Suddenly, the man next to her spoke in a hoarse voice, Mrs. Mo, smile. Xingxia subconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. The next moment, the photo was permanently frozen for 1 second. Mo Hanting looked at the freshly printed photo, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, not bad. Xingxia leaned in to take a peek at the photo, and thought that she looked pretty good in it. Not too stiff. Mo Hanting's smile was quite natural, and what's more, he was looking at her with slightly lowered eyelids and smiling. Xingxia felt a tingle in her heart and thought her cheeks were slightly flushed. Is that okay? Do you need to take a few more? Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow and said, take a few more, and then pick the best ones to send to Grandma. Xingxia endured the little blush that rose in her heart and nodded, okay. That was it. Midsummer cooperated with the man and took several pictures. Perhaps it was because the latter few were more deliberate, none of them were as natural as the first. Mo Hanting also stopped short, put away his phone, and said, okay, that's enough pictures. Mrs. Mo, I'm going to work first. The man stood up from the sofa, and Midsummer got up as well. Okay, then goodbye. Mo Hanting glanced over, staring at her dreamily, no goodbye kiss for me? Chapter 20, Initiating a Kiss. Ha? Xingxia's eyes widened. A farewell kiss? Mo Hanting said seriously, shouldn't a wife give her husband a farewell kiss when he goes to work? Xingxia bit her lip, her face blushing. They were clearly just contractual husband and wife, but why did he take it for granted? Forget it, she'll just do it to better cooperate with him. If she's done it once or twice, what's the harm in doing it a third or fourth time? Thinking about this, Xingxia slightly raised her toes and leaned towards the man. She had wanted to kiss the man on the cheek, but in the end, she accidentally kissed his thin lips. Her heart was beating so fast that it felt like it wasn't her own. As she stared down at the shy little girl in front of her, Mo Hanting's eyes darkened, and he clasped her head with his large hands and without hesitation, he claimed her with a deep kiss. He didn't relent until he had pressed Xia Shang back onto the sofa, kissed her until she was breathless and her heart was in a whirl, and then he left. Lying on the sofa, Xia Shang recalled the man's strong and domineering kiss, and she felt dizzy again. Reason fled, and only her heart was pounding wildly. Xia Shang lay there for a while, trying to calm her emotions. The phone rang again, and she fumbled for the phone to answer it. As soon as she spoke, her soft voice was languid and husky, which made people think a lot of things. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then a teasing voice immediately came through. Xia, what's wrong with you? Have you fallen in love recently, and why are you speaking in such a sweet tone? Xia's cheeks flushed, and she quickly sat up from the sofa, seriously retorting, Cici, don't talk nonsense. She is not in love right now, she is just acting. Gu Cici laughed, I was just joking. Midsummer is now preoccupied with her sick mother, so she has no time for romance. Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore. How is your mother? Did you borrow the money for the operation? If you didn't, I still have some money that I can lend you. Midsummer's heart was touched. Gu Cici was a colleague she got along with quite well, but there was nothing special about their relationship. But when Gu Cici learned that her mother was ill and needed money for an operation, she kindly lent her the money to help her tide over the difficult time. In contrast, her biological father not only failed to help her, but also wished to take advantage of her when she was down. Why is there such a big difference between people? Midsummer was very grateful for Gu Cici's help. There were not many people around her who genuinely helped her, and Gu Cici was the only one. She politely declined, saying, no, you've helped me enough already. If you lend me any more money, you won't be able to make ends meet. Besides, my mother has already had the surgery. It went well, and she just needs to recover. Gu Cici asked happily, really? Really? Gu Cici asked again, is it your father who is willing to lend you the money? Xingxia lowered her eyelashes, it's not him. He's not that kind. Gu Cici couldn't help but feel indignant. What? Even after his own daughter begged him, he still wouldn't lend his own daughter's mother the money to pay for her treatment. Is that even human? It's just like an animal. Then who lent you the money? You didn't suddenly lose your mind and go borrow from loan sharks, did you? That's compound interest, don't do anything rash. It was. Midsummer who thought, how should I explain Mo Hanting's help to her? Forget it, she and Mo Hanting were just trading, and it's better for one less person to know about marrying him. Anyway, he's a good person, and I'll work hard to pay him back. Separate matters should be kept separate. In the first place, she wanted to borrow 500,000 yuan from Mo Hanting, and there was no reason for her to be shameless and not pay it back after agreeing to cooperate with her in getting married. Gu Cici let out a sigh of relief. It's good that it wasn't a loan shark, there are still good people in the world. After a pause, Gu Sisi thought about the matter at hand and said, "That's right, Xia. The supervisor just told me that he's a bit busy these days and you need to come back to work." Xia had taken on many part-time jobs in order to earn money to treat her mother's illness. One of these jobs was as a bar waitress, which paid a daily salary of thousands of yuan. The work was quite easy every day, just serving food and cleaning, sometimes chatting with the guests and playing games with them. Because she had been preoccupied with preparing for her mother's surgery expenses recently, she had no heart to work, so she asked her supervisor for leave. The supervisor appreciated her difficulty and approved the leave. Now that her mother's surgery had gone well and she had no worries, it was time to go back to work. "I need to earn money and pay back the 500,000 yuan. Shengxia readily agreed, saying, "Okay, I'll go back right away." When Xia Shang went out to work, she told Wang Ma. Wang Ma exclaimed, "My dear young mistress, you are already the young mistress of the Mo family, why do you still need to work? Can't the young master support you with all his money?" Xia Shang explained that his money was his money, and that she could not give up her job just because he was rich. She felt that it was better for a girl to have a job of her own and not rely on a man. "What kind of work does the young mistress do?" "Waitress." Wang Ma was shocked. The young mistress of the Mo family was actually working as a waitress? If the young master finds out. "Young mistress, no, absolutely not. You are the young mistress of the Mo family, how can you go out and work as a waitress serving people? Hurry up and quit." Shang Xia laughed. "Wang Ma, there is no distinction between professions, and being a waitress is a proper profession, so why can't I do it? I can't just feel superior and look down on any profession just because of my change in status." Wang Ma was full of conflict. She said that, but she was afraid that if the young master knew, he would be angry. Xingxia comforted her, saying that it was fine, and that she would find an opportunity to explain to him. Mo Hanting shouldn't care about her that much, right? Besides, her job as a bartender was also a measure of last resort. She didn't go to college and only had a high school diploma, so she couldn't get a job at a good company. Currently, working as a bar waitress is the fastest way for her to make money. Although her mother has already had the surgery, she still needs to spend money on physical therapy afterwards, so she cannot quit her job for the time being. She also believes that Mo Hanting is not an unreasonable person, and if she explains to him sensibly and persuasively, he will understand. With this in mind, Xingxia sent a message to Mo Hanting saying that she was going to work, and set off. If Mo Hanting asks specifically, she will explain again tonight. When Mo Hanting went to work, he took his phone and looked at the photos for a long time. In the end, he couldn't help but set the first photo as his screensaver. Whenever he opened his phone, the first thing he saw was a photo of him and Xingxia standing close together. Xingxia's bright and charming face was facing the camera, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth and her eyes looking clear and bright like a clean spring. She seems to have this kind of bewitching charm. Mo Hanting hooked his lips and was mesmerized when his phone rang. His thoughts were interrupted, and he glanced at it briefly. It turned out to be his grandmother calling. He then clicked to answer, and his low, pleasant voice slowly began to speak. "Grandma. Chapter 21, If you won't even give me 5 million, why should I let them go?" Grandma Mo asked impatiently, "You brat, have you done what you promised, Grandma? You didn't just lie to Grandma to make me happy, did you? If you really dare to lie to Grandma, I'll beat you until your teeth fall out." Mo Hanting curled his lips and said, "Grandma, it's already been taken care of. How could the woman I set my sights on possibly escape?" Grandma Mo's eyes lit up instantly. "Where is she? Where is the young girl? Hurry up and bring her to me to take a look. Mo Hanting is taking his time. I just got married to her, and I want to spend a few days cultivating our relationship as husband and wife before I bring her back to you." Grandma Mo, fine, whatever. Wait, what did you just say? Got married to her? You've already gotten married to her? Grandma Mo glares. It's true that I wanted it, but you're in too much of a hurry. You even got married to that young girl without even informing your grandmother. You've got some nerve. You didn't even tell your grandmother about such an important matter, and you just went ahead and did it. Is she really your grandmother? Or are you lying to her again? Mo Hanting raises an eyebrow. No. You are the patriarch of the family. How could I have the nerve to lie to you? Grandma Mo huffed, I don't believe you, unless you show me the marriage certificate and let me see what the girl looks like. Fortunately, Mo Hanting had already prepared it. He moved his finger and sent the wedding certificate to Grandma Mo. It's been sent to you. Grandma Mo saw the red wedding certificate her grandson had sent her. The photo on it showed that the man was indeed her grandson. The woman looked unfamiliar, but she was pretty, with bright eyes, an innocent air, and a soft, obedient face that was pleasing to look at. Grandma Mo noticed that the young woman was called Xia Shang. Xia Shang, that's a very nice name. She likes it. Grandma Mo didn't care about the girl's family background, as long as her grandson liked her. If her grandson liked her, then she liked her. How did he manage to woo such a pretty young girl? Mo Hanting said shamelessly, "Your grandson is charming, and he used his charm to win her over." Mo's grandmother cut in, "Since you've already gotten married, hurry up and bring your daughter-in-law home to meet me." "You can't neglect the girl." Mo Hanting replied perfunctorily, "Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Mrs. Mo shouted with joy, so excited she could have jumped 3 feet in the air. Her grandson had married a daughter. Heh, I can look forward to holding my great-great-grandson. I'd better hurry and tell my girlfriends the good news so they can share my joy. Mo Hanting also received a message from Xia Shang saying that she was going to work. He raised an eyebrow. She's married to him, yet she's going to work? Is she afraid that he can't support her? She must be hinting that he's not giving her enough money. I'll go home tonight and give her another 50 million. The place where Xia Shang works is a relatively high-end entertainment bar, and the guests who come in and out are either rich or powerful. Gu Sisi saw Xia Shang and hurried over. Xia, you're here, hurry and change your clothes and take 2 bottles of red wine to room 166. Okay. Xia Shang nodded in agreement and went to change her clothes. She took 2 bottles of wine to room 166 and just walked out when she saw Shang Tao being pushed out of the next room. "Let me see Director Huang, I have something to tell him." "Director Huang doesn't want to see you, please go home, Mr. Shang." Shang Tao was pushed out in a disheveled state, dejected. Shang Xia took one look and pretended to leave as if nothing had happened. But unexpectedly, Shang Tao turned his head and saw her. "Shang Xia, you little brat, you're here." He took a few steps and grabbed Shang Xia's wrist to stop her from leaving. He surveyed Shang Xia and saw that she was actually wearing the clothes of a waitress, and he instantly lost his temper. "You little brat, you actually came to work here, as if you weren't enough of a disgrace to me already?" Shang Xia's face was as cold as ice. "You wouldn't lend me $500,000, and it's none of your business where I work." Shang Tao couldn't help but glare at her. "I don't care what kind of disgraceful things you do, as long as you're out there, don't tell anyone I'm related to you. You are going to the police station with me right now, and you are going to say that you will not pursue the wrongdoings of your stepmother and stepsister, and let them release your stepmother and stepsister." In the past 2 days, he had been running around and asking for help from various people regarding Duan Wenli and Shang Shui's situation. Usually, those people who were on good terms with him ignored him when he came to them for help. He was also at his wits' end, and after hearing that Director Huang had a dinner meeting here, he hurried over to beg for leniency. But who knew that he wasn't even able to meet with Director Huang and was turned away? When had Shang Tao ever been so frustrated? This was all the fault of that damned girl, Xiaoqing. If she hadn't insisted on pursuing the matter of Duan Wenli and Shang Shui slandering her, he wouldn't have had to grovel and beg everywhere. Xiaoqing spoke coldly, "They set me up, and I'm not going to let them off so easily." Shang Tao roared, "They were just joking with you, who told you to take it seriously? Come with me to the police station. Xiao Shui is still young, she absolutely cannot have a criminal record." He grabbed Sheng Xia's hand tightly, trying to drag her away forcibly. Sheng Xia laughed angrily, not as Shang Tao wished, but instead she bit Shang Tao's arm. Shang Tao felt the pain and had to let go of her. Sheng Xia quickly took a few steps back, her gaze alert. "I told you, it's impossible for me to let them go easily. Unless you give me 5 million. Shang Tao glanced at his arm, which was bleeding from Shang Xia's bite, and his eyes shot at her like poison, furious. "Shang Xia, I'm your father. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be alive in this world. I'm just asking you to let your stepmother and stepsister go. Why are you so narrow-minded and have to go against me?" Shang Xia sneered, was she the one who took the initiative to go against him? It wasn't his people who provoked her on their own initiative? You really know how to confuse right and wrong. I told you, you're not qualified to be my father. And I never said I wouldn't let Duan Wenli and her daughter go, as long as you're willing to give me 5 million. But you're not even willing to give me 5 million, so what do I have to let them go? When my mother and I were alone and helpless, Duan Wenli and her daughter never stopped coming to trouble us. Now that I've finally seen them suffer, do you think I'll let them go so easily? You. Shang Tao didn't realize that Shang Xia had such a stubborn temper. He had previously thought that she was easy to handle. He really underestimated her. Shang Tao wanted to continue venting his anger, but then he thought, the most important thing now was to find a way to get Shang Xia to agree to let Duan Wenli and Shang Shui go. To provoke her blindly would be useless and counterproductive. He should perhaps reason with her. Xia Xia, I know that after all these years, you hate me for abandoning you and your mother and ignoring you both. I apologize to you, and I promise I will never do that to you again. Chapter 22, Making Them Apologize to Me. Shang Xia was a little surprised. She really didn't expect Shang Tao to apologize to her for what happened back then. She thought he would never bother to apologize. But did he think she would forgive him just because he apologized? He could never forgive her for the harm she and her mother had done to him. Seeing that Shang Xia was still so indifferent, Shang Tao couldn't help but feel a little irritated. He had apologized, so what did the little brat want? Why must she be so heartless to her father? How could she be such a rebellious and unfilial daughter? Xia Xia, Dad knows he was wrong. If you want, Dad can let you go back to the Shang family and live there, just like Xiao Xue. You can be a good daughter to me, and in the future, you won't have to work such menial jobs and go out in public. But the prerequisite is that you let Duan Wenli and Xiao Xue go. He didn't believe that Xia Xia could refuse this temptation. Isn't the Shang family better than staying by her mother's side, who is sick and needs money? Everyone knows what to choose. Shang Xia sneered, I don't care. You. As I said, give me 5 million, and I'll agree to let them go. Shang Tao's expression instantly turned sinister. He opened his mouth and demanded 5 million. Do you really think that his money just came from thin air? Shang Tao, if you insist on tearing up the face with me, aren't you afraid that I will go directly to your mother? Yilan has just had an operation, I wonder how she will feel if she sees me? He revealed a sinister smile. If he goes to see Yilan, it won't be as easy as just seeing her. Shunxia's face changed. Despicable. How dare he threaten her with her mother? Shang Tao coldly said, you are forcing me. If you are willing to obediently go and tell Director Huang to let Duan Wenli and Shang Shui go, I won't get in your mother's way. You decide. Shang Xia pursed her lips. She didn't think long about it. Fine, I promise. But you have to give me 500,000 yuan, and Duan Wenli and Shang Shui have to apologize to me. 500,000 yuan is much less than 5 million yuan, so Shang Tao can afford it. But to let Duan Wenli and Shang Shui apologize. Seeing that Shang Tao was hesitating, Shang Xia's mouth curled into a sneer. They had already slandered me, and when they did something wrong, they just moved their lips to apologize to me. Shang Tao gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll give you 500,000 yuan and make them apologize to you. Now, you come with me to see Director Huang. As long as Duan Wenli and Shang Shui are spared from prison, everything will be fine. In order to prevent Shang Tao from going back on his word, Shang Xia asked Shang Tao to transfer 500,000 yuan to her immediately. After all, she had been cheated by Shang Tao before, and she would not completely trust him. Shang Tao was also straightforward and immediately transferred 500,000 yuan to her account. Shang Xia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as she looked at the extra 500,000 yuan in her account. There was hope for the 500,000 yuan she had returned to Mo Hanting. Although she could not ask Shang Tao for the 5 million this time, with time, she would definitely make Shang Tao repay her with interest. Shang Tao immediately took Shang Xia to the police station to explain the situation. The police quickly released Duan Wenli and Shang Shui after learning that Shang Xia was willing to let them go. However, they were filthy and disheveled after being locked up overnight, their clothes crumpled, looking like destitute beggars. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui had never suffered such a crime before, all thanks to that bitch, Xia Shang. They hated Xia Shang to the extreme at that moment. When Shang Shui saw Shang Tao, she instantly pounced on him, Dad. Dad, it was that little bitch Xia Shang who got Mom and me into this mess. You must teach her a good lesson. The next second, Shang Shui saw Xia Shang standing behind Shang Tao, looking at her with a look of anticipation. Shang Shui instantly exploded with anger. Shang Xia, you little bitch, you still dare to show your face in front of me and my mom? I'll make sure you die. She wanted to rush up and slap Shang Xia in the face. But before she could do it, Shang Tao stopped her, stop it. Shang Shui struggled desperately and glared viciously at Shang Xia. Dad, don't stop me. Sheng Xia did this to me and Mom. If I don't teach her a lesson, I won't be able to get this anger out of my heart. Duan Wenli also wanted to teach Sheng Xia a lesson, but she had always valued her reputation. Now she was in a police station, with so many people watching, she couldn't do something so dramatic as slap someone. But she could do it to her own daughter. Sheng Tao shouted at her, forbidding her to be rude to Sheng Xia. If she hadn't agreed to let you go, you wouldn't have been able to get out of there yet. What? Sheng Shui was shocked. She and her mother had actually been let go because Sheng Xia had agreed to let them go? Couldn't even her father's connections get the police to agree to release them? Duan Wenli also found this hard to believe. Sheng Tao didn't want to explain so much to them. This time, it was because Sheng Xia was willing to let you go that you were able to get out. You apologize to her and admit your mistake, and this matter will be over. Sheng Shui laughed angrily. Apologize to her? No way. She was in such a mess because of Sheng Xia, and she didn't even seek revenge from her, and now she's expecting an apology? She's just being delusional. Besides, she's always looked down on Xingxia, thinking that someone like Xingxia is lowly and unworthy of an apology. Shouxiao's mouth curled up into a smile. It seems that Xingxia doesn't think she's done anything wrong and wants to apologize to me. Then I'd better let the police take her back in. Xingxia was furious. You! How dare you! Xingxia simply raised her hand and beckoned the police. Sheng Tao also became anxious and quickly pushed Sheng Shui in front of Sheng Xia. Xiaoxue, don't give me a temper tantrum, apologize to Sheng Xia immediately, otherwise don't even think I can save you. Sheng Shui was pushed in front of Sheng Xia. Seeing Sheng Xia's smug look that seemed to be smiling but not, her heart ached with anger, and she wanted to slap him. However, Sheng Tao kept urging her next to him to apologize to Sheng Xia. Sheng Shui's fists were clenched, and she was in a difficult situation. She could only bear the humiliation and say, I'm sorry. Sheng Xia picked up her eyebrows and said, What? You're too quiet, I can't hear you. Sheng Xia, I've already apologized, don't push it. The policeman said, I'm sorry. Sheng Shui yelled directly. Sheng Xia was satisfied, and she felt great inside. She loved to see Sheng Shui's frustration of wanting to get rid of her, but not being able to, and obediently submitting to her. It was worth her taking the time off work to come here. Sheng Xia looked again at Duan Wenli, who was silent but had a gloomy expression on her face. And Duan Wenli, she hasn't apologized to me yet. Sheng Tao frowned. Wenli is at least your elder. Sheng Xia's mouth twitched. She appeared in front of my mother the day before yesterday, provoking a heart attack that led to an early operation and a near-death experience. Sheng Tao. He wanted to continue pleading for Duan Wenli's mercy, but Sheng Tao couldn't find an excuse. She had offended Sheng Tao's daughter to the point of death, so what else could he say? He also nudged Duan Wenli, so apologize quickly. After all is said and done, she brought this on herself. Chapter 23, You don't need to go back tonight, I'll give you a woman. Duan Wenli hated this inside, but she was able to endure it much more than her daughter. If you don't avenge this, you're not a gentleman. After she successfully left the police station, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with this little bitch, Sheng Xia. I'm sorry. Seeing Duan Wenli grit her teeth and dare not speak, Sheng Xia hooked her lips and turned away without hesitation. Her goal having been achieved, she no longer had any need to stay. Seeing Xingxia leave so smugly, Xingxue was really angry. Dad, what's going on? Why does the police only let us go after Xingxia agrees to it? It's obviously just a simple slander of theft, and the police can just give them a few words of oral education, but they had to lock them up and continue to pursue their fault. It's not like they actually stole anything, do they have to make such a big deal out of it? Duan Wenli also felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Sheng Tao was irritated. You ask me, who do I ask? I just found out that someone from above has spoken to Chief Wang, and they want to teach you a lesson. Sheng Shui was shocked. Someone from above has spoken? Who is it? Who is helping that bitch Sheng Xia? Duan Wenli's face was gloomy. That little bitch Sheng Xia has already successfully helped her mother pay the 500,000 yuan medical bill. I don't know where she got the money from. Maybe she's already hooked up with a rich guy behind our backs. That rich guy is taking it out on us to get back at her. Sheng Tao immediately denied it. No way. I just saw her working as a waitress at the night bar. If she really hooked up with a rich guy, would she bother doing that kind of shitty job? Duan Wenli asked in return, so how do you explain this? Sheng Tao waved his hands in annoyance. Who knows, as long as you two are released, go back and wash up first, you're dirty and smelly now, it's disgusting just to smell you. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui were both disliked by Sheng Tao, and their expressions were not very good. They both secretly made up their minds that they would definitely settle the score with Shang Xia again. After Shang Xia finished dealing with things, she hurried back to work at the bar. Although the supervisor was nice and allowed her to take leave, she couldn't keep taking leave. After returning to the night bar, Xingxia was kept busy and couldn't put her feet up. Before she knew it, it was nighttime. After work, Mo Hanting sent Xingxia a message saying that he would be home late as he had a friend gathering in the evening. They could eat dinner first and didn't need to wait for him. Xingxia didn't reply after the message was sent. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow but didn't care, thinking that the girl must have forgotten to check her phone. She would reply naturally when she saw it. Mo Hanting drove to the night. His friend had a birthday today and insisted on having a birthday party here. The bar was lively and indeed suitable for young people to party. Mo Hanting parked the car and walked towards the night with his tall figure. There were all kinds of people coming and going in the bar, and the atmosphere was lively and noisy. Mo Hanting walked in slowly and accidentally caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. However, that figure quickly disappeared into a private room, and Mo Hanting didn't have a chance to take a closer look. He suddenly felt amused. How could Mrs. Mo appear in such a bar? It must have been his illusion. Xia Xia had just finished clearing the empty plates and trash from a private room when the supervisor called her. Xia Xia, someone in private room 188 is having a birthday. They asked us to prepare a 5-layer birthday cake. You will deliver it in a moment. Xia Xia nodded in agreement. Private room 188. A birthday party was in progress, with a group of young men and women dancing and partying. After Mo Hanting appeared, the room paused for a moment, and then it boomed again. The man's facial features were handsome as if cut with a knife, his posture was handsome and straight, and he was dressed in a black suit, which made him look arrogant and distinguished, easily capturing everyone's attention. A man standing at the top of the pyramid, at the pinnacle of power, sought after and infatuated with by countless women, but tonight, he appeared at Han Yunqi's birthday party. How could it not be exciting? Mo Hanting walked over to the seat next to Han Yunqi and sat down, dropping a gift box on the way. Happy birthday, this is your birthday present. A charming smile spread across Han Yunqi's handsome face like a demon. Thanks, buddy, it's rare that you'd get me a present. Han Yunqian choked for a moment, then laughed again. Brother, how about I give you a gift too, to thank you? Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow, curious as to what the gift was. Han Yunqian leaned closer to Mo Hanting, lowering his voice. You don't need to go back tonight, I'll give you a woman to break your virginity. His best friend has been a virgin for 28 years, and he's worried about his best friend's health. If it doesn't work, the sooner you find out, the sooner you can treat it. Mo Hanting spoke slowly. No need, I'm married. Han Yunqian didn't react, and nodded. Oh, you're married. The next second, he instantly jumped up from his seat. What, you're married? Everyone was stunned when they heard the news, and it exploded instantly. Mo Xiao is married? Is that true? How come we didn't get any news about it? Mo Xiao, don't joke with us. Mo Hanting's tone was indifferent, and he wasn't joking. He had just gotten married. Since everyone was there, he took the opportunity to announce it, so as to avoid being bothered by some ill-intentioned women. The rich young ladies in the box who liked Mo Hanting and were crazily pursuing him heard this, and their hearts instantly shattered into pieces. They didn't know which woman was so lucky as to have successfully won over the famous flower of the circle, the abstinent male god who was known to be uninterested in women, Mo Hanting. They were really jealous to death. Han Yunqi was shocked for a moment, but soon accepted it. Mo Hanting had been urged to get married in various ways by his family recently, so it was normal for him to get married in a hurry. He was just curious about the woman who married Mo Hanting. Who had the ability to make a man who insisted on not getting married suddenly change his mind? Han Yunqian asked, Hanting, since you're married, why don't you bring your sister-in-law out so we can get to know her? Yes, at least let us see what kind of beautiful and elegant woman your sister-in-law is, so that she can win over our young master's heart. Han Hanting thought of Xingxia's little face blushing at the slightest teasing, and his mouth curled up slightly. Just as he was about to say something, the door to the private room opened. Someone said, the cake is here. But everyone's attention was on Mo Hanting's wife at the moment, so they didn't care about the cake. Mo Hanting, don't keep us in suspense, tell us who your wife is. If Mo Hanting doesn't say, is he just joking with us, and has never been married? When Midsummer, who was pushing the cake in the door, heard the words Mo Hanting, she looked over reflexively. At a glance, she saw Mo Hanting, surrounded by a group of people, teasing and teasing, with every move he made showing off his arrogance and aloofness, as if he were above it all. She froze, her eyes wide. Oh my god, it's Mo Hanting, why is he here? Chapter 24. Oh no, it's been discovered. And those people surrounding him are teasing and calling for his wife to come over. Could this wife be her? Xia Shang glanced at herself, still wearing the waitress uniform. No, she couldn't appear in front of Mo Hanting and his friends in this image. Xia Shang was just about to push the cake out of the box when Gu Sisi appeared behind her with several bottles of red wine. Xia, what are you doing? This cake was ordered in this box, hurry up and push it in. I'm fine. Xia Shang was in a difficult situation and had to pluck up her courage and push it in. She kept her head down, afraid to look at the group of people in the corner, and just wanted to push the cake in and quickly leave. As long as it wasn't seen by Mo Hanting, it would be fine. But the more nervous she got, the more likely she was to make a mistake. She pushed the cake in, kept her head down and didn't pay attention to the road, and accidentally bumped into someone. Hey, how can you not see where you're going? A grown man like you, and you can't see me standing right in front of you? Xia hurriedly apologized to the man, I'm sorry. The young man who had been bumped into didn't realize that Midsummer was quite pretty. Her features were simple, but she was bright and charming, and looked like a little fairy, pure and innocent. He suddenly became a little interested. A pretty girl, sorry is enough, why don't you have a few drinks with me, and we'll just forget about it. In the past, there had been customers who had made such rude requests, and Midsummer didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she would agree to have a few drinks. But now Mo Hanting was there, so she really didn't dare to stay and drink. Sorry, I have things to do later. Maybe next time. The young master was displeased and, without further ado, grabbed Xingxia's hand. I don't want to let you go, so you have to stay and drink with me. You bumped into me, so you have to drink a few glasses of wine to apologize. I'm not feeling well today, I can't drink. I don't care, you have to drink. Xingxia tried to struggle, but the young master's grip was too strong, and she couldn't break free. Gu Sisi noticed something unusual and rushed out to protect Xia Chang. Didn't you hear her say she wasn't feeling well and couldn't drink? How can you force someone to do something against their will? Let her go, if you want to drink, I'll drink with you. When the young master saw Gu Sisi suddenly rush out to stop him, his eyes rose with deep displeasure. Who do you think you are, daring to tell me what to do? Believe it or not, I will complain to your supervisor that you are neglecting your guests. Xingxia didn't want to alert the supervisor over this matter, so she helplessly shook her head at Gu Sisi before saying to the young master, don't complain about us, it's just a few drinks with you, right? I'll drink. The young master was satisfied, that's more like it. He firmly grabbed Xingxia's wrist and passed her a glass full of wine, drink. The commotion here attracted the attention of the group of people in the corner. Mo Hanting heard a familiar voice and raised his eyelashes, instantly seeing Xingxia, who was arguing with the young master. His brows furrowed instantly. Midsummer, why is she here? It turned out that the familiar figure he had just seen was not an illusion, she was really here. What is she doing here? Seeing that the young master lifted a glass of wine and forced Midsummer to drink, Mo Hanting's eyes flashed with a strong sense of hostility. He held a glass of wine in his hand and without hesitation, he threw it. This throw happened to hit the young master's back of the head. The young master immediately let out a scream. He fell to the ground with a thud, and his back of the head was almost smashed. Everyone was shocked and didn't understand what had happened. They could only see that Mo Hanting's expression was gloomy and terrifying. What was going on? Why was Mo getting angry for no reason? Xingxia was also shocked by the situation of the young master, and subconsciously raised her eyes, only to meet Mo Hanting's dark eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, oh no, he still found out. His expression didn't look very good, was he angry because he saw her working here as a waitress? Gu Sisi saw that the situation was not right, so she quickly pulled Xingxia away, Xia, run quickly. Xingxia was so confused that she was dragged out. Han Yunqi glanced at Mo Hanting, what are you? Mo Hanting suddenly stood up, I'm sorry, I ruined your birthday party. All the expenses tonight will be charged to my account, I have to go first. Without waiting for the others to react, Mo Hanting had already left in big strides, wrapped in a thick layer of hostility. Everyone couldn't help but whisper. Mo Sha was just fine, and when he mentioned letting his young wife come over to see the world, he couldn't even help but laugh. Why suddenly? Han Yunqi spoke up, okay, someone call an ambulance at 120 and send Fong Bo, who was unconscious on the ground, to the hospital. The party continued. Gu Sisi took Xia Xia out of the 188th box. She was still shaken by the thrilling scene she had just witnessed. Xia Xia, the customers tonight were really scary. In the future, if you encounter this kind of thing, no matter what the consequences, just run away quickly and save your life. Okay. Xia Xia nodded absent-mindedly, thinking about Mo Hanting. Gu Sisi grabbed Xingxia's small hand and said with some concern, Xia Xia, the group of people in the private room just now were obviously rich and powerful young masters. If they really pursue this, we may not be able to get away with it. You really need this job right now, so if the supervisor really blames you, just blame all the responsibility on me. Anyway, I don't need the money as urgently as you do, and if I lose this job, I can find another. Xingxia was stunned. Seeing that Gu Sisi was thinking so much about her, she was touched and felt the warmth of her friend's concern. She took Gu Sisi's hand and said seriously, Sisi, you are not at fault in this matter, how could I possibly put the blame on you? Each person takes responsibility for their own actions. If something really happens, I will take responsibility. But Xingxia? Don't worry, I believe the supervisor is not that unreasonable, we just need to tell her the truth. If we really have to be held responsible, I'm not afraid, the worst that can happen is that I get fired. Gu Sisi wanted to say something more, but Xia Xia took her hand and said, let's go, let's find the supervisor first and explain the whole thing to her. Xia Xia and Gu Sisi went to find the supervisor together and confessed what had happened. The supervisor hadn't received any complaints from customers, so she didn't punish them for the time being, but just told them to be more careful and not make such elementary mistakes again. Xingxia and Sisi both obediently listened to the lecture. When it was time to go off duty, Xingxia walked out of the night bar when a black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down to reveal a handsome face with sharp features. Get in. Xingxia glanced at the man in the car. His cold face was shrouded in darkness, and it was hard to tell what expression he was wearing. She nervously rubbed the palms of her hands together, hesitated for a moment, but then slowly opened the passenger door and got in, sitting carefully. After getting in the car, she sat properly, like a child who had done something wrong, with her head bowed, not daring to say a word. She looked pitiful. Mo Hanting glanced at Xia Jia, and then there was nothing to say to me? Chapter 25 Mrs. Mo, you have me. Midsummer glanced at the man surreptitiously, stammering, I'm sorry. Sorry? Mo Hanting's dark eyes fixed on the little girl who seemed to have made a mistake. His tone was light. What did you do wrong? You came right up and said you were sorry? Midsummer thought carefully, biting her lip and whispering, just now, I caused trouble for you and your friends. I haven't had a chance to apologize yet, and then. She was so busy today that she didn't even have time to check her phone, and it was only towards the end of her shift that she saw the message he had sent her. He said that he was meeting up with friends today and would be home late, and that she should just eat dinner at home without waiting up for him. But she wasn't at home. There's no need to apologize to me for something like that, and besides, it wasn't your fault. Mo Hanting wasn't blind, so how couldn't he tell that the guy was looking for trouble and was deliberately picking on her? No man could stand by and do nothing when he saw his woman being bullied. Without even thinking, he threw his glass over. Xingxia hung her head, her attitude of admitting her fault was excellent. After all, she had caused trouble for you and your friends. Mo Hanting couldn't help but frown, his tone a little harsher. Is this all you have to say for yourself? Xingxia felt the man's anger. She had never seen him look so serious before. Her throat felt as if it was blocked, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Her fair little face was as delicate as jade, and her clear, beautiful eyes were slightly red, showing a little helplessness. She looked pitiful and innocent. It felt like the aggressive him at the moment was like committing a crime against a poor girl. Mo Hanting took a deep breath, his heart softening for no reason, and his tone softened a little. Why do you work there? Xingxia, to make money. Mo Hanting. He was silent for 2 seconds. Is it because you think I'm not paying you enough? I'll transfer another 50 million to your account tomorrow, or you can name a number. Xingxia saw that the man had misunderstood, so she hurriedly explained, no, that's not it. I'm not saying you're not paying me enough, it's just that that's your money, not mine, and I want to spend my own money. Mo Hanting laughed angrily. Mrs. Mo, are you stupid? Your husband has money, and you can't spend it? Is there a woman like her who doesn't spend the money her husband gives her? Midsummer said seriously, we are just a contractual marriage, acting as husband and wife. You have already helped me too much, and it is only reasonable that I cooperate with you in acting as a loving couple, so there is no need for you to spend any more money on me. She is not really married to him, so how can she feel comfortable spending his money? She is being really unreasonable to want both. Mo Hanting looked at Xia Xia with a saddened heart. This little girl really thought that he was marrying her just so she could cooperate and act like a loving couple? Wasn't she being a little naive? Seeing the man staring at her without saying a word, Xia Xia couldn't help but feel nervous and suspected that she had said the wrong thing. She added, and even if we were a real couple, I still think that a wife should have her own job and not rely on her husband completely. She had seen too many married women, staying at home full-time to do the housework and take care of the children, working hard to serve their families well, but still not being able to get their husbands or their in-laws to care for them or show them any understanding. Many men did not recognize the value of a full-time wife, and only thought that their efforts were a matter of course. Therefore, it was better for a woman to have her own career. Mo Hanting's long fingers tapped the steering wheel slowly, and he said leisurely, it's not that I don't want you to work, it's just that the job isn't right for you. Quit. He was not the kind of chauvinistic man who would only let his woman stay at home taking care of the children and never leave the house. He respected her desire to work. But the thought of Midsummer working in a place like that every day in the middle of summer, being harassed by different men, who could rest assured? Midsummer bit her lip, thinking about what Wang Ma had told her this morning. Are you angry? Are you angry that I'm doing that kind of work and I've brought you shame? Mo Hanting was not in the mood. Mrs. Mo, in your eyes, I am such a shallow and unreasonable man? No, I don't. Shengxia glanced at the man and weakly explained, I just don't understand, if you don't think I'm ashamed of doing this kind of work, then why don't you let me continue working there? Seeing her confused, Mo Hanting couldn't help but stick out his finger and poke her in the forehead, really wanting to knock some sense into her thick head. I didn't let you continue working there because I was afraid you would get into danger. What just happened wasn't enough to teach you a lesson. If he hadn't helped her out of that situation, she would still be sitting in front of him safe and sound right now. Midsummer understood. It turned out that Mo Hanting wasn't angry with her because of her work, but was worried about her. Her heart instantly felt warm. She quickly said, I know what you're worried about. What happened tonight was an accident, and it won't happen every day. And I have been working there for a while, and I haven't encountered anything dangerous. Besides, the supervisor is very nice, and she. Mo Hanting frowned, saying, you said you have been working there for a while? Xingxia nodded, a little discouraged, saying, yes, the salary is relatively high there, and if I'm lucky, I can earn thousands of dollars a day. My mother needs a lot of money for medical treatment, so. Mo Hanting understood that she didn't really want to work in such a place, but it was just a matter of circumstances and she had no choice. It was probably because she was desperate that. Mo Hanting couldn't help feeling sad. He put a big hand over Xia Sheng's head, and the dark pupils of his eyes reflected her small, fair face like a lotus flower. Now that you have me, I will be responsible for the rest of your mother's medical expenses. You don't need to work so hard to earn money. You should quit your job here and find a better one. This place is full of all kinds of people, and it's not safe to stay here for long. This time you met me and luckily escaped, but next time you won't be so lucky. I don't want you, my Mo wife, to encounter dangers like the one just now. After all, I can't always appear in time to save you, understand? Mo Hanting was unusually patient, patiently telling her that she didn't need to work so hard to earn money to treat her mother's illness, because he would help out. He told her that he didn't mind her working, but just felt that her current job was unsafe and she might encounter danger. She could find another safer job. Xunxiao looked at Mo Hanting in awe. He looked straight at her with a gentle but serious expression in his eyes. For some reason, her eyes suddenly felt sore and aching, and she wanted to cry. Mo Hanting suddenly cupped Xunxiao's little face. Her eyes, which had turned red, were misty with tears, and they instantly burned into his eyes. His heart trembled, and he asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you crying because you feel that I'm interfering with you and you're angry?" Chapter 26, Don't be too good to her, she's afraid she won't be able to resist falling for you. Xunxiao's eyes were moist. Mo Hanting, why are you being so good to me? No one has ever been so good to her except her mother. He mustn't be too good to her, she's afraid she won't be able to resist falling for him. Mo Hanting let out a sigh of relief. So the girl wasn't angry, she was just wondering why he was being so good to her. He'd been so nervous, thinking he'd said the wrong thing and made her cry. He couldn't help but pinch her little face. Fool, you are my wife Mo, if I don't treat you well, who else will I treat well? Xingxia bit her lip, but she was only playing along with him as his wife Mo, it wasn't real. Mo Hanting patted her head and coaxed her patiently, okay, don't cry, let's go back. Xingxia nodded, okay. After a pause, it seemed like she had thought of something. Right, the person you smashed tonight, is he your friend? Will you too? Mo Hanting glanced at her and guessed what was going through her little head. She was just thinking that the man who harassed her tonight was his friend, and she was afraid that because of this incident, it would cause discord between him and his friend. He spoke directly, saying, no, I don't know him well. You don't have to feel guilty about it. Okay, if that's the case, Xingxia won't think about it anymore. But she still had something important to tell him. Mo Hanting, I ran into my father at work today. He told me to go to the police station and ask them to release my stepmother and stepsister. I agreed. Mo Hanting's eyebrows sank, his dark eyes staring at her. Have you been wronged? He has checked, and her father is no good. He cheated on her mother during the marriage and forced her to divorce him, leaving her with nothing. When her mother got sick and needed money, he ignored her completely, without a shred of humanity. A father like this scum approached Xingxia and asked her to let the man go, so he must have an ulterior motive. When Xingxia saw the man's first concern was whether she had been wronged, she felt inexplicably warm and sweet inside. It feels good to be cared about. No, I haven't been wronged. On the contrary, I made my father bleed, and he paid me 500,000 yuan. My stepmother and stepsister were also forced to apologize to me obediently. She lifted her little face, and a touch of small pride appeared on her bright and moving face. It's as if she were saying, I'm awesome, praise me. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. She was really easily satisfied, just because she had been compensated 500,000 yuan. But his wife was asking for praise, so as her husband, he had to satisfy her. Mo Hanting stroked Xia Shang's little head. His wife had done a good job, getting more and more capable, and she was able to take care of herself without her husband having to step in. The man's words made Midsummer blush and her heart race. How did he call her his wife so easily? And he called her so tenderly and spoiled her, making her heart flutter. Midsummer took several deep breaths before her chaotic heartbeat calmed down. She did not forget her business, either, and took out her bank card from her bag and handed it to the man. Mo Hanting, I now have 500,000 yuan on me. I want to give you back this 500,000 yuan. Thank you for being willing to lend me 500,000 yuan to save my mother. Mo Hanting looked at the card handed over by Xia Jia. His dark eyes stared at Xia Jia, who was full of sincerity, and his tongue pressed hard against his cheek. They were already husband and wife, but his wife was still so clear-cut when it came to money. Did he say at the time that the 500,000 yuan was a loan to her? Did he? Did he? Take it back. I don't need you to pay me back the 500,000 yuan. Midsummer whispered, but I don't want to owe you. Between husband and wife, what's there to talk about owing each other? Midsummer, take back the bank card, or I'll be angry. Mo Hanting's face had already turned dark, and it looked like he was about to get really angry. Midsummer couldn't help but tremble her fingers holding the bank card, obediently taking it back. His words, between husband and wife, what is there to talk about, successfully made her heart start to flutter again. She thought to herself, she and he are only husband and wife by agreement, she dares not think too much, for fear of being self-absorbed. Mo Hanting glanced at Xingxia, gritted his teeth, and emphasized, Mrs. Mo, if you really feel that you owe me, go back tonight and make it up to me properly, that's better than giving me money, after all, your husband doesn't lack money. Ma Qing's beautiful, intelligent eyes widened instantly. What? Go back tonight and make it up to him? How? She didn't want to understand. She was going back right now. Mo Hanting stared at her for a few seconds, then quickly fastened her seatbelt and drove off. Ma Qing's heart was pounding, and all she could think about was the man's words, make it up to him. When she returned to his private courtyard, Wang Ma was already waiting at the door, looking eager. Oh, you're finally back. I've reheated dinner several times already. When Xingxia got out of the car, she saw the expectant Wang Ma. She looked apologetic and said, Wang Ma, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Wang Ma waved her hand and said, Oh, it's fine. I was just worried that you hadn't returned after working so long, and I was afraid something bad had happened to you. Now that I see you've returned with young master, I'm relieved. Xingxia gave a small smile and thanked Wang Ma. She realized that since she married Mo Hanting, there were many more warm people around her. For example, there was Mo Hanting and there was Wang Ma. They all genuinely cared about her. So, was she starting to get lucky? Wang Ma asked thoughtfully, Young master, young mistress, have you eaten yet? If not, hurry up and eat, I've saved your dinner for you. Mo Hanting walked over to Xingxia and put his arm around her waist. He asked with a downcast gaze, Have you eaten yet? Xingxia shook her head, Not yet. I was too busy working today to find time to eat. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow, Neither have I. Let's eat together. He leaned closer to her ear, his tone extremely seductive and ambiguous, Eat a lot, otherwise you won't have the energy for exercise later, and you won't be able to properly compensate me. He brought up the past again. After much difficulty, Xia Shang's heart rate, which had calmed down, started to race again, and her face turned red with shame. Why was he always thinking about how he could compensate her? Mo Hanting arched his lips, very fond of seeing her blushing with shame because he was teasing her, like a delicate and luscious flower, pure and desirable, making him very rare. Be good. He patted her head and then put his arm around her as they walked into the restaurant. During this dinner, Xia Chang ate unusually slowly. However, the man seemed to be very patient and in no hurry to rush her. He seemed to be an extremely patient hunter, enjoying the thrill of slowly pursuing his prey. Xia Chang felt that she was the prey in Mo Hanting's eyes, completely targeted by him, unable to escape. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, before Xia Chang could react, the man stood up directly and picked her up in his arms. Ah! Her body was forced into the air, and she was caught off guard. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and her hands instantly wrapped around the man's slender neck. Mo Hanting. Mo Hanting easily picked up Xia Shang. She was thin and small, with very little flesh, so she was exceptionally easy to lift. Although she was slender and small, he knew that the places where flesh should be under her loose clothes were not lacking at all. It was typical that the flesh grew in the right places. He looked down at the frightened little girl in his arms, his narrow eyes flirtatiously twinkling, revealing a hint of bad boy charm, and called out to her husband. Xingxia blushed, bit her lip, and fidgeted for a moment, before she said, Old husband. Mo Hanting arched his lips and said, Good boy. Go back to your room with your husband, and I have a surprise for you. Xingxia. And just like that, Xingxia was carried upstairs by the man. Wang Ma and the other maids couldn't help but cover their mouths and snigger when they saw this. The young master and young mistress have such a great relationship, they're feeding them dog food everywhere. Knock, knock. They've just entered the bedroom. Midsummer is pressed against the door by Mo Hanting, who is forcefully demanding a kiss. Midsummer knows she can't escape tonight, and she doesn't want to escape. After all, this is not something that Mo Hanting is enjoying alone. In fact, she is also. Midsummer gasped slightly, pushing her small hands lightly against the man's hot chest. Wait, I haven't showered yet. Mo Hantian held Xingxia's soft little face in his hands and kissed it again and again, unable to tear himself away. It doesn't matter if we don't shower, I don't mind. Xingxia felt like she was covered in saliva from the man's kisses, and she was embarrassed. She turned her face away, but no, she still had to shower. She had worked all day. And was sweaty and damp, and he didn't mind, but she would mind about herself. She wanted to smell nice when she was with him. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. Mrs. Mo was quite clean. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Let's take a shower together. Ha? A shower together? Midsummer hadn't reacted yet when the man picked her up directly, her legs wrapping around his well-endowed waist. His large, knuckly hands supported her hips as he strode towards the bathroom. Chapter 27. Are you satisfied with your husband's performance? A night of tossing and turning means waking up late the next day. When Midsummer woke up, she thought that the man had already got up as usual. Unexpectedly, when she turned her head, she saw the handsome sleeping face of Mo Hanting. Just as she had when she first saw him, he was so handsome that it made her heart pound. Midsummer couldn't help but stare. Suddenly, her chest hurt. Midsummer returned to reality and realized that the man's hand was resting on her chest. Her face flushed. She lifted her eyes and accidentally fell into the man's dark eyes, which had already opened. They were languid, exuding the laziness of someone who had just woken up. His mouth curled up nonchalantly. "Good morning, Mrs. Mo." Midsummer responded shyly, "Good morning." Mo Hanting leaned over, wrapped his large hands around Xingxia's slender waist, and drew her into his embrace. He lowered his gaze and gazed at her small, peachy face. His eyes were half smiling. "Wife Mo, were you satisfied with your husband's performance last night?" Xingxia. Getting horny in the morning? Who can stand that? Xingxia pushed him and gave an evasive answer. It was getting late, and she needed to get up. Mo Hanting smiled, still shy in front of him. His long fingers passed under her armpit and tickled her. "Mrs. Mo, are you going to tell me or not?" Xingxia felt the tickling and couldn't help laughing. "Ha, no, no." Mo Hanting acted as if he were threatening. "If you don't tell me, I'll kiss you." "No, your mouth stinks in the morning." "I don't mind." "Ah, no way, Mo Hanting, don't come near me. I'm just going to get close to you." The two of them laughed and played on the bed, tossing and turning for a long time before they finally got up. After washing up, Xia Shang glanced at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. Mo Hanting was still taking his time, not at all in a hurry. "Why aren't you going to work today?" Mo Hanting held up his finger and tapped her confused head. "It's the weekend, what work?" Xia Shang covered her head and only then did she react. "It's true that you don't have to go to work on the weekend." No wonder he had time to sleep with her today. Xia Shang blinked and asked, "So you don't have anything to do today?" Mo Hanting glanced at Xia Shang and said, "Yes, I do." Xia Shang's heart tightened. "What is it?" Mo Hanting covered her small head with his large hand, leaned slightly forward, and looked at her with his eyes level. "Is taking you home to meet my parents considered something?" Xia Shang's eyes instantly widened. "Meet the parents? Are you going to start acting like a loving couple?" She instantly became nervous. "Will your family not like me?" She was afraid that she would not be liked by his family and would be driven out. After all, her family was very ordinary and not from the same background as his, with a gap in status like heaven and earth. "Will they not like me?" It's strange, it's obviously just pretend, but she seems to be taking it seriously, considering the gap in status between them. Mo Hanting smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, my grandmother has seen your photo, and she really likes you. If it weren't for the fact that my grandmother keeps messaging him to hurry up and bring his wife back, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to bring her back today. He's really tired of being nagged." Xingxia is still very worried, "But does your grandmother like me?" "What about your parents?" Mo Hanting, "My parents are currently not in the country. When they return, I'll bring you to meet them." It seems that she just needs to meet Mo Hanting's grandmother. Xiaoxiao's psychological pressure has decreased a lot. "What do I need to prepare to go see your grandmother?" Mo Hanting curled his lips. "There's no need to prepare, just show up." Xingxia blinked. "Wouldn't that be too casual? Would grandma really not mind?" Mo Hanting patted her head and said, let's go have breakfast first, and then we'll go after breakfast." Mo Hanting and Xingxia went downstairs to the dining room together. Wang Ma had already prepared breakfast and served them with a smile. During the meal, Shang Xia couldn't help but ask Wang Ma about Mo Hanting's grandmother's preferences. When they went to see her later, she could please her and make her happy. Wang Ma guessed that it was the young master who wanted to take the young mistress to see old lady Mo, and her eyebrows rose, showing joy. The old lady likes to hug her grandchildren, so the young mistress should hurry up and have a baby with the young master, and the old lady will definitely love it. When Xingxia heard this, she instantly blushed. To hold a great-grandchild again, this. Mo Hanting shot Wang Ma an appreciative glance, then glanced at Xingxia and said with a crooked lip, "Wang Ma is right, grandma really likes to hold her grandchildren. If we work a little harder at night and give her a grandchild to hold, she will definitely be very happy." Xingxia couldn't help but reach out her hand and secretly pinch the man's hard thigh meat with her fingers. "Stop it, please, it's embarrassing." The girl's fingers are soft, and pinching someone is quite painful. Mo Hanting wrapped his large hands around Xia Shang's soft hands, and a smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. "Do you want a child? If you want one, I'll work hard at night and try to get you pregnant in a month or so." The more he said, the more outrageous it became. Xia Shang's whole face had already ripened, so she quickly withdrew her small hands, stood up, and fled in a panic. "I'm full, I'll go back to my room and change first." Behind her came the loud laughter of Mo Hanting. Realizing that it was the man's bad temper, Xingxia stamped her foot in embarrassment and ran even faster. Wang Ma, looking at the loving young couple, couldn't hold back her laughter either. Young master, young mistress has a thin skin, don't bully her. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and said, Wang Ma, this is the fun of being married. You wouldn't understand. Wang Ma laughed again. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Ma is old and doesn't understand the fun of young couples like you. It's really good. Since the young master got the young mistress, he's become a lot more lively. Before, he was a cold and aloof nobleman who never smiled, and now, well, he finally looks human. The young mistress deserves a lot of the credit. Chapter 28, Back to the Old Mansion. It was almost time. In a pretty dress and with light makeup, Xingxia set off with Mo Hanting for the Mo family mansion. After all, it was the first time she was meeting the parents, and she still had to pay attention to her appearance. When Grandma Mo heard that her grandson was bringing his wife home, she was waiting at home early. She couldn't help but call her best friends to announce the happy news. Her best friends didn't believe her and insisted on coming over to see for themselves whether Grandma Mo's granddaughter was a ghost or a human. Grandma Mo said proudly, "You can come over, but you have to prepare a gift for my daughter-in-law. If you don't even have a gift, you don't need to come over." Her best friends readily agreed. It's easy to prepare a gift. The Mo family residence is located in the suburbs and covers a very large area. After the car pulled into the Mo residence, Xia Chang glanced outside. She could barely see the end of the road. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees had all been carefully manicured. There were varieties that she had never seen before, and they looked expensive. Driving all the way to the center of the property, she saw the luxurious, somewhat old-fashioned mansion in the center. Xia Chang was full of emotion as she looked around. This was truly a wealthy family. Just looking at the flowers, plants and trees, she could feel the scent of money everywhere. It was luxurious and expensive. It was a world of extravagance that she could never imagine. The driver pulled up to the villa's front door. When Xiaoshang looked up, she noticed several grandmothers staring at the entrance, all of them wearing fitted cheongsams and looking very well maintained, not much older than 50 or 60. She froze. Why were there so many grandmothers? Xiaoshang was confused. Mo Hantian, which one is your grandmother? Could it be that these were all his grandmothers? When his grandfather was young, did he marry several wives? Mo Hanting glanced at the door and his mouth twitched slightly. What's with all the grandmothers? The granddaughter is meeting the parents, why did she bring so many people home? He spoke up, the one in the middle, wearing a purple cheongsam, the one whose face was about to crack from smiling so widely, is my grandmother. Shang Xia. Mo Hanting continued, the others are her good sisters, they are the same generation as my grandmother, you can also call them grandmothers. Shang Xia blinked, okay, she understood. The grandmothers were waiting with bated breath, and Shang Xia felt bad for keeping them waiting. She opened the car door and got out, politely greeting the grandmothers. Hello, grandmothers, my name is Shang Xia. When Grandma Mo saw Shang Xia come out, she was instantly excited. Granddaughter, come over here, let Grandma take a good look at you. Shang Xia gave a small smile, held her skirt lightly with her slender fingers, and stepped up the steps slowly. Grandma Mo had already rushed over and grabbed her little hand. She looked at Xia Shang, who was a fair-skinned young girl with delicate snow-white skin. She was wearing a light yellow dress, with a fresh and elegant temperament, and the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Grandma Mo immediately praised her, saying, beautiful. My granddaughter is really beautiful, much more beautiful than in the photos. Xia Shang blushed when she heard this, her pretty face turning red. Grandma, she is even more agreeable than she had expected. Before she came, she thought that Grandma was a serious and stern grandmother, and was prepared to be lectured. Unexpectedly, Grandma turned out to be a funny and lively person. Her inner tension instantly disappeared. Grandma Mo seemed to be holding a treasure in her hands, and she couldn't let go of Xingxia. She took Xingxia to the other grandmothers and said proudly, this is my granddaughter-in-law, what do you think? Isn't she a good match for my grandson? The other grandmothers also looked at Xia Chang. The young girl was good-looking, with superior looks, a rare beauty. So pretty, no wonder she charmed Mo's grandson. Not bad, not bad. The young girl is good, a good match for Mo's grandson. Grandma Mo was even more pleased. And quickly beckoned Xia Chang to go inside and sit. She completely forgot that her grandson had also returned with his wife. Mo Hanting had just parked the car and stepped out of the car, and the doorway was already empty. Xia Jia had already been taken inside the villa by her grandmother. Mo Hanting couldn't help but pinch his eyebrows. "Grandma, did you forget that you also have a grandson?" Xia Jia was warmly welcomed into the house by Grandma Mo. Xia Jia took out the gift bag she had prepared and handed it to Grandma Mo. "Grandma, this is a gift I have prepared for you. I hope you like it." She had picked it up when she was passing by the mall. She felt that it was better to give a gift on her first visit. Grandma Mo was surprised and delighted. She said, "Oh, my granddaughter knows to give me a gift. It's been a long time since I received a gift, I'm so happy." Grandma Mo said, and couldn't help but smile proudly at her friends. Look how considerate her granddaughter is, she even brought a gift when she came to visit her old lady, how well behaved and sensible she is. The other women rolled their eyes and looked away. Seeing that Grandma Mo is so happy, Xia Shang is also very happy. "Grandma, open the present and see if you like it." Grandma Mo was very considerate of Xia Shang and quickly opened the present box. When she opened the present box, she saw that it was a hand-knitted scarf. It was soft and comfortable to the touch. Most of the presents that Grandma Mo receives are various kinds of jadeite gems, celadon calligraphy and paintings, and so on, which are nothing new. It is rare to receive a present of a scarf, which is also original and creative, and she feels especially surprised. Grandma Mo immediately put it on, wrapping the scarf around her neck again and again. She gave a happy smile to Xia Shang, saying, "Not bad, this scarf is very comfortable to wear, Grandma really likes it." "Xia, you've been thoughtful." Xia Shang raised her lips in a smile, as long as Grandma liked it. Grandma Mo took off the scarf and put it back in the gift box. She instructed the maid to put the gift box away and put it in her room. Then she told Xia Shang that since Xia Shang had prepared a gift for her, she also wanted to give Xia Shang a gift in return. Xia Shang was taken aback. One of the maids next to Grandma Mo handed her a delicate mahogany box with both hands. Grandma Mo took the mahogany box and slowly opened it. Inside was an emerald green jade bracelet of excellent quality. Even if Xia Shang didn't know anything about jade bracelets, she guessed that it was worth a lot of money. The other grandmothers couldn't help but gasp in surprise when they saw the bracelet. "Old Mo, isn't this your favorite jade bracelet from the Tang dynasty? You never wear it." Xingxia drew a sharp breath. "A jade bracelet from the Tang dynasty? Wouldn't that be extremely valuable?" Grandma Mo smiled and said, "I'm too old to wear such a beautiful thing. Here, Xia, this bracelet is for you." She took Xiaxia's hand and tried to put the bracelet on her. Xiaxia quickly waved her hand, refusing in a panic, "No, I can't. Grandma, I can't accept this, it's too valuable. This bracelet is so valuable, she's afraid that she might lose it or break it and can't afford to pay for it." Grandma Mo insisted on giving it to her. "It's not that expensive, just wear it, it's a token of my affection." Xiaxia still refused. "No, Grandma, I really can't accept it." Seeing Mo Hanting walk into the hall, she looked like she had seen a lifesaver and asked for help. "Hanting, you must persuade Grandma to take back the gift. I really can't accept such a valuable thing." Chapter 29, Mo Hanting fell in love with her at first sight. Mo Hanting strode over, sat down next to Xia Shang, and naturally put his arm around her shoulders. His narrow eyes swept over the slightly flustered young girl, his mouth curling up slightly. "Grandma gave it to you, you just have to take it. We're all family, what's the point of being polite?" "Xia Shang? That's right, we're all family, what's the point of being polite? Xia, just take it." Grandma Mo directly slipped the jade bracelet onto Xia Shang's hand. The slender, pale wrist was now adorned with a jade bracelet in a bright emerald green, giving it an otherworldly charm. Grandma Mo couldn't help but praise, "Our Xia, it looks really good on you." Xia Shang glanced at the heavy jade bracelet on her wrist and thought to herself, she's only acting along with Mo Hanting, so she has to accept it. When we go back later, I'll return this expensive jade bracelet to him. Mo Hanting probably thought the same thing, otherwise he wouldn't have let her accept it so easily. So, Xia Shang accepted it with a clear conscience, thanking her grandmother, saying that the jade bracelet was very beautiful and that she liked it very much. If Xia likes it, that's good. Grandma Mo's face broke into a smile. Then, she winked at her sisters, and coughed. The grandmothers received the signal and, without exception, took out the gifts they had prepared and gave them to Xia Shang. Xingxia was overwhelmed by the gifts that were thrust into her hands, and she kept saying thank you. She thought to herself that next time she came, she would definitely prepare more gifts to give each of these lovely grandmothers a gift in return. After the gift giving was over, they started chatting about their families. The grandmothers asked Xingxia where she lived and how many people lived in her family. They asked her what school she graduated from and what job she did. Xingxia couldn't answer any of these questions. She felt inferior about her family. Her biological father had an affair with a younger woman and was abandoned. For many years, she and her mother had relied on each other for support. Moreover, in order to pay for her mother's medical treatment, she stopped going to school after graduating from high school and went out to work to earn money. The job she took was not a good one, because without a good education, a good diploma, and good companies did not want her. She could only do work that involved carrying trays and pouring water. She wondered if the grandmothers, including Mo Hanting's grandmother, would look down on her if she told the truth. Mo Hanting felt Xia Shang's discomfort. Her slender body was tense and rigid. He rubbed her round shoulders with his large hands, a silent gesture of comfort. Then he said to the grandmothers, "Grandmothers, don't ask such serious questions. Xia Xia is nervous. I like Xia Xia for who she is, not her family or her work." The grandmothers seemed to realize something, and they all smiled. "We won't ask then. Let's ask how you met, and then how you fell in love and got married." Mo Hanting lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl in his arms, smiling with his lips curled up. "Xia Xia, tell the grandmothers how we met." Xia Xia was not as awkward as she had been because Mo Hanting had helped her out. But when she heard Mo Hanting ask her in a teasing tone of voice how they had met, Xia Xia's face could not help but flush. Didn't he know how she had met him? How could he ask such a question so naturally? The man's large, knuckly hands wrapped around her slender waist, grabbed her small, delicate hand, and gently held it in the palm of his hand, squeezing the little pinky finger, not too hard, as if he was patiently waiting for her to answer. Several grandmothers, led by Grandma Mo, also looked at her with a curious and gossipy expression. Xingxia bit her lip and made up a story. "I met him in a coffee shop. We fell in love at first sight. Hanting is a very proactive man. He fell in love with me at first sight and immediately asked for my contact information. Then we just got together after chatting for a while. Well, it can't be that they met for the first time and got to know each other in bed, that would be too embarrassing. It's more plausible that she made up the story." Several grandmothers were shocked. They never expected that Mo Hanting would fall in love with Xia Xia at first sight and actively pursue the girl. Grandma Mo looked at Mo Hanting and smiled with raised eyebrows. "Is what Xia Xia said true? Did you fall in love with her at first sight and actively pursue her?" Mo Hanting lowered his eyes and looked at Xia Xia in his arms. Xia Xia's clean and beautiful eyes stared at him wide, as if making a silent request, asking him to cooperate with her. Mo Hanting's lips curled up. It was true. When I first saw Xia Xia, I knew that she would not escape from my grasp and was destined to become my woman. Several grandmothers smiled ambiguously. Xia Xia's face turned red and she couldn't help averting her eyes, afraid to look at his overly straightforward and gentle gaze. She had to admit that Mo Hanting's acting was much better than hers. In that moment when she just looked into his eyes, she almost thought that she really was the girl he had fallen in love with at first sight. Next, Xingxia stayed with Mo Hanting to accompany her grandmother for lunch. After lunch, several of Grandma Mo's sisters left. Mo Hanting also wanted to take Xingxia away, but was forced to stay by Grandma Mo, who insisted that they stay the night to keep her company. Mo Hanting had no choice but to take Xingxia to his room to rest. Mo Hanting's room in the old mansion was similar to where he lived in his private garden, with a dark, minimalist style that was understated yet exuded luxury. As soon as Xia Shang followed the man into the room, she took off the jade bracelet in her hand and gently tugged on the man's sleeve with her small hand, saying, "Mo Hanting, this, I'll give it back to you." Mo Hanting looked down and saw Xia Shang handing him the jade bracelet that his grandmother had given her. He frowned, saying, "Your grandmother gave it to you, why are you giving it back to me?" Xia Shang whispered, "It's too precious, I can't accept it. Besides, she is only his wife in name, and this jade bracelet should be given to his real wife, not her." Mo Hanting took the jade bracelet that Xingxia handed over and took her small hand again to put it back on her. "Xingxia, it's not about the value, as long as my grandmother is willing to give it to you, you are worthy. Put the jade bracelet back on properly. If grandma finds out that you didn't wear the bracelet she gave you properly, she won't be happy." Xingxia hesitated, her small face no bigger than a palm. "However, I'm afraid I'll break the jade bracelet. And if I do, she won't be able to afford to replace it." Besides, this is Grandma's favorite jade bracelet. Mo Hanting didn't think it was a big deal. If it breaks, I'll just get you another one. Shengxia. He doesn't even seem to care that this is such an expensive jade bracelet. Is he really that arrogant? Forgive her for not having experienced the world of the rich, so she doesn't understand. Mo Hanting rubbed her head with his large hand. The soft touch of her hair made her think nothing of it. This jade bracelet suits you very well. It looks beautiful on your hand. Wear it well and don't take it off easily. If you don't even have a decent piece of jewelry on your hand, and someone sees it, they'll think I don't give my wife money and am mistreating her. Xingxia blinked, thinking to herself, that's a good point. She's already Mrs. Mo, so how can she not even have a decent piece of jewelry on her hand? If Mo Hanting takes her out to show her the world and someone sees it, won't that be misunderstood and cause him to lose face? She can't let him lose face, so she'll take the jade bracelet. Xingxia stroked the jade bracelet with her small hands, raised her clear eyes, and said to Mo Hanting seriously, I will protect this jade bracelet well and not break it. Mo Hanting arched his lips and said, I naturally believe in Mrs. Mo's abilities. Chapter 30, I'm going to hold my little great-grandson. After settling the matter of the jade bracelet, Xingxia was directly pulled onto the bed by Mo Hanting, and they both fell backwards. Xingxia's eyes widened, and her hands, at a loss, rested against the man's chest. Mo Hanting, what are you doing? Mo Hanting looked at the girl beneath him. Her pure black hair was spread out on the bed, a few strands tangled around her delicate and charming little face like snow and jade, and the white and seductive neck of a swan. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful that she wanted to be ravished. Her frightened expression was like that of a startled fawn, so delicate and soft that it was simply unbearable. His eyes darkened, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a wicked, evil smile. He wants you. Last night, he just did her, tossing and turning for hours on end, and now he. Can he not be so energetic? She said with a blush. It's broad daylight, and this is your grandmother's territory. If your grandmother finds out, what face will she have to show? Mo Hanting kissed her rosy lips. Don't worry, my grandmother won't be so blind as to come up and disturb us. Besides, she'd be happy for us to make a racket. Shenxiao's face was still red, and she still couldn't let go. But my body hasn't recovered yet. Huh? Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow. Still hurts? Shenxia's beautiful eyes brimmed with pity, and her voice was soft. It hurts. Let me see. Mo Hanting reached over with his large hand. No. Xingxia tried to stop him, but she couldn't stop the man's strength. In the end, she could only whine and let the man do whatever he wanted. Mo Hanting quickly checked the result. His narrow eyes fell on the little girl with a pretty face below him, and he raised the corners of his eyebrows and smiled. Little liar, you dare lie to me. Shengxia. Dare to lie to me, don't even think I'll let you go. Mo Hantian began to fondle her. Shengxia was determined not to let him touch her, so when the man was distracted, she pushed him away and ran to the bathroom to hide. I'll take a shower first. Once she was in the bathroom, she quickly locked the door behind her, relieved that the man could not get in. Facing a horny wolf who was ready to mate at any time really tests one's mentality and physical fitness. Xingxia still took a shower, but she only realized after she finished that she had no clothes to wear. The clothes she had just worn were soaked in water and could no longer be worn. She couldn't go out without clothes, could she? That would be the same as directly seducing that wolf, Mo Hanting. There was no other way, so she could only stand in front of the bathroom door and shouted, Mo Hanting, are you still there? If he wasn't there, she would go out naked. If he was there, she would ask him to bring her some clothes. The man's lazy and magnetic voice sounded outside the door. What is it? It was so loud that it made her ears explode. Midsummer bit her lip. I didn't bring any clothes in, can you help me find some clothes? And so on. In less than a minute, the man responded and opened the door. Midsummer quietly opened the door a crack and saw the man's cold, white fingers with well-defined joints holding a piece of black fabric. Without thinking, she snatched it and closed the door again. Mo Hanting made a sound of disgust and hid. What's the hurry? Does he look that scary? Other women, when they see him, can't wait to throw themselves at him, but she avoids him like the plague. Xingxia took the clothes the man had given her and carefully spread them out to look at them. She realized that they were a pair of sexy pajamas made of unnecessary fabric and trimmed with lace. Ah! She couldn't help exclaiming. What's wrong? Mo Hanting instantly became nervous. He wanted to rush into the bathroom to see what was going on, but he found that the bathroom door was locked from the inside. This girl, taking a bath and locking the door, is she trying to prevent a thief? Shengxia was holding the poor black fabric in her hands, her face red as blood. I'm fine. It's just that I can't wear it, so you have to change it for me. Mo Hanting understood, raising his eyebrows slightly. How can you not wear it? Shengxia stamped her foot, saying that she just couldn't wear it. How could she wear this kind of clothing? Could she go out in public wearing it? If Mo Hanting saw it, he would think that she was seducing him again. Mo Hanting said seriously, but what to do? The clothes were prepared for you by your grandmother, it is a token of her affection. If you don't wear them, your grandmother will be disappointed. Xia Shang. I really didn't expect that this sexy pajamas were prepared for you by your grandmother. Your grandmother is such an old lady in her 60s or 70s, but she is so trendy, preparing sexy pajamas for her. The man's low and hoarse voice sounded from outside the door, as if he was trying his best to restrain and endure something. Xia, put them on quickly, I want to see you wear them, you will definitely look beautiful. His tone of voice, coaxing Xia into wearing the sexy pajamas, was very bad, like the big bad wolf tempting the innocent little white rabbit. Xia was so embarrassed that she didn't want to wear them. I can't wear them. The man was impatient. Then come out here and I'll help you put them on. Xia was so embarrassed. Are there any other clothes? Mo Hantian, no, this is the only one. If you don't wear it, you won't have any clothes to wear. Are you serious? Shengxia expressed her doubts. Do you have a shirt? I can wear your shirt. She would rather wear a man's shirt than this embarrassing sexy pajamas. The man replied with justification, no. Shengxia gritted her teeth and couldn't help stomping her feet. Liar, if you don't give me a shirt, I'm not going out. Mo Hanting gritted his teeth and said, okay, the little girl will threaten people aggressively, not bad. Wait a minute, I'll get your shirt. Less than half a minute later, the man knocked on the door. Open the door. This time, Xia Sheng tried to open the door a crack as usual. But when she peered out through the crack, she didn't see the shirt. She couldn't help but open the door a little wider. The next second, a large, knuckled hand reached in, grabbed her slender wrist, and dragged her out without saying a word. Midsummer let out a startled cry as she was directly dragged into the strong, rigid body of a man. The man's bulging muscles hit her chest, causing her to grunt. Most importantly, she was still naked. She looked up suddenly, and saw the man's amused gaze. She was both embarrassed and annoyed. Mo Hanting, you. Mo Hanting's long, slender fingers gently lifted up a strip of black fabric, just the right amount of sexy pajamas for midsummer, and he wondered when they had ended up in the man's hands. The black straps wound around his long, beautiful fingers. Xia, you really are naughty. I told you to wear the clothes your grandmother prepared for you, but you refused, insisting that I help you put them on myself. Come, straighten up, I'm going to help you get dressed. No. Midsummer blushed, covering her chest and trying to step back. But the man's strong arms wrapped around her waist, holding her tightly, preventing her from moving. The man's gaze was fixed on her, straightforward and fiery, the kind of explicit gaze a mature man gives a woman. Midsummer felt her heart palpitate, and her heartbeat had long since lost its rhythm. Her eyes overflowed with panic, like a fawn, cute and touching. Mo Hanting, don't. Mo Hanting's Adam's apple rolled, be good, I'll help you wear it, it'll be quick. He couldn't wait to see how charming and alluring she looked in this dress. No. Midsummer finally gave in and let the man dress her himself. Outside the door. Grandma Mo pressed her ear to the door and listened carefully to the sounds inside the room. Joining Grandma Mo in eavesdropping was Butler Zhao. The two old people listened to everything that should and shouldn't be heard inside. Butler Zhao looked at the happy-looking Grandma Mo. Madam, you can rest assured now. The young master is sincere about the young mistress. He didn't just bring some random woman back to fool you. Grandma Mo suspected that her grandson had found a woman to act for her, an old lady. After all, her grandson's marriage was so sudden that she wasn't informed, so it was only natural for her to be suspicious. However, after hearing the movements of the two in the room, Grandma Mo instantly stopped doubting. They'd even gotten to the bed, so what was there to doubt? Now, she should be happy and look forward to holding her great-great-grandchild. Grandma Mo was overjoyed. Butler Zhao, you tell the kitchen to prepare some ingredients that will nourish the body and help the young couple inside. They must have used up a lot of energy exercising for so long. They must be nourished. Yes. Butler Zhao went off to do it happily. Xingxia slept until 9 p.m. that night, even missing dinner. If she hadn't been so hungry, she wouldn't have wanted to get up for dinner. She glanced around the room. Mo Hanting was gone, and she didn't know where he had gone. While the man was away, she couldn't help but complain. It was all Mo Hanting's fault. He shouldn't have made her suffer for so long. Now she hadn't been down for dinner for so long, Grandma must be laughing at me. In the heat of summer, she supported her slender waist and lifted up her shirt to see that her body was covered in the finger marks of her man. The marks from last night were still there, and new ones had been added today. What a beast! In the heat of summer, she blushed as she thought, the next time he wants to, she must refuse him firmly, and not indulge him. She got up to find her clothes, and suddenly noticed a row of brand new women's clothes in the closet. Casual clothes, skirts, pajamas, underwear, everything. She stamped her foot in anger. Mo Hanting. What did you say? Grandma only prepared one dress for her? This bastard deceived her again. Just thinking about the helpless way she was forced to wear that kind of dress and be used by him made her so angry. Humph. There won't be a next time. After getting dressed in the middle of summer, she wanted to sneak into the kitchen and make herself something to eat to fill her stomach. Who knew that as soon as she went downstairs, she was caught in the act by Grandma Mo. Xia Shang was a little self-conscious and couldn't help but lift her collar to cover some of the evidence. Grandma, you're not asleep yet? Grandma Mo smiled and pulled Xia Shang over. Her sharp eyes caught some ambiguous traces of the young girl's exposed, delicate skin. She was even happier, and her mouth was about to turn up to the back of her ears. Hey, it's only 9 o'clock, Grandma doesn't go to bed that early. But you, Xia, have been lying in your room for so long, you must be very hungry. Grandma has prepared dinner for you, come and eat quickly. Grandma's ambiguous gaze made Xia feel very shy. Could it be that she and Mo Hanting had done something bad in the room that Grandma knew about? Just thinking about it made her feel so ashamed. Xia was taken by Grandma Mo to the dining room, where she soon saw the sumptuous dinner that Grandma Mo had prepared for her. The most eye-catching dish was a bowl of 10 perfection tonic soup. Grandma, this is. Grandma lifted the Tuanchuan dabu soup and handed it to Xingxia, saying, "This is the nourishing Tuanchuan dabu soup that Grandma has prepared for you. It is suitable for the body after strenuous exercise. It is very nourishing for the blood and vital energy, so drink it quickly." Xingxia. Her body suddenly felt hot all over. Grandma had finally found out what she and Mo Hanting had been doing in the room. Ah. This is really embarrassing. Grandma, I should drink it quickly, or it won't be as effective when it cools down. There was no choice. Under the loving gaze of Grandma Mo, Xia Shang still drank the perfect recovery soup against the pressure. Grandma Mo was very satisfied and said with a smile that this perfect recovery soup also has the effect of helping with conception. If I continue to replenish my energy in this way, I will soon be able to hold my great-great-grandchild in my arms. Xia Shang. The soup instantly became hot in the mouth. After dinner, Midsummer went back to her room. She bumped into Mo Hanting, who was coming out of the bathroom, his upper body naked and his lower body covered with a loose towel, as if it would fall off at any moment. The man was tall and had long legs, with a great figure, 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles, covered in various kinds of ambiguous scratches and bite marks. It was really an exquisite masculine body, which made people blush uncontrollably when they saw it. Oh no, what is she thinking? Hasn't she just been bullied enough? Midsummer couldn't help but avert her gaze. Mo Hanting glanced over, saw the little girl's ripe and seductive face, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Mrs. Mo, why don't you look at it more? If you look at it more, you won't always be shy. A good dog's answer. Midsummer couldn't help but glare at the man, puffing up her cheeks and saying, "Just now, my grandmother told me to drink a bowl of perfect tonic soup, she wants me to have a baby." She hadn't forgotten that they were a contractual couple, just playing the part of a couple, and having a baby should not be within the scope of the agreement. Mo Hanting walked towards her, his large hand habitually wrapping around her waist, looking down at her as he asked, "Do you want to have a baby?" Whether or not to have a baby was up to her, and he respected her choice. After all, having a baby was a terrifying thing. His mother had almost died in the delivery room when she gave birth to him. Although she had survived, she was unable to become pregnant again in her lifetime. He didn't want his woman to be like his mother, so he would not force her to have a baby. If Xia Shang wanted a child, he could give it to her. If she didn't want one, he would support her. Chapter 31. No matter how good she is, no matter how outstanding she is, your brother still doesn't like her. Midsummer looked at Mo Hanting in surprise. What did he mean? He even asked if she wanted to give birth. He didn't just say that she couldn't give birth, but asked if she wanted to. It was as if she could give birth to his baby. It was as if they were a real couple discussing whether or not to have a baby. Midsummer nibbled her lip, wondering if he was getting too involved in the role. Mo Hantian lowered his head and asked again, patiently, to have a baby or not? Shang Xia's soft earlobes turned red. First, no, I'm not ready to have a baby yet. Mo Hantian arched his lips and said, then we won't have one for now. He didn't want a baby that soon either. They had just gotten married, and they hadn't enjoyed their newlywed bliss enough yet, so how could they bear to have a baby? He pinched her little face with his large hand and assured her, don't worry, I'll take the necessary precautions in the future. Midsummer lowered her head and whispered, actually, I can take the pill. Mo Hanting raised her palm-sized face and said seriously, taking the pill is not good for your health. You're so thin, and there's not much flesh on your body. If you take the pill, what if something goes wrong with your body? In the future, I can't take the pill, so I'll just wear a condom. If I forget to wear one, just remind me and help me put it on. The first sentence, Midsummer felt that the man was very considerate, knowing that taking too many birth control pills was bad for a woman's health. The second sentence, she heard him say that he wanted her to help him put it on, and his tone was as bad as ever. Midsummer looked at the man's handsome face, like it had been carved by a knife, with his eyebrows raised in a way that exuded a unique bad boy charm. She suddenly blurted out, Mo Hanting, you're so horny. Mo Hanting. Calling me horny? The little girl needs to be punished for being so naughty. The man could not help but kiss her lips, and nibbled heavily. The next day. It was another late morning. When Xia Shang woke up in the middle of the summer, Mo Hanting was no longer in bed. She stretched and wanted to dawdle for a while before getting up. But she thought that this was Mo Hanting's old house, not his private garden, so she could not be too reckless. After Xia Shang washed up, she walked out of the bedroom. As soon as she stepped out of the bedroom, she heard a clear, sweet laugh coming from downstairs. Grandma Mo was laughing too. Xia Shang was curious and went downstairs to take a look. She noticed that there was a pretty, graceful young girl standing next to Grandma Mo. The young girl was about the same age as her, around 20, pure and innocent. When Grandma Mo saw Xia Shang, she quickly beckoned her over. Xia Shang, you're awake. Come here, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Mo Qingqing. Mo Qingqing was not born to the same parents as Mo Hanting. Mo Hanting was born to the first wife, while Mo Qingqing was born to the second wife. The two are cousins. Shengxia looked at Mo Qingqing and smiled politely. Hello, Qingqing. My name is Shengxia. You can just call me Xia. Mo Qingqing looked Shengxia up and down. Shengxia was wearing a small, round-necked white dress today, which made her look particularly pure and innocent, like a young female university student. What's more, Shengxia is very pretty, with a small, delicate face the size of a palm, and skin as white as snow, as tender as jade, so soft you could pinch water out of it. Are you the daughter-in-law my brother just married? You look so unfamiliar to me, you don't seem to be from the same circle as my brother and I. Shengxia pursed her lips and said softly, I'm not from your circle or your brother's. Mo Qingqing narrowed her eyes and asked, which circle are you from then? Which rich family are you from? You said your surname is Shang, and I'm in the capital. I've never heard of any Shang family in the rich and powerful families. Shang Xia was at a loss for words. Grandma Mo also sensed something was wrong, and frowned. Qingqing, don't be rude to your sister-in-law. Mo Qingqing was unhappy. What sister-in-law? Grandma, I think you've been deceived by this woman. She has no status. What makes her qualify to be with my brother? Qingqing. Grandma Mo's face grew serious. Xia is the daughter-in-law your brother brought home. No matter what her background is, as long as your brother likes her, that's all that matters. Even if your brother fell for a beggar, I wouldn't mind. Shengxia was shocked by what Grandma Mo said. Did Grandma really not mind her background? Even if she were a beggar? Mo Qingqing also found it hard to believe. Grandma, you're really confused. Grandma Mo said with righteous indignation, Grandma is not confused. On the contrary, I'm very astute. Grandma can judge people very accurately. Although Xia Xia is not from a wealthy family, she seems simple and reliable, obedient and sensible. The fact that she is able to make your eldest brother fall in love with her shows that she has something special that attracts him. Even if you don't believe me, you should trust your eldest brother's judgment and his taste. Xingxia was very touched inside. Grandma actually believed in her, but she and Mo Hanting had teamed up to pretend to be husband and wife and deceive her. Xingxia felt very guilty. Mo Qingqing was still very angry. She felt that her grandmother, like her brother, had been deceived by this worthless vixen in front of her. She was clearly only after the Mo family's wealth and had hooked up with her brother. It was fine that her brother was too stupid to see through the vixen, but why couldn't her grandmother see it too? Mo Qingqing gave Xingxia a contemptuous glance. She wouldn't recognize her as her sister-in-law anyway. The only woman who was qualified to be my sister-in-law was Sister Qi Jiao. You know the Qi family, right? One of the 4 great families in the capital. Sister Qi Jiao is the Qi family's only daughter and heiress. Not only is she of noble birth, she also has excellent qualifications. At the age of just 20, she graduated from a prestigious university with a master's degree. Sister Qi Jiao and my brother were childhood sweethearts. She is the woman my brother is closest to, and you, with your empty beauty, are nothing but a useless vase. What can you compare her to? Mo Qingqing spoke with arrogance and condescension, attempting to use Qi Jiao to suppress Shang Xia, make her feel inferior, and make her lose so badly that she would withdraw of her own accord. Shang Xia pursed her lips. She didn't know anything about Qi Jiao, but from Mo Qingqing's words, she could guess just how outstanding this Qi Jiao was. I admit, the Qi Jiao you're talking about is very impressive, but right now, I'm the woman of your brother's rightful wife. Even if you praise Qi Jiao to the skies, she still doesn't have the ability to stand by your brother's side. No matter how good or outstanding Qi Jiao is, your brother won't like her. This is a beautiful comeback. Grandma Mo couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xingxia. She thought this granddaughter-in-law was a meek girl who would only hide behind a man and seek refuge, but she never expected that she would be a difficult person to deal with. Someone suppressed her, and she knew how to fight back. She's not the kind of meek person who won't fight back when suppressed. This young girl is really good. If you cultivate her well, she might be able to stand on her own in the future. Mo Qingqing's mouth was twisted with anger. You're being unreasonable and shameless. Chapter 32, Mo Hanting can only be hers. Xingxia doesn't understand. How is she being argumentative and shameless? She's just stating the facts. She wasn't suppressed to tears by Mo Qingqing, so Mo Qingqing broke her defenses? There's nothing to cry about, her dysfunctional family is a fact. She also had low self-esteem, but that doesn't change the facts, so it's better to accept it frankly. It's just that she has a mother who loves and cares for her, so she doesn't have nothing. She doesn't like Mo Qingqing's aggressive attitude and the way she looks down on her family. Everyone's background is predetermined at birth, and Mo Qingqing or the jealous woman she mentioned is just better at reincarnating than she is. If she were like them and was born into a good family, she wouldn't necessarily be worse off than they are. So what is Mo Qingqing so superior to her anyway? If it weren't for the Mo family's golden coating, who would even notice her? Qingqing, if you are rude to your sister-in-law again, I will not hesitate to throw you out. Grandma Mo didn't want to indulge Mo Qingqing anymore. This girl had been spoiled and had a more and more arrogant temper. She didn't look like a daughter of a wealthy family at all. Compared to Mo Qingqing, she appreciated Xiaoxiao's calmness and composure more. Indeed, one cannot judge a person based on their background alone. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that her grandmother, who had always loved and doted on her and always given her way, would actually rebuke her for the sake of an outsider and make her apologize. She couldn't help but glare at Xingxia fiercely. It was all this vixen's fault. If it weren't for her, her grandmother wouldn't have rebuked her. Apologize to her? No way. Mo Qingqing got up and left angrily. Grandma Mo shook her head. She really felt that her granddaughter was hopeless. She looked at Xia Xia with guilt. Xia Xia, Xingqiang has really gone too far. I apologize to you on her behalf. It is her responsibility as a grandmother to spoil her granddaughter and raise her to be so unreasonable. Xia Xia smiled understandingly and said, It's fine, I don't mind. I guess it's normal for her to have a prejudice against me since we just met. After we get to know each other better in the future, she might change her attitude towards me. Mo grandma was very pleased to see that Xingxia was so reasonable. Shengxia, it's rare that you are so sensible, and Hanting has married a treasure. Grandma. Shengxia hesitated for a moment, but then decided to tell her family's situation. If Grandma really minded, there was nothing she could do. After all, she couldn't decide her own origins. Grandma, I'm not some rich girl. I'm just an ordinary girl from a poor family. I have a father, but he doesn't love me. When I was 10 years old, he cheated on my mother during his marriage, abandoned me and my mother, and married his mistress, with whom he formed a new family. Since then, I have had no father, only a mother. My mother and I have been relying on each other for our lives. My mother suffered a great psychological trauma because of her marriage, and she unfortunately became ill and needed to spend a lot of money on medical treatment. While other girls were at school age, I had to go out and work hard to earn money to pay for my mother's treatment. I didn't even go to university. Grandma, Mo Qingqing is right, I have no status and no education, I am indeed not suitable for Hanting. Grandma Mo's eyes welled up with tears as she listened. Her granddaughter is so pitiful. Her father doesn't love her, her mother is sick, and she is trying to earn money to pay for her mother's treatment. No wonder she seems so sensible, it turns out she has suffered so much misfortune since childhood. Shengxia was shocked to see Grandma Mo cry. She then hurriedly brought some tissue paper and wiped away Grandma Mo's tears. Ah! She made Grandma cry, she is guilty. Grandma, I'm sorry, Grandma Mo hugged Shengxia, oh, silly girl, Grandma is just worried about you. You're so young, and your shoulders are so small, how can you carry so much on your shoulders? You've been through all these years, how tired you must be. Just thinking about it makes me feel so sad, I can't stop the tears. Oh, my dear Grandma. Xia Shang was hugged by Grandma Mo, who leaned on her shoulder and cried. Xia Shang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This was something she had experienced herself, and she hadn't even cried, but her grandma was crying. Grandma is really very emotional. After Mo Qingqing had cried for a while, she said to Xia Sheng seriously, Xia, in the future, you are not allowed to say that you are not good enough for my grandson. You are absolutely good enough. Grandma and Hanting are not shallow people. They don't care about things like matching social status. What Grandma and Hanting care about is Xia's kind personality. Xia is a kind and filial girl. Hanting is blessed to be able to marry you. Don't belittle yourself and think that you are not good enough for him, understand? Seeing Mo Grandma's serious expression, Shengxia's eyes also reddened. Okay, I know, Grandma. Mo Qingqing left the old house in a huff and received a phone call. She saw the caller ID and immediately answered. Sister Qi Jiao. Qi Jiao couldn't help but ask, Qingqing, did you go back to the old house and see for yourself? Did Hanting really bring a woman home? Yesterday she heard the news that Mo Hanting had taken his wife back to meet Mo's grandmother, and several grandmothers had witnessed it together. She didn't believe it and insisted that Mo Qingqing go take a look. Mo Qingqing angrily said, it's true. She's still at the old mansion, fooling my grandmother around. Just now, my grandmother even drove me out of the house because of her. This is too much. Qi Jiao couldn't help but frown, it was true. Hanting really had brought a woman back. Her fingers couldn't help but clench, her blood surging. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but say, Sister Qi Jiao, that woman is useless, she has no family, no education, she's just plain good-looking, she's simply not good enough for my brother. An outstanding man like my brother can only be matched by a woman like you, Sister Qi Jiao. Sister Qi Jiao, hurry up and go get my brother. Qi Jiao pursed her lips, her eyes flashing with coldness. Don't worry, I won't let Hanting go to other women. Mo Hanting can only be hers, Qi Jiao. After spending the whole afternoon in the old house, Mo Hanting came back to pick up Xia Shang. Grandma Mo intended to let them stay for a few more days, but Mo Hanting said that it would not be conducive to him and Xia Shang spending time together. Grandma Mo pursed her lips, afraid that she would disturb the young couple? Did she really think that she couldn't understand the subtext of this brat? Fine, you can go back home, but don't forget to bring Xia back to see me, your old wife, often. Mo Hanting, I know. Grandma Mo crossed her arms and added, Xia is a poor, sensible girl. You must take good care of her, protect her, love her, and never bully her. If I hear Xia say you're not good, I'll take your pants off and spank you. Chapter 33, Buying a Diamond Ring for the Daughter-in-Law. Mo Hanting. Grandma, aren't you giving him face by saying that in front of the daughter-in-law? Doesn't he have any shame? I seriously doubt that he's her real grandson. Xia Xia is her real grandson. Xia Xia couldn't hold back her laughter. Grandma is really cute. Suddenly, a mournful gaze from the man struck her. Xia Xia immediately dared not laugh, holding it in. Grandma Mo took Xiaxia's small hand and said, Xiaxia, it's fine if this brat doesn't come to see me, but you must remember to come often. Xiaxia nodded, yes, I will come often. Grandma Mo grabbed Xiaxia's hand and felt it a few times. As she was feeling it, she felt something wrong. Her granddaughter's 10 fingers were all bare. She frowned and looked at Mo Hanting. You brat, did you not buy Xiaxia a diamond ring? Xiaxia's ring finger is empty. They've already got their marriage certificate, but you haven't even bought her a diamond ring yet? How is that proper etiquette? Mo Hanting is taken aback. A diamond ring? It's his first marriage, so he's inexperienced and almost forgot to buy his wife a diamond ring. It's his mistake. Grandma, I'm sorry, I'll buy Xiaxia one right away. Grandma Mo, remember to buy a nice one, something fashionable and expensive, one of those oversized diamond rings. Don't get one that's too cheap, it won't do Xiaxia justice. Shengxia. Mo Hanting, I know. Mo's grandmother is satisfied. They leave the old mansion. Shengxia and Mo Hanting are both sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Mo Hanting tells the driver to stop at the shopping mall to buy his wife an oversized diamond ring. Shengxia is shocked and asks, you really want to buy a diamond ring? Mo Hanting glances at her and says, what else? Shengxia. She thinks that she was just acting along with her grandmother and said she wanted to buy an oversized diamond ring. Unexpectedly, the man took her seriously and actually wanted to buy her one. However, it is normal for him to consider this. If she is not wearing the ring when she meets her grandmother next time, it will be difficult to explain to her. She stirred her small hands and said, the ring doesn't need to be expensive, just something similar will do. Similar? Mo Hanting frowned. How can the diamond ring specially for Mrs. Mo be similar? Is Mrs. Mo doubting my financial strength? Midsummer. She scratches her head. No, that's not it. I just don't think it's necessary to wear such an expensive diamond ring. What if you lose it or a thief steals it? Her husband speaks with a domineering tone. As I said, if you lose it, just buy a new one. Your husband is not short of money. In the heat of the summer, she was at a loss for words. Since Mo Hanting had said it like that, it would be too pretentious for her to refuse. The car stopped at the entrance of the shopping mall. Xia Tian got off the car with Mo Hanting. Xia Tian stood next to Mo Hanting and wanted to walk into the big shopping mall. Suddenly, her soft and bony little hand was grabbed by a pair of big hands, and then their fingers were clasped. Xia Tian's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but look up at the man's cold and handsome face. The sunlight fell on his face, coating it in a golden light, making him look incredibly handsome. He glanced over at her slightly, fixating on her clear, bright eyes, and casually lifted his lips in a smile. Mrs. Mu, when you go out with your husband in the future, remember to take the initiative to hold his hand, otherwise, if you lose him, where will you find another husband who will go shopping with his wife? Midsummer's heartbeat once again lost its rhythm. He knows how to arouse her, and every time he does, her heart pounds wildly. She knows she shouldn't, but she calms herself down. She mustn't indulge. But she can't help blushing, and whispers, I'll remember. Mo Hanting curls his lips in a smile. His little wife is so obedient and soft, and he loves it. Mo Hanting takes Xingxia straight into the big shopping mall. The mall is full of luxury jewelry. When Mo Hanting walked into the luxury jewelry store with Xingxia, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. The man was extraordinarily handsome, dressed in a handmade, custom-made black suit made of expensive fabric. He exuded the aura of a successful man who was aloof and unapproachable. The girl who followed him had bright and attractive facial features, and her skin was as white and tender as an egg with its shell removed, so beautiful and pure that people could not take their eyes off her. A white dress makes her look pure and delicate. Who can stay calm when a handsome guy and a beautiful girl appear together? Ah! That man is so handsome that he has captured my heart. He looks like a business elite, exactly my type. The woman is also very pretty, and she is still wearing no makeup. Her face is original and unspoiled, her skin is white and tender. How can anyone look this good without makeup? It's like a boss with a young wife shopping together. I'm impressed. Oh, I wish I had such a handsome boyfriend, I'd smile in my sleep. Shengxia didn't expect so many people to gather around when she went shopping with Mo Hanting. She was blushing with embarrassment. Mo Hanting, however, was used to being the center of attention and had a thick skin that was impenetrable. His expression was indifferent, and he even had the mood to admire Shengxia's blushing face. "Mrs. Mo, don't be too shy, this is a small scene, and there are even bigger scenes for you to face in the future." Shengxia was quite embarrassed, and she even wanted to escape and hide behind Mo Hanting to avoid the storm. Hearing the man say this, she didn't hide, but walked side by side with her head held high. Mo Hanting was right. As Mrs. Mo, she would definitely have to face many big scenes in the future, such as attending some necessary banquets and social circles. If she blushed and hid behind Mo Hanting when she encountered these big scenes, she would make a fool of herself. She couldn't make a fool of herself and she couldn't let Mo Hanting lose face, so she had to adapt and get used to it. Mo Hanting saw Shengxia's stiff, straight and slender back and raised his eyebrows slightly. She is worthy of being the woman he has his eye on. She gets it immediately, she is smart, and she has drive. Several waitresses from the jewelry store rushed forward, overflowing with enthusiasm. "Sir/Madam, may I ask what you need to buy?" Mo Hanting spoke indifferently, buying his wife a wedding ring. "Bring out all the most expensive and best wedding rings you have here, so my wife can choose well." Several salespersons were shocked. It turned out that the man who looked like a boss was actually married. What's more, he was now buying a wedding ring with his wife. Oh, his wife was so lucky to be called like that, and he was going to show his wife the expensive wedding rings in the store for her to choose from. He was so domineering and so generous, so enviable. Why couldn't they meet such a rich and domineering husband? "Please wait a moment, sir and madam, we will bring out the most expensive diamond rings right away." In no time at all, the entire jewelry store staff was mobilized, and rows upon rows of diamond rings of various styles and types were presented one after the other. The diamonds on each ring were large and round, and they were so dazzling that they made Xia Sheng's eyes water. Mo Hanting put his arm around Xia Sheng's waist and said lightly, "Pick whichever one you like. If you like them all, you can buy them all and wear them every day." Chapter 34, It is a husband's honor to have a wife spend his money. Before Xia Sheng could be shocked, the waiter shocked for her. "Wow, the lady is so lucky to have a local tyrant husband who lets her buy diamond rings at will. Oh, my, your husband is so generous and spoils you. Where did you meet such a rich, handsome husband who spoils his wife so much? Can you give us some tips? We want to meet the same kind of husband." Midsummer. That's exaggerating. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows, secretly pinched Midsummer's waist, as if to say, "Isn't my appearance handsome? Are you charmed by me? Compliment me and I'll continue to spoil you." Midsummer received her man's gaze and her face began to flush again. His skills were getting better and better, and he easily made her at a loss for words. Mo Hanting's phone rang, and he went out to take the call, asking Midsummer to continue picking out rings. Midsummer was dazzled by the choices and didn't notice that someone was approaching her. "Hey, you vain woman, you really are crafty to let my brother spend money on buying you such an expensive diamond ring." The sudden voice startled Xia, and she turned her head back to see Mo Qingqing appear behind her at some point, staring at her with mock contempt. Xia frowned. Mo Qingqing's hostility towards her was simply inexplicable. Did she look down on her just because she came from a bad background? Grandma and Mo Hanting never mentioned her background, nor did they mean to look down on her. On the contrary, Mo Qingqing is obviously a Mo family member, but why is there such a big difference? She calmly stated, "I didn't ask for the diamond ring. It was Grandma who saw that my finger was empty and asked Hanting to buy it for me." Mo Qingqing glared at her, "Liar. You must have bullied Grandma and made her buy it for you. You are a scheming woman. You hooked up with my brother just to take advantage of his wealth and status. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. What kind of person are you, and do you deserve to be with my brother? Get out of here, and don't spend my brother's money." Midsummer gave Mo Qingqing a cold look. She's not going to let her spend Mo Hanting's money, is she? She's going to spend it. She's going to buy the ring anyway, and Grandma wants to check it out. She looked at the shop assistant and said, "Please, wrap up the most expensive diamond ring here for me." The shop assistant said in surprise, "Madam, the most expensive diamond ring we have here is the store's treasure, the brilliant love, which is worth 50 million. Are you sure you want it?" Shengxiao was shocked. A diamond ring actually costs 50 million? That's too expensive. This 50 million is money that she could never earn in several lifetimes. Her heart ached. But the words had already been said, and she couldn't go back on them. Xinxia could only nod with a heavy heart. If it's 50 million, then 50 million it is. It wouldn't do to wear a cheap ring, it would be a disgrace to Mo Hanting. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This scheming woman ignored her words, but now she wants to buy the most expensive diamond ring here? 50 million. Her annual pocket money is only 10 million. This vain and scheming woman, what right does she have to spend more than 5 years of her pocket money on a diamond ring? Midsummer, you shameless scheming woman, you dare to ask for the most expensive diamond ring? I'll tell my big brother right away. Midsummer, go ahead and tell him. Your big brother is calling from outside the door. Mo Qingqing? So arrogant. She has never seen such an arrogant woman in her life. Midsummer is the first person who dares to be so arrogant in front of her. What kind of woman who is inferior to her in every way has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of her? Mo Qingqing was so angry that she was about to slap Midsummer in the face. She wanted to teach this woman a lesson and show her who was the boss. Suddenly, a loud voice snapped. Mo Qingqing. Mo Qingqing was startled and subconsciously withdrew her hand. She turned around and saw Mo Hanting walking towards her with a gloomy expression on his face. A chilling coldness surrounded him, making people tremble for no reason. Mo Qingqing has always been afraid of this eldest brother, because he is now the boss of the company and plays an important role in the Mo family. Even her father is wary of him, let alone her big, eldest brother. Mo Hanting had already walked over to Midsummer and pinched her shoulder with his large hand, carefully checking to see if she was okay. After making sure that Midsummer was fine, he then looked at Mo Qingqing with cold, piercing eyes. Who told you to lay a hand on your sister-in-law? Do you want to die? Mo Qingqing saw that her brother was actually protecting this scheming woman, and she stamped her foot in anger. Brother, I didn't attack her for no reason. It was her. She wanted to buy the most expensive diamond ring here, and the most expensive diamond ring here costs 50 million. If she dares to spend your 50 million today, she can spend 100 million tomorrow, or even several hundred million. She is vain and greedy for your money, shouldn't she be beaten? Mo Hanting's tone dropped. She is my wife, and my money is her money. It is a husband's honor to have a wife who is willing to spend his money. It is her freedom to buy whatever she wants. Who are you to tell her what to do in front of your sister-in-law? Apologize to your sister-in-law immediately, or I will suspend all your cards. Mo Qingqing. It's hard to imagine that these are the words that her wise and valiant brother could say. Not only does she defend this scheming woman in her words and actions, but she also tells her to apologize to the scheming woman, and if she doesn't apologize, she will suspend all her bank cards and let her suffer. Is Big Brother crazy? It must be the scheming woman who has charmed Big Brother with some unknown means, so that Big Brother is so brainless as to spoil her. Mo Qingqing glared at Xia Shang, unwillingly apologized, and said, I'm sorry. Mo Hanting's handsome face was covered in a layer of frost, full of pressure. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Mo Qingqing bit her lip, her eyes red with grievances, and she had to speak louder, I'm sorry. After she finished, she turned her head and ran away. She no longer had the face to stay. Mo Qingqing angrily left the luxury jewelry store and immediately called Qi Jiao. Sister Qi Jiao, you come to XX shopping mall quickly, that scheming woman is bewitching my brother, asking him to buy her expensive things, you come quickly to stop her. Seeing that Mo Qingqing had already left, Mo Hanting lowered his head and looked at Xinxia and Xiaxia, telling them not to pay any attention to her. She has been spoiled by her family and is lawless. In the future, if she has the guts to offend you again, you don't have to worry about my relationship with her. You are her sister-in-law, so you can teach her as you see fit. Midsummer's heart once again felt warm, and there was even a faint trace of sweetness. He did not choose to defend his sister, but chose to defend her instead. Even though they were only in a marriage of convenience, and he did not have any feelings for her, he still gave her a sense of security. She felt that he was a reliable and sensible man. Midsummer blinked. Aren't you afraid that what your cousin said is true, and that I am a vain woman who cheats you out of money? Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. You have a rare 500,000 on you, and you're thinking about paying it back to me. Do you really think you are? Xiaoxiao's mouth curled up. Maybe, it's me playing hard to get. Mo Hanting raised his hand and pinched her little face, smiling adoringly. It's my honor to make Mrs. Mo play hard to get with her husband. Chapter 35, Xi Jiao appeared. Xingxia's heart was in chaos again, her heart pounding as if it were going to jump out of her chest. Help, she can't hold on anymore, her heart seems to be falling apart little by little. She bites her lip, her face is flushing again, and she turns her face unnaturally to avoid his long, clean fingers. Mo Hanting senses that Xia is avoiding him, and his eyes darken slightly. What is she avoiding? Avoiding his touch, avoiding his feelings for her? Just as he is about to say something, the shop assistant brings over the packaged diamond ring. Madam, this is the 50 million bright love diamond ring you wanted, we have packed it for you. Midsummer looked at the gift box handed over by the shop assistant, her clear and beautiful eyes looked at Mo Hanting helplessly, and she explained in a soft and weak voice. Just now, I was angry with your cousin, and I asked the shop assistant to pack the most expensive diamond ring here. That, 50 million is indeed too expensive, how about returning it and exchanging it for another cheaper one? Mo Hanting directly refused, saying that he didn't need it. My wife is worth the most expensive one, and that's it. He directly took out a black gold embossed card, handed it to the clerk, and ordered, swipe the card. This black gold embossed card is an unlimited card, with only 100 made worldwide. Not everyone is qualified to hold it. You've met a real big client. The clerk was overjoyed, quickly took the card, and quickly swiped 50 million through the card machine. Drip! 50 million arrived in 1 second. The action was too fast. It was too late for Xingxia to try to stop it. Thank you, sir and madam. Sir, you are really generous to your wife. They say that men who spoil their wives will get rich, and you, sir, look like a successful man who is rich and generous and will make a fortune. Madam, you are really lucky to have a handsome and rich husband who spoils you to the skies. The shop assistant handed the black gold card to Mo Hanting with both hands, and kept praising Mo Hanting and Xingxia. Xingxia was shy and blushed when she was praised. Mo Hanting was calm and collected, slowly taking the card and then gesturing for the clerk to take out the diamond ring. The clerk understood immediately and took out the red box in his bag, slowly opening it. A pink heart-shaped diamond ring with a delicate and clever design was revealed, dazzling. Mo Hanting gently picked up the diamond ring with his slender and beautiful fingers, looking at Xingxia with soft eyes and saying, Mrs. Mo, take out your hand. Xingxia watched the man's movements, her heart pounding wildly, her mind a jumble. But her hand couldn't help but slowly reach out. She saw her slender, white, delicate hand being gently lifted up by the man, and the pink diamond ring was slowly and gently placed on her ring finger. It was as if it had firmly captured her entire heart. The man's dark eyes fixed on her, his gaze gentle and reverent. Midsummer couldn't help but fall, and fall again. Mo Hanting admired the diamond ring on Midsummer's ring finger, his slender fingers gently flicking it, his mouth curling up. It's so beautiful. He leaned slightly, slowly approaching her, his warm breath spurting onto her delicate face, the invisible intimacy arousing. This diamond ring really suits Mrs. Mo, just fitting firmly onto her ring finger. Xia Shang blushed in the midsummer heat as she felt her ring finger being tenderly caressed by the man. She felt her finger tingle, and the tingling spread from her fingertip to her heart. She couldn't help but withdraw her hand and mumbled, Yes, you have good taste. Ha! Mo Hanting laughed, his smile refreshing. You, Xia, personally picked out the diamond ring, not me, so how did it become that I have good taste? Midsummer was at a loss for words, and just thought that her mind was playing tricks on her, and she had started rambling. When Mo Hanting saw Midsummer's rosy cheeks again, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in pleasure. Apart from the diamond ring, what else did she need to buy? Did she need any other jewelry? Just buy whatever you want, your husband has plenty of money. Every time Midsummer spent his money, she was always looking over her shoulder and being stingy. It's time to show her his wealth. Xingxia bites her lip and shakes her head. No, that's enough. She's already spent 50 million on the diamond ring, and she can't spend any more. If she spends any more, she'll become a spendthrift. Mo Hanting frowns. It's just a diamond ring. Are you sure that's enough? He's rarely accompanied his wife on shopping trips, and he's not going to be swayed by just any diamond ring. He looks at the shop assistant and says, Bring out the most expensive jewelry you have and let my wife choose. Xingxia was shocked and quickly held out her small hand and tugged on his sleeve, saying, Don't buy so much, I really can't wear that much. Mo Hanting said, Whether you wear it or not is your business, whether I buy it for you or not is my business. I'm willing to spend money on jewelry for my wife, and who says your husband doesn't have enough money to spend? Xingxia Spending money is like pouring water, and you don't even look at the price when buying things. She really doesn't understand the world of the rich. Mo Hanting insisted on buying her things, and although Xingxia wanted to refuse, she couldn't. After all, it wasn't her money he was spending. It was money that Mo Hanting had earned himself, so he had every right to spend it, and there was no reason for her to refuse. Before long, Xingxia had several sets of jewelry worth tens of millions of yuan. Even though Xingxia didn't say she liked them, Mo Hanting just bought them for her, saying that they looked great on her and she would look beautiful in them. Ma Qing could not resist the wealthy, powerful, and arrogant man, and was forced to accept it with tears. Next, Mo Hanting wanted to buy her clothes, shoes, and bags. It was clear that he had already prepared so many clothes, shoes, and bags for her, and still wanted to buy more. Even if you are rich, you shouldn't spend money like this. Ma Qing wanted to refuse again, but Mo Hanting unreasonably grabbed her weak and bony little hand and took her to a brand clothing store. He even said, "What woman would just go to one jewelry store when shopping? She should go to every store." His mother did that. Ma Qing couldn't help but defend herself, saying that she wasn't that kind of woman. Ma Qing. Ah. Her pure soul is being corrupted by money. Just a few days ago, she was still a poor girl who endured humiliation to borrow money from her scumbag father for her mother's 500,000 yuan surgery. But after meeting Mo Hanting, her life has changed beyond recognition. Xingxia is still in a daze, afraid that everything in front of her is just a fleeting dream. When the dream is over, it's gone. As soon as Mo Hanting took Xingxia into the big-name clothing store, he immediately went into shopping mode. This one, and this one too, take them all to my wife to try on. Ma Xiang was surrounded by a group of salespeople, carrying a pile of clothes and leading her to the dressing room to try them on. She couldn't refuse. Who could refuse Mo Hanting's overbearing and domineering way of spoiling his wife? Ma Xiang had no choice but to accept. Mo Hanting waited for her on the sofa outside the dressing room. Ma Xiang finally finished changing and went out of the dressing room, only to suddenly notice that there was an additional woman by Mo Hanting's side. The woman was very beautiful, wearing a bright red dress. She had the air of a wealthy heiress brought up in a big family. She was sitting next to Mo Hanting, smiling sweetly. Mo Hanting looked at her with gentle eyes. She had the bright, noble air of a wealthy heiress. He had the domineering, proud air of a chaebol president. No matter how you looked at it, they were a perfect match. Midsummer froze for a moment, unable to react. The joyful feeling she had when she first thought about changing her clothes to show Mo Hanting disappeared. At that moment, Mo Qingqing, who had disappeared, appeared next to her again. She saw that Xingxia was wearing a new designer dress from the latest season, worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and instantly burned with rage. Her tone was even more rude. "Shameless scheming woman, do you see that? That is Qi Zhao, the eldest daughter of the Qi family, who has played with my eldest brother since childhood. My brother dotes on her, and he almost always does whatever she asks. Look, how tenderly my brother smiles at her, how indulgent. Not a scheming woman like you can compare to that." Midsummer glanced at the arrogant Mo Qingqing and pursed her soft lips. A slight sourness rose in her heart. It was obvious and impossible to ignore. She admitted that she couldn't help but be moved by Mo Hanting. Mo Hanting is too good to her. He is gentle with her, considerate in every way, and takes care of her. How long has it been since she experienced the feeling of being spoiled? So, she couldn't help but secretly fall in love. But Mo Qingqing's words suddenly sent her from heaven to hell, making her completely aware of reality. Mo Hanting treats her well only because he is a very good person. She is not special. If someone else became his wife, he would treat her just as well. She was just lucky that he had chosen her. Chapter 36 His First Time. Cinderella was Cinderella, destined never to cross social classes and be with the noble prince. That was just a beautiful fantasy in the illusory world of fairy tales. Reality had never existed. And it never would. Xingxia's heart, which had been fluttering for Mo Hanting, was completely extinguished by the cold water of reality. Ignoring Mo Qingqing, she turned around and went back to the dressing room to change out of her clothes. Mo Qingqing saw Xingxia deflate and instantly felt better. She was the one who wanted to compete with Yun Jiao? How could she, trash that couldn't even get on stage, be worthy? Xingxia changed back into her clothes, and when she came out, Mo Qingqing was no longer there. She looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman who were still sitting on the sofa, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but walk towards them. She felt that she was now Mo Hanting's rightful wife, albeit in disguise, but the title was real, so there was no need to hide. Hanting. Mo Hanting raised his head and saw that Xingxia was still wearing the same clothes. Why didn't you go and change the clothes I picked out for you? Xingxia lowered her eyelashes and explained softly that those clothes didn't really suit her, so she didn't want to change. She had just looked at the brand of the clothes, which ranged in value from tens of thousands to over 100,000, and indeed they weren't suitable for an ordinary girl like her. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. It seems that Xia doesn't like the clothes in this store very much. Let's go to another store. Xia shook her head. No, I'm tired from shopping and want to go back and rest. She seemed a bit listless. Okay. Mo Hanting stood up from the sofa. Qi Jiao, who was next to him, also slowly stood up. Hanting, aren't you going to introduce me? Her eyes had been fixed on Xia the whole time, and a dark gleam flashed in her eyes. Mo Hanting walked up to Midsummer, clasped her round shoulders with his large hands, and pressed her into his embrace. His dark eyes fell on Qi Jiao, and he introduced her with a flourish. Qi Jiao, she is my new wife, Midsummer. Xia, she is a friend of mine, Qi Jiao. Midsummer leaned against Mo Hanting like a little bird, and smiled gently at Qi Jiao. Hello, Miss Qi Jiao. Qi Jiao's eyes narrowed a little. She really didn't expect Mo Hanting to introduce Xia directly as his newlywed wife. She had thought that Mo Hanting would not admit Xia's identity in front of her, so she had volunteered to let Mo Hanting introduce her. She had wanted to secretly humiliate this scheming woman who had suddenly intruded between her and Mo Hanting, but instead, she had been humiliated. She gritted her teeth, suppressed the anger welling up inside her, and forced a smile at Xia. Hello, Miss Shang, my name is Qi Jiao, I've been Hanting's childhood friend since we were young. She didn't call Xia Mrs. Mo because Xia was not worthy of that title. Shang Yan nodded, knowing that Mo Qingqing had emphasized this many times. Qi Jiao glared at Mo Hanting, her tone soft and slightly resentful, similar to the tone of an unhappy girl flirting with her boyfriend. Hanting, we have such a good relationship, and you've already married your wife. How come you didn't even notify me of such a big event? Not only did I not receive any news, but no one in my circle, including your best friends, received any news either. You suddenly got married. It can't be true, or maybe there's some special reason. It's not because of feelings. These were the unspoken words in Qi Jiao's mind. Mo Hanting replied indifferently that the marriage had been a bit sudden, so there had been no time to notify everyone. But everyone would find out sooner or later. Qi Jiao. She smiled awkwardly, so that's what it was. Well, Hanting, since we're meeting today, why don't we go out for a bite to eat, my treat? After a pause, she looked at Xingxia and said friendly, Miss Shang, you can join us too. Let's get to know each other better and chat about Hanting. Xingxia. Mo Hanting glanced at Xingxia. My wife is tired, so I'll take her home first. We'll talk next time. Goodbye. He noticed that Xingxia was unusually quiet, so he assumed that she was really tired, so he said goodbye to Qi Jiao and put his arm around Xingxia before leaving. Qi Jiao watched the two of them leave together, and Mo Hanting even held Xingxia's hand. Her fists clenched together tightly, her eyes full of anger and hatred. Mo Qingqing had finished watching the show on the side and only came over afterwards, dissatisfied, saying to Qi Jiao, Sister Qi Jiao, how could you let that scheming woman go so easily? She wanted to see Qi Jiao tear the scheming woman apart and rub her against the ground. Qi Jiao narrowed her eyes, and the hatred in her eyes instantly disappeared. She spoke coldly, what's the rush? I was just testing her a little to see how much weight she carried in Hanting's heart. From what I can see so far, Hanting doesn't like her at all, and I don't know what kind of trick she's using to force him to be with her. Mo Qingqing said in surprise, Sister Qi Jiao, since my brother doesn't like her, it's not a matter of minutes before you defeat her, right? Hurry up and find a way to make my brother kick her out, I don't like her at all, she annoys me just by looking at her. Qi Jiao's eyes were cold. Don't worry, I will, it's just a matter of time. Today was just a chance to get a glimpse and test the waters, but next time, she won't show any mercy to this scheming woman. She will kill this scheming woman without mercy. Mo Hanting took Xingxia back to the car. Xingxia obediently sat next to him, legs together, hands obediently on her thighs, not saying a word. Mo Hanting's straight back was lazily leaning against the seat, his sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing a cold, white, firm arm. His arm was lazily resting on Xingxia's shoulder, and his dark eyes also fell on her. Mrs. Mo, what are you thinking? She hasn't said a word to him since they left the clothing store. This is a bit strange. Mo Hanting could sense that something was wrong with her, but he didn't know what it was. After all, he rarely bothered to delve into the hearts of women. Midsummer did not look at him and whispered back, "I'm not thinking about anything." Mo Hanting reached out his large hand, pinched Midsummer's small and delicate chin, and turned her pretty face towards him. His gaze fell on her charming face, and he surveyed her without blinking. Really nothing? Midsummer couldn't stand being stared at by his direct gaze, and her slender eyelashes trembled slightly. "I'm fine." Mo Hanting's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "Then why do you look so unhappy? Do you think I bought you too little?" Shengxia hurriedly shook her head. No, what you bought me today is more than enough." Mo Hanting suddenly asked, "Then smile?" "Shengxia." Mo Hanting's eyes were dark, he didn't even smile, seriously doubting that you weren't satisfied with today's shopping. "This is the first time I've gone shopping with a woman, is Mrs. Mo going to give me such a hard time?" Shengxia was very surprised. She never thought that this was his first time shopping with a woman. He looked pretty skilled when he took her shopping, so she thought he did this kind of thing a lot. Shengxia's mood suddenly improved a lot. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. "So I'm quite honored to be the first woman you've accompanied shopping with." Mo Hanting held her little face and said seriously, "You are Mrs. Mo, and it is only right that you should have my first time. And I still have many first times, and you, Mrs. Mo, will have the opportunity to unlock them one by one." Ma Qing was aroused curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "For example? What other first times does he have?" Mo Hanting glanced out the window and suddenly said, "Stop the car." The driver obediently pulled over and stopped the car. Ma Qing didn't know why he suddenly called for a stop. Mo Hanting raised his chin and pointed out the window. "Do you see a convenience store outside?" Ma Qing looked over and nodded. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and said, "Get out of the car, we'll go into the convenience store together." Shengxia's eyes widened. What? Go into the convenience store and do what? Could it be that he wanted to take her into the convenience store to consummate his first time? Mo Hanting leaned slightly closer to her, his sexy, thin lips pressed against the base of her white ear, his warm breath spewing out as he spoke in a low, pleasant voice, full of ambiguity. "To buy condoms. This is the first time I've taken a woman into a convenience store to buy condoms." Chapter 37. This is his first time. Bang! Midsummer's head felt as if it had been blown up, a blank. Her mind was full of the man's extremely seductive whisper, "This is his first time, taking a woman into a convenience store to buy condoms." Her snow-white cheeks quickly flushed, spreading all the way to the roots of her ears and neck. "You." She was too embarrassed to speak. But the man pushed open the car door, took her by the hand, and walked towards the convenience store. "I just bought Mrs. Mo some jewelry, and now it's Mrs. Mo's turn to buy me condoms." Mo Hantian leaned close to the ear of a flushed Xia Shang, his voice low and hoarse. "Do you know what size I use?" The ear was tingling from the man's touch. Xia Shang lowered her head, feeling only that her cheeks were growing hotter and hotter, as if they were about to ripen. "No, I don't know." Mo Hanting took Shengxia's small, delicate hand and guided her step by step. "Come, I'll take you to pick them out myself. What size do you need? Next time, Mrs. Mo can come by them herself." Shengxia's head was spinning, so she let the man take her hand and lead her to the appropriate shelf area. Unfortunately, there was another couple in the area where condoms were sold. Mo Hanting had a thick skin and asked me Xia with a raised eyebrow, his tone full of teasing. "Come, Mrs. Mo, let your husband test you. What size does your husband need?" The couple next door looked over with curiosity. Xia stared at the rows of condoms on display on the shelf, feeling her face and head smoking, and she was so embarrassed that she could hardly stand it. She wished she could dig a tunnel with her toes and bury herself in it. I won't." This was her first time buying this kind of thing, so she didn't know how to choose. Mo Hanting stared at her small, red and embarrassed face, teasing her on purpose. He didn't expect that Mrs. Mo was so innocent that she didn't even know how to choose condoms. Of course, he knew how pure and clean she was. He knew that from the very beginning. He just wanted to see her blushing face, so cute and adorable, and he didn't know how annoying it was. In the heat of the summer, she bit her lip, not wanting to be looked down upon by the man. She quickly reached out and grabbed a pink package at random, and directly stuffed it into the man's arms. "This." Mo Hanting picked up the pink package that had been stuffed into his arms, glanced at it, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is a small one, are you sure your husband can wear it? Xia Chang. Mo Hanting hooked his lips and kindly reminded her, your husband, you need the largest size, the small ones won't do. Boom. Midsummer was once again shocked by the man's shocking words, blushing and embarrassed to the point of exploding. The couple next door looked over with shining faces. The girl even exclaimed, wow, he wants the biggest size. She must be so happy at night. Midsummer, I want to get in there. The girl's boyfriend was not to be outdone. What, you don't think I can make you happy? You're not bad. After all, in front of outsiders, the girl can't say that her boyfriend is not good. After all, her boyfriend also has to save face. Midsummer felt that she could no longer stay, so she quickly picked the largest size for the man as quickly as she could, and then dragged the man's hand away. She almost forgot to pay the bill. After getting back into the car, Midsummer thought about the scene just now, and her face was still burning. She looked back and saw the man smiling at her, a rather wicked smile. Her cheeks instantly puffed up. Mo Hanting, you did that on purpose. When she got angry, she became even more delicate and bright, and no matter how you looked at her, she was just adorable. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. Where did I do that on purpose? I was just kindly teaching Mrs. Mo how to buy condoms for her husband. Xingxia angrily said, in the future, you buy your own condoms, I don't want to buy them for you. It's embarrassing. Ha! Mo Hantian couldn't help but pinch her pouting little face, indulging her, saying, since it's what his wife wants, then the husband will have to obey. Xingxia. He seems to be spoiling her. Her shadow fills his dark pupils. It's really unbearable. Xingxia quickly avoids his gaze, trying to hold her ground. Let's go back. Back at Mo Hantian's private courtyard, Wang Ma asks Xingxia about her situation at the old mansion and how the old lady treats her. Grandma is very nice, approachable, and funny. She also gave me an emerald bracelet. Xingxia showed Wang Ma the bracelet. Wang Ma immediately recognized it as one of the bracelets that Madame Mo loved. Oh, she gave away such a precious thing, it seems that Madame really likes the young mistress. Young mistress, if you can win the old lady's affection, your position as young mistress is pretty much secure. Xingxia blinked, wanting to say something, but she decided against it. After all, no one could predict the future. They had dinner. Afterwards, Xingxia went to her room and took a bath. Mo Hanting wanted to take a bath with her, but Xingxia refused. She was afraid of his wolf-like appearance in the bathroom. She couldn't defend herself against him. She came out of the shower with damp hair. The white nightgown she was wearing made her look like a fairy, clean and untainted. Her pure and yet seductive aura was irresistible. Mo Hanting could smell her from afar and said, Mrs. Mo, let me blow dry your hair. Xingxia blushed and refused, no, I can do it myself. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow and said, don't refuse. Blow drying your hair is also my first time. He said that he hoped she could unlock a lot of his first times. This time, Xingxia did not refuse. He pulled her to the bed and sat her down. The man took the hair dryer from the drawer and plugged it in. The hot wind blew onto Xingxia's damp hair. Mo Hanting carefully observed Xingxia's reaction. Was the temperature right? Xingxia nodded, feeling very comfortable. The soft hair was constantly brushed and stroked by the man's long, clean fingers, and her scalp felt relaxed. Her entire posture had relaxed, and her beautiful eyebrows and eyes revealed a hint of laziness in her soothing expression, making her soft and charming. A silent seduction. Mo Hanting lowered his eyes and his gaze fell on Midsummer. She was wearing a relatively conservative white nightdress tonight, which was nowhere near as revealing as the black outfit from last night that had made the blood boil. But the pure color, clean and pure, makes one's heart even more wicked, wishing to dye that pure white with a color that is one's own. Wishing to destroy, wishing to destroy. Unconsciously, the hairdryer stopped. Midsummer, still immersed in the comfort of the hot wind, had not reacted yet when she was embraced from behind by the man. His arm encircled her slender waist, and with a gentle lift, she sat on his strong and powerful thighs. The man's thigh muscles were hard, bulging, and full of power. With the terrifyingly hot temperature, Midsummer almost jumped off his lap. However, the man did not give her the chance to jump up. His large, knuckly hands twisted her little face to the side, and his warm lips pressed down, swallowing up the scream of surprise that was about to escape her mouth. Chapter 38 Shu, Call Me Husband. Her delicate body was tightly imprisoned by the man. In the heat of summer, her slender neck was held by the man's large hands, forcing her head to tilt as she endured the man's overwhelming hot kisses. It was passionate, suffocating, and irresistible. The world spun around. She had already been pressed onto the bed by the man. In the clear eyes of in the heat of summer overflowed panic. Mo Hanting. Shoo, call me husband. The man's bad habits on the bed had returned. He always forced her to call him husband. Shengxiao was afraid of being tossed around by the man, so she called softly, old husband. Mo Hanting hooked his sexy lips and said, good, wife, you're so beautiful. Shengxiao was so shy that she turned her face away, afraid to look at him. Come, try it. Today, my wife bought a large pink package for her husband. A pink package suddenly dropped into her eyes. Midsummer instantly recognized it as the pink package she bought at the convenience store today. And her face instantly turned red. Is this for use? I won't. Mo Hanting curled his lips, it's okay, I'll teach you. First, tear open the package. Midsummer didn't know what was going on, but obediently did as she was told. Her slender little hand picked up the package, but she was too shy and nervous, and her hands trembled, so it took her a long time to tear it open. After a long time, she finally managed to tear it open, but the contents suddenly fell out and onto the bed. Shengxiao was at a loss for what to do, looking at Mo Hanting with an innocent face. Her charming posture was like that of a seductive demon who was unaware of her own charm. Mo Hanting pressed his cheeks against his teeth, almost unable to resist pouncing on her. But fortunately, he restrained himself. It's still usable, pick it up. Shengxiao obediently picked it up, stammering, what's next? The next second, there was only a click. The man's belt buckle was instantly undone. His eyes were extremely aggressive, and his slender, clean fingers pinched the belt, slowly pulling it out. His slow, deliberate movements were bursting with sexual tension. Shengxia's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and it seemed as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. That night was destined to be another sleepless night. The next day, Shengxia slept until the sun was high in the sky. She glanced outside and saw the bright sunshine, and it seemed as if she had already gotten used to it a little. She lifted the quilt and got up, already wearing a new pair of pink pajamas. Her body no longer felt sticky, having been washed. She didn't know when it had been washed, she couldn't remember. As she got up, she glanced at the trash can. The messy contents of the can instantly brought back memories of last night. Shengxiao's face flushed again, and she quickly looked away, running into the bathroom. Midsummer ate lunch directly. After lunch, she received a call from Gu Sisi, asking her if she had quit her job at the hotel. After all, Midsummer had not gone to work for 2 days. They did not have weekdays when working in that kind of place. If they wanted to make money, they had to go to work and serve tea and pour water for the guests. Midsummer answered yes. She had resigned from her supervisor the day before and planned to find another job. Mo Hanting was right. That place was not suitable for a girl like her, especially a married girl. Although she didn't encounter any real danger while working there, she was afraid of the worst. You can't be lucky all the time. Now that her mother doesn't need to spend so much money on treatment, she thought it would be a good idea to find a simpler job. Gu Sisi said, Xia, now that you've quit, I want to quit too. She felt that without Xia, it was meaningless to continue working in that kind of place alone. Gu Sisi's family was not well off either, so she had to work to earn money at a young age. Over the years, she has basically relied on herself. It was rare to meet Midsummer, a girl with similar experiences, and she truly regarded Midsummer as a good friend. When her good friend left, she also wanted to leave. Midsummer said, let's leave together and then find a job together. That place was not a place to stay for a long time, and she didn't want Gu Sisi to continue working there. Gu Sisi laughed, haha, let's talk about finding a job later. It's almost time for school to start, so I'll go to college first and then consider getting a part-time job there. Xia was surprised. Sisi, you're still going to college? She had thought that Gu Sisi, like her, had long since dropped out of school to work. Gu Sisi, yes, I'm a sophomore. I work during the summer to earn tuition fees. Now that I've earned enough to pay for school, I'll go back to studying. Xia, when I start school, do you want to come visit my school? Xia gladly agreed, yes. She also wanted to go and see what university was really like. She had once, too, longed for a wonderful university dream. Unfortunately, she had not been able to go to university. This was a regret she would carry with her for the rest of her life. If she had gone to university at that time, she would be a sophomore this year, just like Gu Sisi. Xia Xia sighed and suddenly remembered what her mother had said. My mother said that when she gets better, she will go out and work hard to earn money so that I can retake the university entrance exam. Does she really still have a chance to retake the university entrance exam and go to university? Xingxia shook her head and didn't want to think about it anymore. She would go to the hospital to see her mother for a while, and then find a suitable job. In fact, it is particularly difficult for girls like her with a low level of education to find a job. Even some restaurant waiters are now looking for bachelor's degree graduates, so what kind of job can a high school graduate like her find? Dishwasher? Cleaner? But Midsummer had done all these jobs before. She didn't have to think about anything when she did these jobs before, she just needed to earn money. But she is now Mrs. Mo. If it is discovered that Mo Hanting's wife is a dishwasher and cleaner, Mo Hanting will be ridiculed to death, won't he? Ah. Headache. Midsummer had a headache all the way to the hospital. She learned from the doctor that her mother was doing much better and would be discharged after another week in the hospital, when her body had recovered and stabilized. Xingxia was instantly happy and told her mother the good news. Yilan's face was also full of anticipation and longing. Xia, after I'm discharged, I'll go to work and earn money to pay for your tuition. Yilan was now thinking about getting Xingxia to go back to school. Chapter 39. Mo Hanting, can you please restrain yourself a little? Xingxia couldn't help but persuade her mother, Mom, don't worry. The doctor said that you need to rest well and recuperate, so you need to put your work aside for now. Yilan sighed and said, Mom knows. Mom is just afraid of delaying your studies. You haven't studied for 2 years because of Mom's illness. Xia Sheng said thoughtfully, it doesn't matter if I study or not. What's important is that my mother is healthy and can stay by my side. Sigh, silly child. Yilan sighed, and then asked, Xia, where's your boyfriend? Xia Sheng said, my boyfriend is at work. Where does he work? Dingsheng Group. Yilan gasped. Dingsheng Group is one of the top conglomerates in the country. Those who can get in are all graduates of famous universities, talented people from top institutions. So her daughter's boyfriend is really something, no wonder he lent her the money for the operation, arranged for her to stay in the VLP ward, and hired a carer for her. But at the same time, Yilan had a new worry. Xia, your boyfriend is so amazing, will he look down on you for not going to college after high school? Generally, such outstanding men are very picky, and they are not lacking in outstanding women pursuing them. What can her daughter compete with him for? Xia Sheng said, Mom, don't worry, he's not that shallow of a man. Yilan couldn't help but sigh, I hope so. I'm afraid he's just playing around with you and won't commit his heart. Mom, actually, I'm with him. Xia Shang wanted to confess that she and Mo Hanting had already gotten married. But when the words came out, she didn't say it. Because there were too many uncertainties in her marriage with Mo Hanting. She wasn't sure. If Mo Hanting met a girl he liked and insisted on divorcing her, she wouldn't be able to refuse. So, to avoid worrying her mother even more, she decided not to say anything. Yilan could tell that Xingxia was about to say something, so she asked, Xia, what did you want to tell me? Xingxia pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then took out a bank card from her bag. Mom, I'm giving you this bank card. There's 500,000 yuan in it. Since Mo Hanting doesn't want the 500,000 yuan, she will keep it for her mother. With this 500,000 yuan, her mother won't have to worry about working to make money. Yilan was shocked. 500,000 yuan? Where did you get so much money? Xingxia, Sheng Tao gave it to me. His money? Yilan's face fell. His money? I don't want it. Take it back to him. Xingxia couldn't help but say, Mom, he owes you this. Yilan could not hold back her anger. He owes me much more than 500,000 yuan. He can't use 500,000 yuan to settle the score between us. No way. Sheng Xia knew that her mother still hated Sheng Tao. After all, after so many years of affection, when they were abandoned, it was so cruel and merciless. Who could let go so easily? This was a hurdle that her mother would find difficult to overcome in her lifetime. She patted her mother's shoulder patiently to comfort her. Mom, Sheng Tao didn't use 500,000 yuan to settle the score between you. It's because Duan Wenli and Shang Shui slandered me for stealing, and I sued them back and they were imprisoned. Sheng Tao was desperate and offered me 500,000 to let them out. That was the deal I made with Sheng Tao. Yilan gritted her teeth. I knew it. How could Sheng Tao, an ungrateful and heartless man, be so kind as to give you 500,000? It turns out it was because of this reason. She took the bank card that Sheng Xia had handed her and stuffed it back into Sheng Xia's hands. She said earnestly, Xia, since this is Sheng Tao's deal with you, you should take the 500,000 yuan for yourself and not give it to your mother. You can use it however you like, and it would be best if you used it for your tuition fees. Mom, but I want to give it to you. What's the point of giving it to me? I don't need any money at the moment. It's you who really needs to spend money. But don't argue, just take it. If I need money, I'll ask you for it. Yilan coaxed Xia Chang so that she took the bank card herself. Seeing that her mother really didn't want it, Xia Chang had no choice but to take it back. She secretly made up her mind that she would definitely earn a lot of money in the future and take her mother to enjoy the good life. After saying goodbye to her mother, Xia Chang had just left the hospital room when she received a call from Mo Hanting. It seemed that the other party had arrived at the right time. As soon as Midsummer answered the phone, she heard the man's magnetic and pleasant voice, which made her ears want to get pregnant. Mrs. Mo, did you go visit your mother today? Midsummer's mouth curled up. Yes, I just came from my mother's hospital room, and you called. Go ahead, did you install a surveillance camera next to me? What timing? Mo Hanting, I arranged for. The caregiver, she's my person. No wonder he knows how to pick the right time. It turns out that the caregiver has been snitching on him. What a cunning man! Shengxia immediately snorted twice, slightly playful. Mo Hanting hooked his lips and smiled. How is your mother? Is her health better? Shengxia said honestly, it's much better. The doctor said that my mother can be discharged from the hospital in a week. That's good. After talking to your mother for so long, did she mention me? Yes, she did. She mentioned you quite a bit. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows, quite curious. What did he mention about me? He mentioned that. Shengxia blinked her eyes. Her boyfriend was really bad, bullying me every night and not letting me sleep well. Mo Hanting made a sound, chuckling. Mrs. Mo, you're quite a gossip. Do you think I'm too passionate at night and can't handle it? What do you think? Shengxia pouted and retorted. Her waist was still sore. Mo Hanting said slowly, it seems that Mrs. Mo is quite delicate. She needs to work out more in the future, otherwise she won't be able to feed her husband. Shengxia. She wants him to be more restrained, but he tells her to work out more so that she can feed him? Why is this man so bad? Bad. Bad and dog-like. Mo Hanting, can't you just calm down a bit? I've looked it up online. Too much of that kind of thing is bad for a man's health and can lead to kidney deficiency. She spoke with righteous indignation. Mo Hanting laughed. Doesn't Mrs. Mo know firsthand whether my health is good and whether I suffer from kidney deficiency? Does she have these concerns because she thinks I don't put in enough effort at night? Shengxia. This conversation is doomed to end. She giggled twice. I have to go back, I'm hanging up. Mo Hanting's lips curled in pleasure. Okay, let me know when you get home. Okay, bye. After saying bye, Shengxia hung up the phone. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow. Not bad, progress. This time he will say bye to her before hanging up the phone. Does this mean that the position of him in her heart has increased a little? Chapter 40, talking on the phone in front of his brothers, making his wife call him husband. Mo Hanting laughed, and just as he was about to put the phone down, a message from his good friend Han Yunsan popped up. Mo, is it true that you're getting married? If it's true, hurry up and bring her out to show us. We're all curious what she looks like. Tonight at 8 o'clock, there's a gathering at the night bar. Bring your wife, we'll see you there. Mo Hanting snorted. These brothers really know how to stir up trouble. But he really didn't have anything to do tonight, so it wasn't a bad idea to go. He just didn't know if Shengxia was free. After thinking about it, Mo Hanting sent Shengxia a message, asking if she was free tonight. Shengxia had just hung up with Mo Hanting when another call came in. She looked at the caller ID and saw it was the night shift supervisor. She was puzzled. She had already resigned, so why was the supervisor calling her? Out of curiosity, she picked up the phone. The supervisor's voice was slightly anxious. Xia, are you free today? I'm free. What can I do for you, supervisor? The supervisor said directly, it's like this. The night shift has been quite busy these few days. You suddenly quit, and there's still no one to fill your position. We don't have enough staff now. Can you come and help out? You'll still be paid the same salary. Xia hesitated, but... Xia, I really have no choice. I promise, what happened last time won't happen again. If it weren't for the fact that we really don't have enough staff, I wouldn't have called you. Xia nodded, okay, I'll be right there. After all, the supervisor had helped her a lot. She suddenly quit her job, and the supervisor was not prepared, which is why they could not find someone to replace her. This was not her doing, and there was no reason for her not to go. The supervisor nodded, okay, I'll wait for you to come. After hanging up the phone, Xingxia saw that Mo Hanting had sent her a message. She replied that she was unavailable, and took a taxi to Yisei. 8 p.m. Yisei. Room 188. The private room was already filled with Han Yunshin and a group of young masters who usually hung out together. Han, do you think it's true that Mo brought his wife here to show off to us? These guys were really curious about Mo Hanting the last time, but he didn't answer them before running off. They were bursting with curiosity and insisted on throwing another party to get Mo Hanting to bring his wife out. This time, they gave Mo Hanting a heads up in advance. If he hadn't brought his wife out, they assumed it was just a joke. He wasn't married at all. Han Yunshin calmly sipped his wine, taking it easy, and he'd be here in a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room opened. A tall, straight figure slowly stepped in. The man seemed to have just come from the office, still wearing a serious suit. Every move he made exuded the air of a business elite and president, mature and wise. Someone is excited. Hey, it's Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao seems to have just finished work and rushed over. What's going on? Aren't you going to go pick up your sister-in-law? Yeah, where is your sister-in-law? Why is it just Mo Xiao here and your sister-in-law is nowhere to be seen? Everyone stretched their necks and stared at the door, wondering if your sister-in-law was shy and hiding outside the door, afraid to come in. Mo Hanting walked over to a booth and sat down, loosening his tie with one hand and unbuttoning his suit jacket in passing. With the buttons undone and the jacket open, his white shirt was revealed. The thin shirt fabric clung to his body, and the distinct contours of his chest were outlined. He crossed his legs and rested his arms lazily on the back of the chair, his posture languid and carefree, full of uninhibited wildness. The serious and solemn CEO fan has instantly transformed into a lazy and indulgent Dark Knight Emperor. She's not free tonight, so she didn't bring her here, maybe next time. When everyone heard this, they all expressed their regret. Han Yunshi glanced at Mo Hanting. Not free? Is she really not free, or is she not this wife? Everyone was very curious, but Mo Hanting just wouldn't bring his wife out, so what were they supposed to think? Mo Hanting, I'm just busy. Han Yunsong shrugged nonchalantly. I don't believe you. Unless you call your wife now and let her call you husband for everyone to hear. The crowd clamored, that's right, your wife is busy, but she should be able to answer the phone, right? If she's afraid to even answer the phone, that means Mr. Mo is still a perpetual bachelor with no wife at all. Yes, I seriously suspect that you're lying to us. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows, fine, I'll give her a call. He took out his phone, found the number of his wife's phone, and dialed without hesitation. Xingxia was busily serving dishes in the kitchen at night when she heard her phone ring. She hurriedly put down the dishes, took out her phone, and saw that it was Mo Hanting calling, so she quickly answered. Hello, Hanting. Mo Hanting put the phone on speakerphone, and a girlish, soft voice came out, gentle and pleasant, like a violin, beautiful and moving. Han Yunshin and the others were stunned by the young girl's cute voice, and they all held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Mo Hanting's heart softened when he heard it too. Xingxia didn't know what was going on over there, so she asked doubtfully, you called, is there something wrong? Mo Hanting's mouth curled up into a smile. Nothing, I just want to hear you call me husband. Quick, call me husband and listen. Xingxia's cheeks flushed slightly. The man called her just to hear her call him husband? What kind of sick taste is this? Xingxia bit her lip, I don't want to. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows, why not? Xingxia couldn't help but accuse, last night, in bed, didn't you force me to call you enough? Han Yunshi and the others let out a gasp of shock when they heard the news. In bed, forcing her to call him husband. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Mo Hanting usually has the image of a cold and abstinent Highland flower who doesn't get close to women, but he actually plays so wild in bed? It's over. Mo Hanting's persona has completely collapsed. Mo Hanting couldn't help but laugh. Really? Don't you like calling me husband in bed? Shengxia blushed when he teased her. Mo Hanting, that's enough, stop it. Call. Just call once, I won't mess with you when I go back tonight. Really? Midsummer was overjoyed. She was quite tired from work today and didn't want to go back and serve this big lecture again. Really? Okay, that's what you said, don't go back on your word. Well, hurry up and call. Husband. Midsummer quickly satisfied the man, calling out this husband with a sweet, soft, and charming voice. It directly called out the soul of Mo Hanting. His eyes darkened. Damn it, why is she screaming so lustily? She's making him hard. Hearing this husband, the others couldn't hold back anymore. Help! What kind of fairy is this that can make the word husband sound so beautiful? My tailbone is tingling. The crowd went crazy, their envy and jealousy reaching a peak. Enough! I can't listen anymore. You two, stop having babies on the phone. Chapter 41, A Large-Scale Social Death Scene. Midsummer was happily calling her husband, but suddenly she heard all kinds of commotion coming from the other end of the phone. She was shocked. This. How is there someone else beside Mo Hanting? Mo Hanting, aren't you alone? Mo Hanting achieved his goal, so he turned off the speakerphone, raised an eyebrow, and said, I didn't say I was alone. Midsummer. If she's not alone, then there must be a lot of people. From the commotion I just heard, there must be at least 3 or 4 people, and maybe even more than 10. Oh my God. In other words, her entire conversation with Mo Hanting, including the husband she called him, was heard by them? This was the first time that Xia Sheng had experienced this kind of social death. Her entire face, including the ears, neck and shoulders, turned completely red. Mo Hanting, are you trying to embarrass me to death? You suddenly called me and told me to call you husband. You must have an ulterior motive. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm hanging up. Midsummer didn't wait for a response from the man and quickly hung up. Ah! She desperately scratched her hair and stamped her foot. If she had known, she never would have answered the phone. This is so embarrassing. Mo Hanting saw Midsummer angrily hang up the phone and raised an eyebrow. It's over, he's made his daughter-in-law angry. Tonight, he should think about how to make his daughter-in-law happy. Mo Hanting put down his phone, looked at the group of envious brothers, shrugged his shoulders, and said, well, now, you should believe it, right? Han Yunshan gritted his teeth slightly. Lao Mo, no wonder you hide your daughter-in-law so well. She has such a nice voice, and is she pretty? Mo Hanting nodded, speaking without blushing or beating about the bush. Naturally, my wife is as beautiful as an angel, and it would be blasphemous for you mortals to even look at her. Han Yunsong. Everyone else. Where's the knife? Where's their 40-meter machete? Qi Jiao and Mo Qingqing appeared together at the night bar. They heard that Mo Hanting and Han Yunsong were meeting here, so they came to join the fun. Qi Jiao has never dared to be too forward with Mo Hanting. Although she likes him, she thinks that men should pursue women and that women should be more reserved. But she never imagined that Mo Hanting would marry a bumpkin with no education or status. Mo Hanting must not be sincere with that bumpkin. They will divorce sooner or later. And she must take the initiative. She wanted to show Mo Hanting that she was the woman for him. Mo Qingqing said, Sister Qi Jiao, my brothers and I are in box 188. Box 188 was the top VIP box, the exclusive territory where their group of brothers gathered, and it was generally not available for booking. Qi Jiao nodded and was about to head towards box 188. Suddenly, she paused. Mo Qingqing was puzzled. Sister Qi Jiao, what's wrong? Qi Jiao narrowed her eyes. I think I see that bumpkin. Mo Qingqing followed Qi Jiao's gaze and instantly saw Shengxia. Shengxia was wearing the waitress uniform of the night bar and shuttling between tables, clearing plates. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened. Isn't that bumpkin my brother's wife? How did she end up waiting tables here? Qi Jiao thought to herself, if this bumpkin really is Mrs. Mo, how could she possibly work in a place like this? I guess she is just some woman that Mo Hanting casually found and is pretending to be his wife, putting on a show for Grandma Mo. Qi Jiao burst out laughing. Qingqing, what do you think will be your brother's expression if he finds out that she is here serving tea and doing menial work? Mo Qingqing said without hesitation that he will definitely divorce her immediately. Qi Jiao raised an eyebrow and took a photo and sent it to your brother to see. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingqing immediately took out her phone and snapped several photos of Xia Shang. After sending the message, Mo Qingqing sent the photo to Mo Hanting and said, "Big brother, I saw that woman Xingxia. She's working at a restaurant at night. A woman working in a place like this must have been taken advantage of. Big brother, wash your eyes and don't let her fool you again." Xi Jiao couldn't help but smile when she saw Mo Qingqing send the message. "Let's go meet this bumpkin. When your brother gets out, we'll all slap her in the face." Mo Qingqing immediately hooked onto Qi Jiao's arm and walked towards Xia Shang. Xia Shang had just finished clearing a table when suddenly, two shadows appeared in front of her. She looked up and saw Mo Qingqing and Qi Jiao. Mo Qingqing looked Xia Shang up and down, her eyes full of undisguised contempt. "Hey, isn't this my country bumpkin sister-in-law? How did you end up waiting tables in a bar? Doesn't my brother pay you? Or are you a slut at heart, looking for a man here?" Xingxia frowned. Qi Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Qingqing, what do you say? She is also your sister-in-law, so you should be polite to her. Otherwise, if she tells your brother about you, you'll be in trouble." Mo Qingqing strutted around, daring to? "She's just a waitress, a lowly servant, and she's not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my brother. What's more, I don't think she's even my brother's sister-in-law. I think she's just a shameless actress who's here to swindle money." Qi Jiao smiled. "Shameless actress, is that for real?" Mo Qingqing snorted. "Is that for real? If she were my brother's woman, do you think he'd let her come here and wait tables? You can tell just by looking at it with your fingers." Xingxia understood that these two were deliberately picking a fight. She didn't want to pay any attention to them and was about to leave with her cart. Mo Qingqing immediately reached out to stop her. "Stop right there. Who told you to go?" Xingxia's face was expressionless. "Mo Qingqing, I'm your sister-in-law. Try being rude to me again? Sister-in-law? Ha ha ha." Mo Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. "Were you deaf just now? My brother would allow his woman to be a waitress here? Are you stupid or am I stupid?" Xingxia. Mo Qingqing saw that Xingxia was silent and thought that she had acquiesced. She couldn't help but smirk. "Bumpkin, my brother is right here, and he will be out in a moment. What do you think he will do to you if he sees you doing some shady, crappy work here?" Xingxia was shocked. Mo Hanting was actually here? The last time she met him here, she thought it was just a coincidence, but she didn't expect him to come again this time. And when she spoke to him on the phone just now, he wasn't alone, his group of friends were also there. If Mo Hanting saw her, it would be fine, but if his friends saw her working here, she wondered what they would think of him. "Sorry, I still have work to do, I'll be going now." Mo Qingqing wouldn't let her go. "What's the matter, you're scared to see my brother here and want to run away? I'm telling you, no way." Upon hearing this, Xingxia immediately gave up pushing the cart and turned around to take a detour. However, Mo Qingqing and Qi Jiao made it clear that they would not let her go easily, and the two of them blocked Xingxia in the middle, one in front of the other. Xingxia tried to rush past them and escape, but Mo Qingqing and Qi Jiao each grabbed one of her arms to prevent her from leaving. Xingxia struggled. "Let go of me." Chapter 42, Kick This Bitch Out. Mo Qingqing grabbed Midsummer hard and pinched her hard, glaring at her and not letting her go. "My brother is about to come out, see where you can escape." Qi Jiao also grabbed Midsummer's arm tightly and wouldn't let go. Midsummer winced in pain, her brows knitted. She was outnumbered. "Xia xia." A nervous voice came. Xingxia looked up and her eyes lit up. "Cici, come quickly and help me." Gu Cici had only told Xingxia that she wanted to resign today, but she hadn't yet done so. Because there had been so much work during this period of time, the supervisor had been unable to find a replacement, so she hadn't yet given her notice. When she saw Xingxia being escorted by two women on either side of her, she couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed over without stopping to join them. "You let go of Xia quickly. Who allowed you to bully her like this?" With Gu Cici joining in, Xingxia managed to break free from Mo Qingqing and Qi Jiao's hold. In her desperation, Gu Cici even pushed Mo Qingqing to the ground. "Ah!" Mo Qingqing sat on the ground with her butt, and her butt hurt so much that it felt like it was going to explode. Qi Jiao shouted anxiously, "Qingqing! Xingxia glanced at Mo Qingqing sitting on the ground and took the opportunity to pull Gu Sisi and run. Just as she turned around, she took a few steps before running into a hard body. Her straight nose was instantly hit and made a hissing sound. She couldn't help but look up, and the cold and handsome face that entered her eyes instantly made her gasp. Yes, it was Mo Hanting. Mo Qingqing also saw Mo Hanting and instantly stood up, preempting the attack. Big brother, you finally came. Look, this bumpkin just pushed me, it hurt so much. Qi Jiao also looked at Mo Hanting. Hanting, just now we saw Xia Xia actually working as a waitress here, so we kindly came up to her and asked why she was working here. It's not enough that she wouldn't tell us why, she even pushed Qingqing, that's really too much. Gu Sisi's eyes widened. Oh my god, this is the first time she has seen two women who are so good at confusing right and wrong. They are really good at making things up. You're lying. You were the ones who just stopped Xia Xia from leaving. And I'm the one who pushed this woman over, not Xia Xia. Xia Xia looked at the expressionless man in front of her and felt very uneasy. Hanting, let me explain. Mo Qingqing interrupted, brother, don't believe this woman anymore. This woman works here, carrying trays and wiping tables. She's not just flirting with the rich men here, she's already had her body played with. You should divorce her and kick her out of your life. A woman like that doesn't deserve to be by your side. Gu Sisi couldn't bear to hear anymore. What do you mean seducing rich men? Don't slander people. Xia Xia and I are doing honest work. Say one more word and I'll rip your mouth off. Mo Qingqing laughed. Who believes you're just doing honest work here? Maybe, behind closed doors, you are just doing some shameful things. For example, being supported by a rich man, being a mistress, a lover, and so on. Gu Sisi was furious. You. Dare you say another word? I'll really hit someone. Midsummer was also irritated, especially the word mistress. Mo Qingqing, shut up. Mo Qingqing arrogantly lifted her chin. What, did you hit the nail on the head and break the defense? Big brother, this bitch has shown her true colors, hurry up and kick her out. Mo Hanting, who had been silent, finally spoke, Qingqing, shut up. As soon as he spoke, there was a frighteningly cold aura. Mo Qingqing couldn't react in time and thought that big brother was telling Xingxia to shut up. Bitch, my big brother is telling you to shut up. But soon, she reacted, her eyes wide, looking at Mo Hanting in disbelief. Did she just hear it right? Big brother actually told that peasant slut to shut up, but told her to shut up? She couldn't believe it. Big brother, you actually told me to shut up? You told your sister to shut up for this lowly and depraved woman? Qi Jiao also frowned. Mo Hanting clasped Xingxia's round and fragrant shoulders with his large hands and protected her in his arms. I told you, Xia Jia is your sister-in-law, don't be rude to her. Xia Jia was forced to lean against the man's sturdy, stiff chest and felt the full sense of security coming from the man. The unease in her heart suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sense of security and warmth that was firmly maintained. This feeling was unfamiliar, and it even made her unable to help but grow attached. And afraid that she would lose it in the end. With caution and unease, Mo Qingqing stared with wide eyes, pointing at Xia Jia, still unable to believe it, but she works in a place like this. Mo Hanting's face was as calm as water, and his narrow eyes stared at Mo Qingqing as if covered in frost. I know that she works here, and I don't need you to remind me. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened. What? How did Big Brother know that this country bumpkin bitch works here? How could Big Brother allow his woman to work in such a place? This doesn't make sense. Mo Hanting could see through Mo Qingqing's thoughts at a glance. He spoke coldly, my wife Mo, it is her freedom to do whatever she wants, and I will not stop her or interfere. But you, Qingqing, you call your sister-in-law a peasant slut, showing disrespect for her, and are you also showing disrespect for me as your big brother? It seems that your bank card should be suspended. Mo Qingqing panicked when she saw Mo Hanting about to suspend her bank card. If her bank card was suspended, how could she go out and have fun in the future? She didn't want to go out to eat and have to spend other people's money, and be looked down upon. Big brother, that's not it, Mo Hanting, apologize to your sister-in-law right now. Mo Qingqing gritted her teeth in anger, but due to the circumstances, she had to apologize to Xingxia. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for what I just did. Xingxia glanced at Mo Qingqing and saw the defiance in her eyes. She pursed her lips and spoke indifferently, you apologized, I accept that, but that doesn't mean I'll forgive you. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened. She had apologized to this bumpkin bitch, and this bumpkin bitch still wouldn't forgive her? What right did she have not to forgive her? Mo Hanting's face was expressionless. Qingqing, it seems your sister-in-law isn't going to forgive you. In that case, I will suspend all your bank cards for 3 months as a lesson to teach you a long-lasting lesson. If you dare to do it again next time, don't blame your brother for not caring about you as a sister anymore. Mo Qingqing. She hates it. Her silver teeth almost bit off. Mo Hanting gave Mo Qingqing a final warning look before turning around with Xingxia and leaving. Gu Sisi glanced at the indignant Mo Qingqing and Qi Jiao, then looked at the backs of Xingxia and Mo Hanting as they left, confused. What was going on? What was this sister-in-law business? Did Xingxia get married? To the man you just defended her against, the ridiculously handsome man? Chapter 43 Mrs. Mo, I'll be here for you, so you don't have to work so hard. Mo Hanting took away the summer, and he didn't say a word the whole time. The summer was uneasy again, and she hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, I can explain this to you. I came here to work because the supervisor couldn't find a replacement for the time being, so I had to. I know. Mo Hanting interrupted, what makes me angry is why didn't you tell me about this in the first place? The summer bit her lip, and she didn't tell him at first because she was afraid that he would think too much. I'm sorry. Her eyelashes drooped, and her eyes were downcast with emotion. Mo Hanting stared at her silently for a few seconds, but still couldn't bear to accuse her, so he let it go. Let's just leave it at that. But there won't be a next time. He was referring to the fact that she had gone behind his back and not told him that she was working here. If she had told him earlier, he could have found a way to help her solve the problem, instead of making her come here and continue working against her will. Xingxia looked up in shock. He forgave her so easily? No further reprimand? Mo Hanting saw through her petty thoughts and snorted, oh, you want me to reprimand you? Fine, then I'll punish you properly tonight. Xingxia's eyelashes trembled. Punish her? How? The man leaned down, his thin lips almost biting into her ear as he said, I'll punish you by keeping you up all night. Xingxia's bright eyes widened. Her face quickly turned red and hot. His punishment was really. Mo Hanting arched his lips, slowly straightened up, and touched her soft head with his hand. Well, I just talked about you with my friends, and they want to meet you. Why don't you go with me now to get to know them? Xingxia blinked her eyes and couldn't help but look down at her outfit. She was still wearing her work clothes, and it wasn't very good to go meet his friends like that, was it? Maybe forget it, next time. Thinking about the contemptuous looks that Mo Qingqing and Qi Jiao had given her when they saw her, Xingxia couldn't promise that she wouldn't be ridiculed if she went to see Mo Hanting's brothers like that. She didn't want him to lose face. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow and said, fine, if Mrs. Mo doesn't want to go, then we'll go home together. Xingxia was stunned. Hey, wait, are you just going to go back without saying anything to your brothers? Mo Hanting's tone was indifferent. There's no need for that. They'll naturally know that I'm going home to be with my wife after seeing me for so long without going home. After a pause, his long, slender fingers lightly grazed the tip of Xingxia's upturned little nose. After all, how could a brother compare to his own wife? Xingxia was once again successfully made to blush by the man. He's really good at it. It was almost time to go home anyway, so Xingxia told her supervisor and changed out of her clothes before leaving with Mo Hanting. When she got into the car, she received a message from Gu Sisi, who questioned her relationship with Mo Hanting. Midsummer felt that she could no longer hide it, so she thought about telling Gu Sisi the truth. I got married. He is the person I married. Gu Sisi drew in her breath, married? When did that happen? Haven't you always been single? Why did you suddenly get a handsome boyfriend and suddenly get married? Xingxia organized her words and told Gu Sisi about how she had met Mo Hanting. Gu Sisi took a long time to digest the news. I just saw your husband wearing extraordinary clothes, who is he? Although Mo Hanting is the president of Dingsheng Group, he usually keeps a low profile and does not accept media interviews, so not many people have met him face to face, let alone an underclass character like Gu Sisi. Xingxia didn't recognize him at first either. If it weren't for the business card he gave her, she would have thought he was a gigolo and given him 200 yuan for his trouble. He is Mo Hanting, the president of Dingsheng Group. Gu Sisi. Is she dreaming? Her sister has suddenly gotten married, and the person she married is Mo Hanting, the president of Dingsheng Group? The one with his fingers in every pie, who can stir up the capital with a single flick of his feet, the prince of the Beijing social circle, Mo Hanting? Xia Xia, are you sure you're not joking with me? Xia Shang, no, it's the real deal. Gu Sisi is about to faint. What kind of good luck is this for her best friend? She had a father who didn't care, a sick mother, a vicious stepmother, a crafty stepsister, and a broken summer. Overnight, she met the prince of the Beijing circle, and suddenly she went from a sparrow to a phoenix, rising in one step to the top. This is unbelievable. Sister, please cover me. My position is unstable, I can't cover you. Gu Sisi was furious and quickly sent a voice message. How can your status be unstable? Xia Xia, quickly use your charm, directly pounce on General Mo, force love, get pregnant, and your status will be stable. Hurry up and pounce on me, pounce hard. Because Xia Xia was a little curious, Gu Sisi's flustered voice instantly filled the entire car. Xia Xia. She was caught off guard. How could the content be so explosive? She wanted to press pause, but her hands were shaking so much that she couldn't even do that until the song was over. What was going on? Why were her hands suddenly shaking? In the car, Mo Hanting and the driver both looked over. Midsummer instantly experienced social death all over again. She met Mo Hanting's teasing gaze and couldn't help but scratch her hair, exposing an awkward smile. Ha, who is this person? I don't know. Don't care what she says. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows, flirted, forced love, was pregnant, and her son was a celebrity. Not bad, your friend is quite capable. Shenxia's entire face flushed, and she stuttered, saying that she didn't know this person. Mo Hanting nodded seriously, saying, well, I don't know, and if I didn't know you, I wouldn't have called you Xia Xia. Shenxia. Jumping into the yellow river won't wash it away. It's all Cece's fault. Why did she suddenly speak? How can she get out of this? She was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head between her legs. Mo Hanting's large hand suddenly reached over and wrapped around her slender waist, drawing her close to his embrace. The man lowered his gaze and stared at her flushed little face, a hint of an ambiguous and evil smile on the corner of his mouth. I don't mind, Mrs. Mo is forcing her love on me. Not only did she not mind, she also looked forward to it. Xia Shang. This conversation is not going anywhere. She chose to close her eyes. Her heart was screaming. Ah! She couldn't hear it. The man let out a soft sigh, and suddenly her soft, bony little hand was gripped in his large hand, placed in the palm of his large hand, and gently massaged. Are you tired from work today? Midsummer opened her eyes and saw that the man was pressing and rubbing her little hand lightly. Today, she used this hand to carry plates for most of the day and wipe tables for most of the day. For some reason, a warm current swept through her heart. She whispered, no, I'm not tired. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. A single word of used to it completely covered up all the suffering she had endured. A trace of pain crossed Mo Hanting's eyes. He suddenly cupped the back of her head and pressed his thin lips deeply onto her forehead. Mrs. Mo, I'll be here for you from now on, you don't need to work so hard. Chapter 44, Does he have radar installed in his hands? Shenxia's long eyelashes trembled. The man's words left her at a loss for words. She didn't even know how to respond. Mo Hanting didn't know what Shenxia was thinking, he just tenderly kissed her brows. A trace of heat suddenly rose in the girl's eyes. Mo Hanting tasted a bitter taste. He paused for a moment, then continued kissing her, with a little heartbreaking pity. As if telling the girl in silence, don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Midsummer didn't say anything, slowly leaned into the man's arms, and enjoyed his moment of tenderness. Let her indulge a little. She has actually carried it for so long by herself, and it's tiring. Mo Qingqing's bank card was really suspended by Mo Hanting. She wanted to teach Midsummer a lesson for being such a country bumpkin, so that her brother could see her true colors and then kick her out. But she didn't expect that she would be shooting herself in the foot, and it really made her furious. Sister Qi Jiao, what's going on? My brother knows that bitch is working in a place like that, why isn't he angry, and why is he still defending her? Qi Jiao's face didn't look good. She also didn't expect this outcome. Mo Hanting's reaction was too unexpected. Thinking about the way he defended Xia Jia, Qi Jiao was jealous to the point of wanting to destroy her. Qi Jiao gritted her teeth slightly. Qingqing, this woman is no ordinary person. We need to investigate how she came to be by Hanting's side. Mo Qingqing immediately grabbed Qi Jiao's hand. Shi Jiao, you mustn't let that bitch get the better of you. My brother absolutely cannot be with that bitch. Only you, Shi Jiao, are truly worthy of my brother. Shi Jiao thought to herself. She naturally knew what to do. Mo Hanting is the man she has her eyes on, and she will never let him go. This time, she had underestimated her opponent. Next time, the bitch wouldn't be so lucky. After Shi Jiao returned home, she immediately had someone start investigating Midsummer. Soon, she found out all about Midsummer's background. She saw that Midsummer had been abandoned by her father and had lived with her mother, living in a dirty basement. After graduating from high school, she stopped going to school and worked to earn money. She had done all kinds of messy jobs. Shi Jiao laughed contemptuously. How? Could a woman with no education or family background compete with her for a man? Just wait, sooner or later she would grind this woman into the ground. Midsummer fell asleep in the car, exhausted. She was carried by the man the whole way. When they returned to his private garden, he carried her off the car and all the way upstairs to her room. She slept very deeply. The man put her to bed, took off her shoes, changed into clean clothes, and covered her up without even knowing it. Mo Hanting sat by the bed and watched her for a long time. Unconsciously, his feelings for her gradually changed. From the beginning, it was simply a fascination with her body, a feeling of addiction. In the end, the more he got to know her, the more. He stroked her little face with his large hand, his eyes hiding tenderness and affection. Mrs. Mo, if you're tired, just get a good night's sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Midsummer seemed to hear something, her soft cheeks rubbed against the man's palm, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Mo Hanting was infected, and his thin lips curled up slightly. It was rare to have a good night's sleep. Midsummer woke up refreshed. When she woke up, she found that Mo Hanting was still lying next to her. He. She couldn't help but be pleased, waking up for the first time earlier than him. However, when did she come back last night, and how did she go to sleep? She had no recollection of it. Moreover, she noticed that she had not bathed. But when she looked down, she had changed her clothes. She was confused. So, had she bathed or not? If she had bathed, had Mo Hanting helped her? She must have slept very soundly, because the man had helped her bathe and she had not even shown any signs of waking up. Was she a pig? Just as Xia Shang was doubting herself, Mo Hanting woke up. The man skillfully reached out his hand and landed it right on Xingxia's chest. Good morning, Mrs. Mo. Xingxia. Is there a radar on his hand? How can he feel so accurately? Xingxia blushed as the man fondled her, so she quickly pushed him away and said, I'm getting up. Success. She pushed the man away and slipped into the bathroom. Mo Hanting was still lying in bed, unable to get enough of his soft and tender daughter-in-law. When Xingxia came out of the bathroom, having washed her face and gargled, the man was already fully dressed. Mo Hanting was dressed in a suit and tie, looking like a ruthless and decisive business elite. He held his phone in one hand and looked up at Xingxia. I've already contacted your supervisor and told her that you don't need to go to work anymore. Xia blinked, so should I find a new job? Mo Hanting strode towards her, his strong arms wrapping around her waist. Mrs. Mo, are you sure you want to find a new job? Xia pursed her lips, shouldn't I? Although Mo Hanting would not let her lack for anything in life, she always needed to have a job of her own, otherwise she really wouldn't feel secure. Mo Hanting sighed and said, Xia, if possible, I hope that you can go back to college. At her age in her early 20s, she should be going to college. Because her mother was sick and needed money for treatment, she had to give up the opportunity to go to college after graduating from high school and instead kept working and working. Sometimes she even worked several jobs in a day. She was so tired and should take a good rest. For example, go to college. Xia couldn't help but tremble her eyelashes. Go to college. Her mother wanted her to go to college, and Mo Hanting also wanted her to go to college. She smiled bitterly, do you think I'll ever have the chance to go to college? Mo Hanting pinched her little face and said seriously, of course you will. Whenever you want, you can go. Upon hearing this, Xingxia couldn't help but think of what her mother had said, and Mo Qingqing's constant insults about her being a bumpkin. She bit her lip, do you also despise me for having a low education and being uneducated? Mo Hanting felt aggrieved in his heart and hurriedly explained, Mrs. Mo, don't think too much, I just don't want you to be so tired. At your age, you should do what you should do, go to school if you should go to school, and work if you should work. There is no conflict, understand? Xingxia nodded, she understood. Mo Hanting had awakened her. At her age, she should go to college properly and get a good diploma. With this good diploma, after graduation, if she wanted to find a job, she would have more options and be able to reduce some of the pressure on herself. Instead of just taking any exhausting job, she should study and improve herself, so that she can have a skill and have a stable and long-lasting job. Xingxia instantly made up her mind, okay, I'm going to go to college. Chapter 45. He supported her in everything. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow and said, okay, what major does Mrs. Mo want to study? Xingxia answered without hesitation, I want to study medicine. Mo Hanting paused for a moment, as if he had guessed the reason why she wanted to study medicine. When her mother was sick, she watched her mother suffer from the pain and torment. It must have been very difficult and she felt so helpless. That's why she wanted to study medicine. She wanted to be able to help her mother if she got sick in the future. No one could help but feel for a kind, filial, and resilient girl like her. Mo Hanting took her small face in his large hands and said, okay, you can study medicine. The medical school at a university is good, it's top in the country, and I'll arrange for you to go there. A university? Xingxia's eyes widened. A university is the top university in the country. It's the place that all young students dream of getting into. It was also the dream she pursued in high school. It's been 2 years since she graduated from high school, will she still have a chance to get in? She stuttered, you really can arrange for me to get into a university? Mo Hanting smiled, what, don't believe in your husband's strength? Xingxia nodded and shook her head, I believe. She naturally believed in Mo Hanting's strength, without a doubt, she had to believe. Mo Hanting curved his lips, lowered his head and kissed Xingxia's forehead lightly. Don't worry, Mrs. Mo, with your husband by your side, all your dreams will come true. Xingxia was stunned for a moment, and gazed into the man's deep, gentle eyes. Once again, her heart was uncontrollably stirred. The power contained in these words was simply explosive for Midsummer. She had never imagined that her dreams would come true, and they were still based on the support of Mo Hanting. He unconditionally supported her and pursued her dreams. He was different from other men. Most married men just want their women to stay at home and raise their children, and they want their women to revolve around them, their children, and their parents-in-law. In marriage, women quickly lose their sense of self and become dull and uninspiring. In the end, she loses all value and is kicked out, with nothing. That's how her mother came to be. She thought that most men were like Scumdad, extremely selfish and egotistical. But she never expected that she, Midsummer, would meet a wonderful man. He is willing to support her work, support her pursuit of dreams, and support her in everything. It's really hard to find with a lantern. Now, in the heat of the summer, she suddenly didn't care if their marriage was an arranged one or if they were just acting. She couldn't hold back her feelings, so she took hold of his tie with her delicate hands, pulled him down, and then, on tiptoe, kissed his thin lips. Mo Hanting didn't expect Xia Shang to kiss him so actively, and his pupils flashed with deep dismay. But soon, he reacted, taking the lead, wrapping one arm around her waist and the other around the back of her head, deepening the kiss. It was passionate, fervent, and strong. In this kiss, everything was about to explode. After the kiss. It was already more than 10 minutes later. Midsummer's legs were so weak that she could hardly stand, and she collapsed directly into the man's arms. The man's clearly defined arms supported her, so she didn't fall awkwardly off of him. Mo Hanting arched his lips, Mrs. Mo, you've come a long way, you can last for more than 10 minutes just from a kiss. Xingxia's face was pretty, and it became even prettier when the man said that. She clenched her fists and couldn't help but punch the man in the chest. Because she didn't have the strength, the punch was weak and harmless, and it looked more like coquetry than anything else. Nasty. Mo Hanting was charmed by her cuteness and couldn't help but bow his head and kiss her red and swollen lips. Mrs. Mo is really great, she is getting better and better at pleasing her husband. Xingxia. Her heart is filled with sweet bubbles. This man is still as irresistible as ever when it comes to sweet talk. I can't stand it anymore. Mo Hanting went to work after accompanying her to finish breakfast. Xingxia doesn't need to work and is feeling relaxed. She is now full of joy thinking that she is going to study at a university. Xingxia immediately shared this good news with Gu Sisi. Because she doesn't need to go to Gu Sisi's university, she's going to university herself. What, you're going to study at a university? Yes, Mo Hanting arranged for me to go, he's capable of that. Gee, it's obvious that you served Mr. Mo well in bed, and Mr. Mo was so pleased that he's pouring all his resources into sending you to a university to study. Shengxia blushed, not knowing how to reply. Gu Sisi quickly sent a message over. What a coincidence, I'm also at a university. I'll be your senior and you'll be my junior. Shengxia was shocked. She never expected that Gu Sisi was actually a student at a university. My goodness, what a coincidence. Why didn't you tell me you were at a university in the first place? You're really a hidden gem, Gu Sisi, you're a female academic. Anyone who can get into a university has definitely been selected from a group of academic elites, and even more refined academic elites with superb intelligence. Oops, keep a low profile, I wanted to take you to a university for a fun surprise, but I never expected that Mr. Mo is so wealthy that he has already enrolled you in a university. This damned ability to make money is really enviable. Midsummer couldn't help but smile when she saw it. Gu Sisi is really something. That's great, she's going to be a junior and I'm going to be a senior, so we can see each other a lot. Xia, school starts in a week, are you free today? How about we go shopping for school supplies together? Midsummer gladly agreed, yes, I'm free today. Gu Sisi, then let's meet at XX shopping mall at 10 o'clock. After agreeing to meet with Gu Sisi, Shengxia went back to her room, changed into a fresh floral long dress, and tied her hair into a high ponytail. She overflowed with the breath of a young girl in spring. There were so many bags in her closet, and there were also many shoes in her shoe cabinet, but she couldn't tell what brands they were. However, Wang Ma said that these were all custom made for her exclusively by the top gold medal designer of the young master's life. The materials were of the best quality, all imported from abroad, and they were all unique, with no second on the market. At first glance, Xingxiao was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of clothes, and she was stuck for choice. They all looked great, but which one would go best with her outfit for the day? It took Xingxia almost an hour to make a decision. After she had chosen, she was exhausted and panting. Why do I have so many clothes, shoes, and bags? How am I supposed to choose when I have such a hard time making decisions? It seems like she can always come up with a different outfit every day. The process is exhausting. This is the only downside of having a lot of clothes, shoes, and bags. Gu Sisi was sending her a message to hurry her out. Xingxia took her bag, told Wang Ma, and took the exclusive driver to the XX shopping mall. Gu Sisi had made an appointment at a more civilian shopping mall, not one of the high-end luxury malls. Those high-end luxury malls really weren't suitable for ordinary people like her to shop in. If she accidentally broke something inside, she couldn't pay for it even if she sold her underwear. Gu Sisi arrived first, while Xia Shang was 5 minutes late. Gu Sisi saw Xia Shang approaching from afar, her slender and graceful figure and ethereal temperament, making her let out an exclamation of surprise. Wow, Xia, you're wearing something really pretty today. Chapter 46, Buying a Gift for Her Husband. Xia Shang came up to Gu Sisi and turned playfully around. Do you like it? I spent almost an hour putting it together. Her pure black hair was tied up high with a leather band, swaying in the wind and wrapped around her snow-white neck. Her long, floral dress was ethereal and fluttering, smart and energetic. Gu Sisi was so amazed that she wanted to applaud Xia Shang, she was so beautiful. Xia, you must be a little fairy sent from heaven, no wonder Mr. Mo was captivated by you at first sight. Mention Mo Hanting, Xia couldn't help blushing, let alone talk about him. Gu Sisi was smiling cheekily, with a cunning and evil smile on his face. How could he not talk about it? Did he not succeed in pouncing on Mr. Mo last night? Xia glared at Gu Sisi, he is so amazing, how dare I pounce on him? If we were to do it, it would be him doing it to her. Geez. Gu Sisi could tell there was something going on. It turns out that it was always Mr. Mo who took the initiative. Xia, isn't Mr. Mo in great shape? Does he have 8-pack abs? Is he good at it at night? Does he have stamina? How many times can he do it to you in one night? The more she said, the more outrageous it became. Midsummer stamped her foot, her face turning red like a boiled shrimp. Sisi. Stop it. I'm so embarrassed. Yo, Xia is blushing. It seems that President Mo is still very capable. This topic is not suitable for conversation. Are we still going shopping? If not, I'll go back. Yes, we're going. Gu Sisi was afraid that Xia would really slip away, so she quickly put her arm around her and led her into the mall. The two little girls bought some school supplies, as well as some cute hair clips and ties that girls like. Gu Sisi suddenly suggested, by the way, Xia, do you want to buy some gifts for President Mo too? Xia's heart fluttered. Before, Mo Hanting had always bought her things, taking care of all her needs. He is a very considerate and thoughtful man. He has bought her so many things and so many gifts, and it is only right that she should give him a little gift in return. What should she give him? Xia Chang, who had never given a gift to a boy before, was at a loss. Gu Sisi winked and said that you can give a boy clothes, ties, wallets, watches, and so on. But I guess Mo always has enough of these things, but as long as it's from Xia, he'll like it. Xia thought about this morning when she took the initiative to kiss him, and couldn't help but tug at his burgundy necktie, a bit of a sultry color. She was a bit itchy, so she bought him a few neckties. Watching him wear the necktie she bought him to work every day, she felt a bit of a sense of accomplishment. Okay, then buy neckties. Since it's a tie for Mo Hanting, it definitely can't be too cheap. After all, he is the president of the mighty Dingshan Group, and if he wears a cheap tie, he will definitely be sneered at. So Shengxia and Sisi Gu went to some luxury menswear stores to buy one. Inside, there were all kinds of men's ties, ranging in value from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shengxia and Sisi Gu looked at each other in silence. It's so expensive, I'm at a loss for words and can't move. Gu Sisi swallowed, looked at Shengxia, and said, Xia, how much money did you bring with you today? Shengxia met Gu Sisi's gaze, blinked, and said, I have an ink card from Mo Hanting, and there are 50 million yuan on it. Gu Sisi took a gasp of air. 50 million yuan? What an astronomical number. Forgive her, she has never seen so much money in her life. She probably won't be able to earn that much in a lifetime of hard work, even if she doesn't eat or drink. Gu Sisi hugged Midsummer tightly. Midsummer, you're a rich woman now. I'll have to cling to your thighs from now on. Take me along, little nobody, and let's live it up. Midsummer couldn't help but laugh. This money isn't mine, let's talk about it when I really become a rich woman. Gu Sisi winked, aren't you a rich woman now? Just hold Boss Mo's thigh well, his money is your money, spend it however you like. Shengxia laughed and shook her head, that's too exaggerated. With Gu Sisi's help, Shengxia picked several neckties that were more suitable for Boss Missouri to wear. These neckties cost more than $500,000 in one go. When Shengxia swiped the card, she felt a pang of pain. Gu Sisi was afraid of upsetting the world, and bought men's underwear. No. Shengxia was so embarrassed. Why not? It's a rare trip, buy a few pairs for President Mo to wear. What size underwear does he wear? I don't know. Shengxia, you don't even know what size underwear President Mo wears, which is a bit unqualified. Go ask President Mo. Xia Shang was being urged by Gu Sisi to send a message to Mo Hanting, but she blushed and didn't want to send it. However, Gu Sisi took her phone and sent a message to Mo Hanting. Dear husband, what size underwear do you wear? Tell your dear wife quickly. Xia Shang's eyes widened when she saw the message that Gu Sisi had edited. Help, she wouldn't have sent a message to Mo Hanting in this tone. Sisi, don't send it. Gu Sisi's hand slipped and she had already clicked send. Shengxia quickly took back the phone and tried to withdraw the message. The next second, the man's message popped up. Why, if Mrs. Mo has helped her husband take off his underwear so many times, does she not know what size he wears? Do you want to measure it with your hands tonight? Gu Sisi let out a groundhog scream when she saw the content of the message. Aha! Is this what she can see? It's so harsh. Xia Shang already wanted to dig a hole in the ground and lie in it. She saw that quite a few people were looking over, so she quickly covered Gu Sisi's mouth, telling her to stop screaming and keep a low profile. Gu Sisi took Xia Shang's hand away, but she was still unable to contain her excitement. Xia, I never thought that President Mo was such a horny guy in private. I thought he was the cold and abstinent type, but I never would have guessed. Xia Shang blushed endlessly. Isn't he just this kind of man? He looks serious on the surface, but he's rotten to the core. Gu Sisi said excitedly, Xia, look, Mr. Mo has sent you a message again. Xia Shang looked down and saw that Mo Hanting had sent her the size of her underwear, and said that she should remember it well and not forget. If she forgets, she will be punished at night. The word punishment simply made people think of all kinds of things. What kind of punishment would it be? Gu Sisi had already gone off on a tangent, and she couldn't help screaming like a groundhog again. And Xingxia was blushing again, burning with embarrassment. Suddenly, a cold voice came. Xingxia, why are you here? Xingxia and Gu Sisi's thoughts were interrupted, and they couldn't help but look at the person who had come. It turned out to be Shang Tao, Duan Wenli, and Shang Shui's family of 3. Xingxia's shy smile on her face instantly disappeared. Gu Sisi also stopped screaming. Duan Wenli and Shang Shui saw Midsummer again, and they could be described as enemies meeting, extremely jealous. After a few days of not seeing each other, they noticed that Midsummer had changed a lot. Her face was rosy, and her temperament had improved by a few degrees. Midsummer, this is a men's luxury brand clothing store, what are you doing here? Buying clothes for a man? Do you have the money to buy it? Or is it bought with the money of the man who supports you? Chapter 47, Let Her Marry President Wang. Duan Wenli has been thinking more and more about this over the past few days. If Midsummer didn't steal the bank card, then where did it come from? She must have willingly fallen, and is being supported by a man. The bank card was given to her by the man supporting her. It was also she who told the man supporting her to let her and her daughter Xiuxue stay at the police station all night. Gu Sisi couldn't bear to listen anymore and couldn't help but retort, "Hey, watch your mouth. What man supporting her? You're the one who's dirty, thinking of nothing but filth." Duan Wenli gave her a sharp look and said, "Who do you think you are, daring to yell at me?" Gu Sisi's eyes widened. "What do you mean, what do I think I am? If you're something, what are you? A dirty old thing?" Shang Shui pointed at Gu Sisi and scolded, "Watch your mouth. My mother is not some old thing. It was your mother who was rude to me first." "That's enough," Shang Tao roared. Everyone looked at the furious Shang Tao and stopped talking. Shang Tao looked at Shang Xia and his tone softened a little. "Xia, I don't care who's paying for you, just break it off. You know that boss Wan, right? He's obsessed with you and always wants to be with you. He also said that if you are willing to follow him, he will divorce his wife and marry you." Shang Xia frowned. How could she forget this boss Wan? He is ugly and greasy, bald and pot-bellied, and looks like a pig. He is also over 50 years old, she could be his daughter, and he still wants to marry her? Dream on. That boss Wan wants to marry you and let Shang Shui marry. I'm not marrying such a disgusting man. Shang Shui laughed angrily. How could I possibly marry that Mr. Wang? I'm not like you. I'm the Shang family's golden branch, the Shang family's precious daughter. My fingers have never touched dirty water. What are you? You're just a poor man with no education and no status. You're not good enough for anyone. If there's a man who wants you, you should be grateful. Don't be so picky. Take a good look at yourself and see if you're a good match. Duan Wenli said with a smile, exactly. Since that Mr. Wang likes you, why not go with him? Mr. Wang is a bit older, but he is rich. If you go with him, you won't have to worry about food or clothing, and you can take your dying mother with you to enjoy the life of a wealthy wife. This is a good marriage that you won't find even if you look for it with a lantern, so it would be a pity if you don't take it. Shang Xia smiled, Duan Wenli, why don't you divorce my father and marry that Mr. Wang? That Mr. Wang is much richer than my father, won't it satisfy your vanity more? You! Duan Wenli glared. Shang Shui pointed at Shang Xia and scolded, you little bitch, don't try to drive a wedge between my mother and father in front of us. Shang Tao continued, Xia, marry Mr. Wang, Dad is doing this for your own good. As long as you are willing to marry Mr. Wang, he is even willing to pay a 10 million yuan bride price to marry you. You won't be able to earn this amount of money even if you work hard for a lifetime. As long as Xia is willing to marry Mr. Wang, he will also give a huge investment to his company. No matter how you calculate it, he will not lose. Xia refused firmly, I'm sorry, I won't marry him. You can't even decide my marriage. Shang Tao was a little angry, Xia, don't be ungrateful. Gu Sisi couldn't help but speak up for Xia, this old man and woman, Xia already has someone who wants her, so there's no need for you to worry. Duan Wenli laughed in contempt when she heard this. Someone wants her? Who would want her, a country bumpkin with no money and no power? It's nothing more than being kept. People think you're pretty and want a sense of novelty, but once that novelty wears off and he gets bored, he'll just kick Xia out, and by then, you won't get anything. It's not like she's being supported. Xia is already married, and her husband is. Gu Sisi was about to say that Xia's husband is Mo Hanting. But Xia Xia grabbed her hand and shook her head, indicating that she should stop talking. She didn't want to have anything to do with this family. Who she married and who she lived with had nothing to do with them. Sheng Tao was shocked. What? Xia Xia, you're married? Duan Wenli and Shang Shui were also incredulous. None of your business. Sheng Xia said, grabbed Gu Sisi's hand and left. Sheng Tao roared, stop right there. You said you got married, to whom? Who gave you permission to marry another man without my permission? Sheng Xia didn't want to deal with him and led Gu Sisi away without looking back. Sheng Tao was so angry that he covered his chest and almost passed out. This rebellious girl has really gone too far. Shang Shui comforted Sheng Tao thoughtfully, Dad, there's no need to get angry with that kind of person. Duan Wenli also said, yes, Sheng Xia, that little bitch, said she was getting married, and who would believe that? Maybe she doesn't want to marry President Wang and is just deceiving us. Sheng Tao's face fell. No matter what, President Wang has taken a liking to her and she must be with him. As long as she is willing to be with him, he will invest in our company, which will benefit us in every way. Duan Wenli's eyes hardened, and an idea came to her instantly. It's not difficult. Let's use her mother to force her. We'll believe it, and she won't be able to resist. Sheng Tao was silent for a moment. This was indeed a good idea. If Sheng Xia was willing to be obedient, he wouldn't have to go to her mother again. It was really Sheng Xia who refused to take the punishment and chose the punishment instead. Sheng Xia took Gu Sisi away. Gu Sisi couldn't help but curse along the way. What kind of person is he? Is he really your biological father? How could he be so cruel to you? Making you marry an old bald man in his 50s, isn't that pushing you into the fire? If you marry, your whole life will be over. He is really hateful, such a father, a complete scumbag. Sheng Xia lowered her eyes, I would rather he wasn't, he doesn't deserve it. Gu Sisi grabbed Xia Shang's little hand and said thankfully, Xia Xia, fortunately you have already married President Mo. With President Mo protecting you, if you hadn't married him, your despicable father, who would stop at nothing, could have really forced you to marry that disgusting President Wang. Xia Shang nodded, and she, too, felt fortunate. She was fortunate that she had met him at a critical moment. He had completely rescued her. Otherwise, she might. Forget it, let's not mention this bunch of jinxes, let's just go back after we finish shopping. Right, I almost forgot, I still need to buy underwear for your boss Missouri. Gu Sisi grinned at Sheng Xia. Sheng Xia couldn't help blushing. This was the first time she had bought a man a tie, and it was also the first time she had bought a man underwear. She had given Mo Hanting many firsts. Chapter 48 Love requires a two-way commitment. After buying their respective items, Xia Shang and Gu Sisi left the mall and went to find food together. The two of them went to a buffet restaurant, which was cheap and filling. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they were tired and decided to go their separate ways. Xia Shang had a driver to pick her up, so she asked Gu Sisi to get in the car with her and take her home. Gu Sisi didn't refuse, as it was good to save the taxi fare. Gu Sisi lived in a happy neighborhood, and she rented a single room outside the school. The neighborhood was relatively remote, and the car made several turns before arriving. Gu Sisi waved goodbye to Xia Xia, thank you for giving me a ride home, bye, next time we might see each other again when school starts. Xia Xia also waved goodbye to Gu Sisi. Xia Xia returned to Mo Hanting's private courtyard, it was only a little after 3 p.m. Mo Hanting will be back from work around 6 o'clock. Today she bought a gift for Mo Hanting and wanted to cook him dinner. With plenty of time, she felt that it would be no problem to prepare a sumptuous dinner. The prerequisite was that Mo Hanting would not have any business tonight and would come home from work on time. Mo Hanting sent a message to Mo Hanting, asking if he would be home for dinner tonight. The man quickly replied, yes, Mrs. Mo asked, so of course the husband has to come home. The man's reply pleased Xia Chang, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Okay, since she was sure that the man would be back for dinner tonight, she could get ready to cook. Xia Chang quickly trotted into the kitchen to see what ingredients were in the refrigerator. Since she had arrived, 3 meals a day had been prepared by someone else, and she had never been in the kitchen before. Once she entered, she discovered that the kitchen was huge, with all kinds of kitchen equipment and appliances, and there were even many new gadgets that she didn't know about. If she didn't know how to use the new gadgets, she wouldn't be able to operate them, so she had to ask the omnipotent maid Wang. In the heat of the summer, she went to see the maid Wang. The maid Wang was shocked when she learned that Xingxia wanted to go into the kitchen to cook. Oh dear, young lady, that's the servant's job. You're a delicate person, how can you take the servant's jobs? If you do it, what will the rest of us servants do? Xingxia couldn't help laughing and crying. Wang Ma, I'm not taking your jobs. I just want today to be a bit special, and I want to take the initiative to cook a meal for your young master to reward him, that's all. You'll still be doing it tomorrow. Wang Ma waved her hand, no. If the young master comes home and finds out that you cooked the meal tonight, he'll get angry and fire all of us servants. Xingxia was shocked. No, it's not that serious, is it? Your young master is not that unreasonable. Mo Hanting, well, she thinks he is quite gentle and reasonable. Except when it comes to sex. Wang Ma looks serious. Young lady, you have never seen the young master really angry. When he is angry, no one can escape, even the dogs passing by will get hurt. Xingxia. So what do? We can't not cook for Mo Hanting, can we? She's rarely in the mood for it. Wang Ma, if your young master blames us, just blame it all on me, I'll take the blame. Wang Ma let out another oops. Young lady, you want me to take the blame? It's better to just tell me to get lost. Xingxia. Come on, she gets it. Having failed to cook dinner for Mo Hanting, Xingxia slunk back to her room. Back in her room, she had nothing to do, so she called her mother on video chat and told her that she was going to attend a university. Yilan was very surprised to hear this. She had always hoped that her daughter would go back to university, study hard and improve herself. She never thought that her daughter would actually go to university, and that it would be at the top university in the country, a university. Daughter, if it weren't for my illness, you would be at a university right now. Xingxia was very ambitious and had very good grades. Even though she was working part-time while in high school, she never let her studies suffer and her grades were always among the best in her class. And she was in the top class. She was either ranked first or second in the school, never dropping to third. With her good grades, she received a scholarship, which saved her a lot of money. Back then, her daughter scored the top provincial score on the college entrance exam, and a university was hers for the taking. But because her mother was such a failure, her daughter was unable to attend. Duan Wenli was also a factor in this. Duan Wenli was jealous of her daughter's excellence compared to Shang Shui, so she tried every means to ruin her daughter. That woman really has a heart of a snake. Shang Xia said honestly, Mom, Mo Hanting arranged for me to get into a university. Yilan was surprised, your boyfriend? Then he is really something, he was able to get you into a university. Shang Xia laughed and said, yes, he is very capable. The president of the Dingxing group, how could he not be capable? Yilan was very gratified. She could tell that he truly considered you, and you need to be nicer to him. You can't just take without giving. Love needs to go both ways. In her relationship with Shang Tao, she just kept giving, and Shang Tao just kept taking, which led to a tragic ending. It was only when she understood too late that some people, even if you give everything, they will remain indifferent and even take it for granted. Xingxia bit her lip, her cheeks flushed a little. Well, I know, I will treat him well. Yilan asked again, Xingxia, since you are going to study at a university, what is your major? Xingxia was silent for a moment, studying medicine. Yilan's hand shook a little, and her phone shook along with it. Xingxia saw the screen shaking, and Yilan's face was blurry, falling off the screen. She couldn't help but worry, Mom, what's wrong with you? Yilan quickly stabilized the screen, but when her face appeared on the screen again, her eyes were wet and red. She said, silly child. Xingxia also felt her eyes burning with hot tears, but her mouth was raised in an upward curve. Mom, I love studying medicine. It can cure diseases and save lives. What a great and sacred profession. Yilan smiled, her eyes brimming with tears. Yes, it is a great profession. My Xiaoxia has really made something of herself, choosing such a good major. In the future, Xiaoxia will be a white-coated angel. Saving and healing people. Xiaoxia smiled, Mom, don't worry, I will work hard to become a qualified and outstanding doctor. This is her dream, and she will work hard for it. Yilan smiled tenderly, Xiaoxia, Mom believes in you, and Mom is also proud of you. Xiaoxia arched her lips, with her mother's words of support and encouragement, what else could stop her from pursuing her dreams? She would only forge ahead, fighting and striving regardless of everything. Chapter 49, Post a gift from your wife on your moments. After chatting with her mother and hanging up, Midsummer was about to take a break. Suddenly, she heard Wang Ma say that the eldest son had returned. Midsummer quickly tidied herself up and went out to greet him. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Mo Hanting already on the stairs, walking towards her. She held onto the hem of her skirt, trying hard to hold back her joy. "How come you're back so early today? It's only around 5 o'clock. Mrs. Mo sent me a message telling me to come home. How could I not come back early?" Mo Hanting gave a brief explanation, and when he saw the little girl standing in the doorway, her hands tied, although her eyes were full of surprise at seeing him return, she did not come over to give him a big hug. Mo Hanting was a little emotional. He had rushed home from the dust and dirt, wanting a big, warm hug from his wife. What was wrong with that? Fine, if his wife would not take the initiative to give him a hug, then he would go up and ask for one himself. Mo Hanting walked up to Midsummer, put his big hands around her slender waist, and pulled her into his arms. Her soft, almost boneless body pressed against him, and he instantly felt better. His wife was so nice to hug, so soft and delicate. A hug made him feel better, and the fatigue from a long day at work disappeared. Midsummer squirmed as she was hugged by her man. She bit her lip, and "That I won't ask next time, for fear of delaying your work." Mo Hanting frowned and asked, "Why not?" "It's only natural for a wife to ask her husband when he'll be home. Your husband must have the same treatment as other husbands, understand?" Shengxia was dumbfounded. What? What did he mean? Seeing Xingxia's confused look, Mo Hanting couldn't help but pinch her little face. He patiently explained, "Other people's wives send messages every day asking their husbands when they're coming home. Other husbands get it, and your husband can't be left out. You should ask, okay?" Midsummer's face was red from the man's long fingers, and it seemed to have had a knock-on effect, making her whole face flush. "Okay, I know." Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow. "You're a teachable child." He took Xingxia back to his room and pretended to be nonchalant as he asked, "What did you do today?" Xingxia didn't hide anything from him and said, "I went shopping with my friend CC." Mo Hanting nodded and said, "Not bad. What did you buy?" Xingxia said, "I bought a lot of things." It was quite a coincidence. CC is also a student at a university. She asked me out to buy some school supplies. Mo Hanting's expression was indifferent. "Oh, that's it." Xingxia winked and said, "What else?" Mo Hanting glanced at her with slightly sad eyes. "He suddenly sent me a message asking me what size underwear I wear. I thought you were just being sentimental and buying me underwear." He had been daydreaming in the office, thinking that his wife finally understood and appreciated him enough to buy him underwear. He had left the office with a lot of unfinished business because he was thinking too much and had no heart for work, so he went straight home. When he got back, he thought there would be some kind of surprise, but there wasn't, and he was left with nothing but empty hopes. In his wife's heart, he is still in an indifferent position. The aloof Mr. Mo is once again having a little mood. It's not the kind that can be easily appeased. Xingxia couldn't help but laugh. She didn't know what was going on, but when Mo Hanting looked at her with those sad little eyes, she felt like he was like a little wife who needed to be appeased. "Mr. Mo, come here quickly." Xingxia called sweetly, took the man's slender hand, and ran all the way to the bed. Then, she pulled the bed sheet away and lifted it slightly, revealing the ties in men's underwear that she had bought for the man, which were hidden inside the bed sheet. She had arranged them all out, neatly. Indeed, she had been so bored when she had just returned that she had been unable to help herself from arranging them to pass the time. When Mo Hanting saw that Xingxia had really bought him a present, the resentment in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by surprise. Xingxia looked at the man, a little apprehensive. "Do you like it?" This was the first time she had bought these personal items for a man, so she was inexperienced and was afraid that he wouldn't like it. If he didn't like it, she thought she could take it back. Mo Hanting couldn't help but hold up Xingxia's little face and kiss her hard on the mouth. How could he not like it? He absolutely loved it. As long as it was from Mrs. Mo, her husband would like it. Xingxia instantly beamed, "As long as you like it. Why don't you try it on for a while?" She was referring to the tie. Mo Hanting took out his phone and said, "Wait, let me take a photo first." Xingxia was dumbfounded. "What? Take a photo? What for?" Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. "Since Mrs. Mo had gone to so much trouble to buy me a gift and posed in such a good-looking pose, how could I not take a photo to commemorate the occasion?" "What good-looking pose?" Xingxia glanced over and was surprised to discover that she seemed to have posed in the shape of a heart. This was a random pose of hers, so why did it turn out like that? Midsummer's face could not help but flush. Could it be that he had mistakenly thought that she was confessing her love to him? The more she thought about it, the hotter her body became, like a ripe red apple. Mo Hanting took the photo and immediately shared it in his circle of friends. The caption read, "Happy to receive a gift from my daughter-in-law." As soon as he sent it, someone commented and liked it. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! A man who never posts in his circle of friends has suddenly posted. What kind of gift did your wife give you? Did General Mo get married? Oh no, General Mo has a wife, I'm going to be heartbroken. You upstairs, you're a guy, and you're secretly in love with our General Mo. True love is between people of the same sex, I'm raising the flag for same-sex love. Damn it, single people can't see this, I'll give them a blocked package. Mo Hanting was overjoyed when he saw the pile of envious comments below. When something good happens, you have to share it and be happy with everyone, no one can escape. Chi Jiao saw Mo Hanting's post in her circle of friends and was so jealous she was about to go crazy. That little country bumpkin bitch in the middle of summer actually bought Mo Hanting ties and underwear? She's shameless. It really is embarrassing, something that can't be shown in public, and the things she buys are so vulgar and disgusting. She was so angry that she smashed her phone hard, smashing it to pieces. She swore secretly, "You little summer bitch, I won't let you go, I will definitely get back what is mine." Xingxia also saw Mo Hanting's circle of friends, and her whole face turned red again. You actually posted a circle of friends? Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and looked at his shy little wife. What? Can't I post it? Xingxia stamped her foot. There are the underwear I bought for you on the photo. This underwear is such a private thing, can you post it? Mo Hanting laughed. What's wrong with underwear? It's normal for a wife to buy underwear for her husband, nothing special. Yes, it's normal, but you posted it on your moments. And it's so embarrassing. Xingxia couldn't help covering her face, which had turned red. I haven't even met your friends yet, and I've already been embarrassed on your moments, how am I going to go with you in the future? Chapter 50, This is the reward from my husband. Mo Hanting hugged Xingxia and gently coaxed her, daughter-in-law, there's nothing to be ashamed of. If anyone dares to laugh at you, I'll beat them up for you right away, until they're unrecognizable by their parents. Xingxia. Mo Hanting, come on, daughter-in-law, didn't you just say that you wanted to help me try on my underwear? Now it's time to get started. Xingxia stamped her foot and said, what underwear? I meant for you to try on the necktie. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and gave a wicked smile. Can we try them both together? I still prefer my wife to try on my underwear for me. Xingxia pushed him away and said angrily, you try them on yourself, I'm not helping you. After saying that, she tried to sneak away. But Mo Hanting quickly embraced her from behind. Don't run. Today, Mrs. Mo gave her husband so many gifts, and he was very happy, so he decided to reward Mrs. Mo properly. She was held tightly by the man and couldn't leave, so she subconsciously asked, what reward? The man smiled and whispered in her ear. Then she felt dizzy and everything went black. She was then forcefully pushed onto the bed. The man kissed her, taking her breath away. This is the reward your husband gives you. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. She wished she hadn't received this reward. Before she could call for help, the man blocked her mouth. Next, it was no longer something that Xia Sheng could easily refuse. Afterwards, Mo Hantian helped Xia Sheng take a shower, and then he instructed Wang Ma to bring dinner to the room. Wang Ma and several maids carried the food up and couldn't help but smile ambiguously when they saw the messy room. The young master is really strong. Xia Sheng sensed someone coming in, and she was so ashamed that she hid herself under the covers, not daring to show herself. Wang Ma and the maid put the food away and did not forget to tidy up the messy room a little. After tidying up, she led the maids out without stopping. Because the old man could not hold on any longer. Mo Hanting glanced at the lump of a human shape on the bed and smiled a little. Wang Ma and the maid left, so come out quickly. The human shape continued to shrink under the covers, not moving. Aren't you afraid of smothering yourself? Mo Hanting laughed and pulled the quilt off with his hands, revealing a pretty little red face. The shy look in her eyes was like a flirtatious glance, causing the man's lower abdomen to tighten. His eyes also became dark. Mrs. Mo, you are so beautiful. She was so beautiful that he wanted to fall over again. Midsummer clearly saw the lust in the man's eyes, and she became nervous again. He mustn't toss her around anymore, she couldn't hold her waist, and her body couldn't hold on anymore. I'm hungry. Get up then, and I'll feed you. Mo Hanting grabbed Shengxia's slender arm, pulled her up from the bed, and then hugged her into his arms. He let her sit on his strong and sturdy thighs, and just held her like this, feeding her. I'll do it myself. Shengxia was not used to eating in this position. Being so close to him, she could never help but fantasize. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow. You can do it yourself? My hands are weak, I can't lift a finger. Shengxia couldn't help but scold, it's all because of you. Mo Hanting, well, so I have to take full responsibility and serve Mrs. Mo dinner. Shengxia. The man is holding the food over, Shengxia has to eat it even if she doesn't want to. She was so hungry that she opened her mouth and took a big bite. Mo Hanting laughed, eat slowly, no one is fighting with you. Shengxia blushed and didn't respond. Mo Hanting continued to feed her, and she took smaller, more polite bites. After filling up Nianxia's stomach, Mo Hanting finished off the rest of the meal. When he had almost finished, he told Wang Ma to come in and clean up. Nianxia rolled back under the covers and lay there, ashamed and not wanting to be seen. When Wang Ma came in, she saw a white, tender calf that Nianxia hadn't had time to roll up under the covers. She couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Young people, they really know how to have fun. After tidying up, Wang Ma hurriedly left again. She was afraid of getting a sore eye from looking too much. When Mo Hanting saw that Wang Ma had left, he pulled Shengxia's quilt again and called her to get up. However, he didn't expect that when the quilt was pulled down, it revealed a sweet sleeping face. Shengxia was so tired from all the tossing and turning that after eating and drinking, she just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. She slept very soundly and sweetly. Her sleeping face was so obedient and soft. It almost melted the heart of Mo Hanting. He was also lying in bed, and as he held his sleeping wife in his arms, the soft and tender touch was incredibly satisfying. He thought to himself, if he had known that marrying a wife could be so enjoyable, he would have done it a long time ago. No, he had married the right wife, because she was Xia Ji, and only she could give him this kind of home, a warm and comfortable feeling. No other woman could replace her. Mo Hanting gave a light kiss on Midsummer's forehead, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Midsummer woke up to a slight noise. She opened her eyes and saw Mo Hanting holding the tie she bought yesterday, preparing to put it on. The man seemed to have sensed something, looked up and said, Mrs. Mo, did I wake you up? Midsummer blinked, couldn't help but lift the quilt and get up. I'll help you put it on. Yesterday, I wanted to try it on for him, but I didn't expect that before I could do so, he would have me in bed. And then I forgot about it. She didn't even know when he had tidied up the tie and underwear. Mo Hanting arched his lips, very well, Mrs. Mo, it's my pleasure to help you. Shengxia took the gray tie from the man's hands, and standing on tiptoe, she wrapped the tie around his slender neck once. The man stared at her with downcast eyes, staring straight at her, making Nianxia very nervous. Her hands holding the tie were sweating. She bit her lip. I'm tying a tie for a man for the first time, so I might not be very skilled. Mo Hanting's eyebrows and eyes filled with a gentle smile. It's okay, if Mrs. Mo doesn't know how, then I can teach you. Nianxia gave a low and with her slender fingers, she fiddled with the tie a few times and it was tied. Although she had never tied a tie for a man before, she had seen others do it, so it wasn't too bad for a first time. She raised her small palm-sized face and looked at the man. How does it look? Mo Hanting glanced down and saw that it was actually a bit crooked. But in order not to dampen the little woman's self-confidence, he said without hesitation, not bad, excellent. Mrs. Mo is really smart, tying her husband's tie for the first time and doing such a good job. Xia Sheng was so happy to be praised that she didn't look closely to see if the tie was really crooked. Mo Hanting slightly lowered his head, his impeccable handsome face enlarged, and a mischievous smile traced the corners of his mouth. My husband is going to work, give a kiss. Chapter 51, Taking a Photo to Remember. Midsummer saw that the man had already taken the initiative to come up to her for a kiss, and if she didn't give it to him, he might take it by force next. She might not be able to withstand his taking it by force. Midsummer raised her little face, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him with a loud smooch. Mo Hanting's mouth corners instantly curled up into a charming smile, and just like before, he kissed her. When he arrived at the office, Mo Hanting walked with a proud and confident air, his steps as steady and domineering as an emperor's. He walked with an air of domineering superiority, but his handsome face was beaming with joy, as if something great had happened. If you ignored his slightly crooked tie, that is. It was rare to see the president in such good spirits, so his assistant Song Tao kindly reminded him, "President, your tie is a bit crooked today." He kindly reached out his hand to fix his boss's tie. Unexpectedly, his boss's face immediately changed, and a fierce glare came at him. "Don't move!" "Song Tao?" He was stunned. Mo Hanting said coldly, "This is my wife's handiwork, don't let your dirty hands pollute it." Song Tao looked at his own clean, white hands. His hands, not dirty? How did it get the president's tie dirty? Okay, he gets it. This was tied by the president's wife for the president, and he, a small fry, is not worthy to touch it. Song Tao had no choice but to withdraw his hand, and said to the president, "I won't touch it." Mo Hanting nodded slightly, and seriously lectured, "This is the first time my wife has tied my tie. No matter how badly she ties it, it still has great significance, which you, a single dog, cannot understand." Song Tao. What did this single guy do to deserve this? After scolding his assistant, Mo Hanting went to his office, sat down in his office chair, took out his phone, turned on the camera function, and struck an elegant pose. A click. Yes, it's captured. His wife's first tie was of great significance, and naturally he had to commemorate it. However, Xingxia encountered trouble. Sheng Tao called her and said that he was going to the hospital to see her mother. Xingxia's alarm went off immediately, and she hurried to the hospital. This scumbag father abandoned his mother for so long and never visited her. This time, he suddenly went to the hospital to see her, so he must be up to no good. When Xingxia rushed to her mother's hospital room, she heard her mother's angry voice coming from the room. "Get out! I won't let my daughter marry any of those so-called CEOs." Sheng Tao was furious when he repeatedly tried to persuade her. "Yilan, Xingxia is also my daughter. She's useless with you now, so what's wrong with letting her get married and enjoy the life of a rich housewife? Maybe I can even take you, an old, sick and disabled man, with me to enjoy the good life." Duan Wenli chimed in, "Yes, Yilan, you're just like your daughter, so ungrateful. Your daughter only has good looks, but no education or qualifications. She's lucky that Mr. Wang wants her. Don't be so ungrateful and throw away this good marriage opportunity for your daughter. If you know what's good for you, you'd better persuade your daughter to agree to marry, and you'll be able to live it up for sure." Yilan was so angry that she laughed. "What enjoyment! I think you want to sell my precious daughter to that Mr. Wang. If it really was a good marriage, would my daughter even be considered? I warn you, don't even think about my daughter. From the day you abandoned me and my daughter, you no longer have the right to be her father, let alone control her marriage." Duan Wenli pointed at Yilan and scolded, "I'll tell you, your daughter has already been taken care of by an older man, and her body has been played with and ruined. If she doesn't marry this Wang Zong, which man will dare to want her in the future?" Yilan was so angry that her chest was heaving. "Get out of here! Your daughter is the one being taken care of by an older man, but my daughter is innocent. How dare you slut humiliate her?" Yilan. Sheng Tao was about to lose his temper. Sheng Tao was about to lose his temper when Sheng Xia suddenly rushed in and pushed him away. "Get out, don't come near my mother." Sheng Tao stumbled and almost fell. After he had regained his balance, he looked up in disbelief at the person who had pushed him. It was Sheng Xia who had pushed him. This rebellious girl is really lawless. She even dared to push her own father. "Mom, are you okay?" Sheng Xia hurriedly ran over to Yilan's side and asked with a worried expression. Her mother's health has not yet recovered, and she is really afraid that she will be stressed out and her health will deteriorate again. Yilan saw her daughter come over, panting, and waved her hand, saying, "I'm fine. Get rid of them, I don't want to see them." She was already so angry that her face had turned pale. Seeing her mother's pale face, Sheng Xia could no longer hold back her emotions, and she couldn't help but rush at Sheng Tao and Duan Wenli and say, "Get out. My mother doesn't want to see you." Sheng Tao was enraged. He took a step forward and slapped Sheng Xia's face hard. "Who do you think you are to speak to your father like that? I'll teach you a lesson." Sheng Xia was caught off guard and was slapped hard by Sheng Tao, leaving half her face red and swollen. Sheng Tao wanted to continue hitting her, but Yilan was quick and protected Sheng Xia. Sheng Tao's slap landed hard on Yilan's back. "Ah!" Yilan let out a painful cry. "Mom!" Sheng Xia's eyes turned red. Duan Wenli saw this scene and a smile of pleasure curled the corner of her mouth. Go ahead, hit her as hard as you can. It'd be best if you killed her. Sheng Tao saw Yilan, who was beaten and suffering, and there was not the slightest sign of remorse. It's all your fault. If you were willing to let Sheng Xia marry that Mr. Wang, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Yilan endured the pain and said, Sheng Tao, you're dreaming. You have ruined my life, and I will never let you ruin my daughter's life. Sheng Tao laughed angrily and tried to raise his hand to slap her again. Seeing this, Sheng Xia quickly hugged her mother and protected her with her petite body. Just as Sheng Tao's hand was about to fall, several black-clad men suddenly rushed in and grabbed Sheng Tao without saying a word. Sheng Tao was full of shock, and then struggled desperately. Who are you? Let me go. The black-clad men were expressionless, and one of them swung his hand and knocked Sheng Tao unconscious with a palm strike. Sheng Tao's head tilted and he passed out. Duan Wenli saw that something was wrong and tried to run. But the black-clad men quickly caught her too and knocked her out with the same palm strike. After the two were unconscious, the black-clad men dragged them out like trash, in a rude manner. The ward instantly fell silent. Shengxia and Yilan gasped, dumbfounded, as they watched the scene. What the hell is going on? Who are these men in black? Why did they suddenly rush in and knock Sheng Tao and Duan Wenli unconscious and drag them away? The next second, Shengxia's phone rang. She quickly pulled it out, and it was a call from her husband, Mo Hanting. She answered the phone, her voice still a little shaky. Chapter 52, Mrs. Mo, please rest assured that I will handle things. Mo Hanting heard the trembling and weak voice of his daughter-in-law and his heart felt a sharp tug. He wished he could transform into a rocket and rush to the front of the hospital to hug her and comfort her fiercely. He cooed softly, Mrs. Mo, it's okay. I've already helped you get rid of the people who were in the way. Shengxia was stunned. Just now, those people, were they sent by you? Mo Hanting, well, the nurse called to tell me that someone was causing trouble in the ward, so I immediately sent someone over to deal with it. Shengxia's nose twitched, and she said, thank you. Mo Hanting said, we're husband and wife, there's no need to thank me. Are you and your mother okay? Shengxia immediately glanced at Yilan, who was much more stable emotionally. She shook her head at Shengxia, hinting that she was fine. She then said to Mo Hanting, we're fine. That's good. Mo Hanting continued, what do you want to do with the two troublemakers? Shengxia was silent for a moment, unable to respond. Mo Hanting asked nonchalantly, how about a good beating? If they don't learn their lesson, I'm afraid they'll come and harass your mother again next time. Shengxia bit her lip, you decide. I'm fine with it. To be honest, she also wanted to teach Sheng Tao and Duan Wenli a lesson, but she didn't have the ability to do so. If Mo Hanting was willing to stand up for her, she would be more than happy to let him. Fine, I'll take care of it, Mrs. Mo, don't worry. After Mo Hanting hung up with Sheng Xia, he immediately called his subordinates and gave them orders. Beat up the two troublemakers you caught. It doesn't matter if they are crippled, just leave them alive. After saying this, he hung up the phone directly. Mo Hanting's handsome face was gloomy. How dare they bully his woman? They must be tired of living. Thinking about what happened between Xia Shengxia and her mother in the hospital in the middle of summer, he couldn't sit still in the office either, picked up his jacket and left. Song Tao walked in and saw Mo Hanting about to leave, and hurriedly said, President, there is a meeting in 10 minutes. To be postponed. Mo Hanting stepped past Song Tao without looking back. Hospital. Yilan looked at Xia Shengxia with a puzzled expression. Xia, those black-clad men just now, were they sent by your boyfriend? Xia Shengxia nodded, it was him. Yilan was shocked. Your boyfriend, just who is he that he could send someone so quickly to rescue us? Shengxia shook her head and patted Yilan's back tenderly. Mom, forget about that for now. Is your back really okay? Yilan avoided Shengxia's touch and instead tenderly reached out to touch Shengxia's face, but was afraid to do so. Mom is fine, but your face is already swollen. Go find a doctor to help you deal with it. Mom, I'll just call the doctor over, and we'll deal with it together. Sheng Tao's slap was so hard that it might have left a mark on her mother's back. Yilan wanted to refuse, but seeing the worry in her daughter's eyes, she didn't. The doctor was quickly called to examine Yilan. Yilan had deep 5-finger marks on her back, red and purple, which showed just how hard Sheng Tao had hit her. Sheng Xia's hatred for Sheng Tao grew even stronger. If Shang Tao only wanted to deal with her, she wouldn't hate him so much. But he even dared to touch her mother. Her mother was her bottom line, and Shang Tao had now completely stepped on it. How could she not hate him? If possible, she really wanted to personally send Shang Tao to hell, to see this kind of scum suffer more than death. The doctor gave Yilan medicine and told her to rest well and not to get angry so easily again. Her heart can't take too much excitement. If she gets too excited, it may cause her heart condition to worsen. Yilan didn't realize that getting angry could have such a serious consequence. She quickly promised the doctor that she would try to control her emotions in the future. Her daughter had already suffered so much because of her illness, and she couldn't let her down again. Next, the doctor applied some ointment to Shisha's face. The cool ointment made the burning sensation feel less severe. Shisha's face felt much better. After the doctor finished, he handed the ointment to Xingsha and told her to apply it 3 times a day. The redness on her face would subside in 2 days. After giving her instructions, he left. Yilan finally had the opportunity to ask Xingsha about what had happened. Xia, what on earth is going on? Why did Shang Tao let you marry that Mr. Wang? How did you meet Mr. Wang, and why did he fancy you and insist on marrying you? Xingsha lowered her eyelashes, not knowing how to explain to her mother. Xingsha, you have to tell me the truth, I'm so worried. You heard the doctor say that I shouldn't get too emotional, right? But when I think about you... Xingsha had no choice but to appease her mother. Okay, Mom, don't get too excited, I'll tell you. Then tell me. I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to get angry. Okay. Seeing her mother nod, Xia Shang hesitated for a moment, but then told her the truth. When Yilan learned that Xia Shang had begged Shang Tao for the 500,000 yuan needed for her surgery, but Shang Tao had told her to go drink with a certain Mr. Wang, she couldn't help but tremble with anger. That scumbag! You're his own daughter, how could he treat you like that? He's nothing but a beast, a social outcast. Xia Shang stroked Yilan's shoulder. Mom, you promised me you wouldn't get angry. Yilan's eyes were red as she said, which mother would remain indifferent when she heard that her beloved daughter had been so bullied and schemed against by her own flesh and blood? She cupped Xingsha's face in her hands, feeling heartbroken. Poor Xia, you must have suffered so much during this time, haven't you? It's all my fault, I've made you suffer. Xingsha shook her head, it's all in the past now. We'll all be fine from now on. Yilan couldn't help but embrace Xingsha, crying out in pain, oh, it'll be fine, it'll all be fine. Xingsha also hugged her mother tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Mo Hanting hurried to the door of Yilan's ward and tried to push it open. But he heard the sad and suppressed cries coming from the ward. His hand, which was about to reach out, slowly dropped. It was probably not convenient to go in now. Song Tao looked at the man standing still. President, aren't you going in? Mo Hanting pursed his thin lips for a moment, his eyes dark, and said, let's wait a while. I don't know how long it took, but Xingsha and Yilan cried until their eyes were red and swollen. Xingsha wiped away Yilan's tears. Yilan wiped away Xingsha's. As they wiped away the tears, the mother and daughter smiled at each other. After crying and letting off steam, both of them felt much better. They had endured so many setbacks and hardships, and today's blow was nothing to them. They had endured all kinds of suffering, so what was a little blow like this? In the future, the mother and daughter will only become stronger. Chapter 53 Mrs. Mo, are you scared? At this time, the door to the ward was knocked on. Xingsha stood up. Mom, I'll get the door. Yilan nodded. Go. Xingsha walked to the door and opened it. Standing in the doorway was a tall and straight figure. Her eyes swept up to Mo Hanting's handsome face, which was as sharp as if it had been carved by a knife, and it instantly burned into her eyes. Deep dismay crossed her eyes. Why are you here? Mo Hanting was also looking at the little woman in front of him. When he noticed her swollen half-face, his handsome face quickly sank. His large hand immediately stroked it, the movement gentle. What happened to your face? The man's warm palm touched her cheek, bringing gentle reassurance. Xingsha's tears, which had finally stopped, almost couldn't be restrained again. She bit her lip and tried hard to restrain herself. I was beaten once, it's not a big deal. Mo Hanting said with concern, it's swollen, so it's not that serious? Are those 2 people who caused trouble just now? Xingsha nodded, one of them is my biological father, and the other is the woman he married. They came together and bullied her and her mother together. Mo Hanting's eyebrows and eyes flashed with a deep hostility that was so strong it was frightening. I should have just let someone do something really nasty to them, at least so they would lose a limb and never be able to trouble you again. Sheng Xiao was stunned and quickly said, "Forget it, I don't want anything to happen to you because of this." If Mo Hanting breaks Sheng Tao and Duan Wenli's arms and legs, and if they pursue this and call the police to arrest Mo Hanting, what then? She didn't want him to get into trouble because of her. Mo Hanting wrapped his large hands around her and pressed her into his embrace. "Don't worry, your husband knows what he's doing." His heartbeat was steady and strong, as if nothing could faze him. Xia Sheng buried her little face in the man's chest and felt a sense of security from him. She couldn't help but indulge in it and absorb more. Until... Cough, cough, cough. Xia Sheng then remembered that there was still a mother in the hospital room. She quickly pushed Mo Hanting away, blushing and turning her head back. "Mom." Yilan had just watched the two people at the door hugging together without a care in the world, and suddenly the dog food filled her mouth, and she couldn't help but cough. Seeing that her daughter had finally reacted, she was still in the hospital room, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mo Hanting also shouted at Yilan, "Mom." Yilan couldn't help but be surprised. They hadn't even gotten married yet, and her daughter's boyfriend was already calling her mom, which made her not know how to react. "Cough, come in and sit." Mo Hanting took Shengxia's hand and walked into the hospital room. Yilan looked at the two interlocked hands. The sticky feeling made her look happy and gratified. "My daughter finally has a reliable man to love her. Hanting, thank you for taking such good care of my daughter. I can feel that my daughter's condition has improved a lot recently. Mom, this is what I should do." Mo Hanting looked at Xia Xia with downcast eyes and continued, "Taking care of her is my responsibility." Xia Xia met the man's deep gaze, her heart couldn't bear it, and it surged with waves. Yilan was very moved. "With these words from you, I can rest assured and entrust my daughter to you. It doesn't matter what happens to me, I just hope that Xia Xia can find a good man in this life who truly loves her, protects her, and gives her happiness. If Xia Xia is happy, then I, as her mother, will also be happy." Mo Hanting said without hesitation, "Mom, I will make Xia Xia happy, and I will also make you happy." Yilan's eyes welled up with tears. "Good, I believe you." She stayed in the hospital room for a while longer. Yilan needed to rest. Shengxia bid farewell to Yi Lan and walked out of the hospital room with Mo Hanting. Midsummer lifted her eyelashes and looked at the man, her tone serious. "Just now, thank you for what you said in front of my mother." She could clearly feel that her mother's mood had improved significantly after hearing his promise. They were only contractual husband and wife. Mingming, all he needed from her was to cooperate with him in his act and put on a show for his family. And his family didn't need him to bother with. But she never expected that he would still cooperate with her in acting in front of her mother. So, she was very grateful to him. Mo Hanting frowned slightly. "Wasn't all I just said a matter of course? Xingxia, huh?" Looking at his wife's confused expression, Mo Hanting couldn't help pinching her cheek. "I mean, you're my wife, and it's only natural that I take care of you, protect you, and make you happy." Xingxia blinked, and it seemed that, yes, it was quite natural. Well, that was only if she was still his wife. "Anyway, thank you." Mo Hanting poked her forehead with his finger and threatened with gritted teeth, "Say another word of thanks, and don't blame me for kissing you right here and now." Shengxia covered her forehead and closed her mouth, afraid to say anything else. This was a hospital corridor, and people passed by at any time, and she didn't want to be seen kissing a man. Seeing that his young wife had behaved, Mo Hanting snorted arrogantly and left, putting his arm around her waist. Sheng Tao and Duan Wenli were beaten up and dumped directly in front of their home. The Sheng family servant came back from grocery shopping and saw two people lying dead in front of the house. She thought they were beggars. Unexpectedly, when she got closer, she realized it was the master and mistress. She was so scared that she screamed on the spot and called 120. The 120 ambulance came and carried away the two unconscious people on the ground. After rescue, the two people didn't wake up until the middle of the night. When they woke up, they found that they were sore all over, their skin was bruised and there was no good flesh left, and their arms and legs were broken. It must be that little bitch from Midsummer, who had the man who was supporting her send someone over to deal with us. God damn it, she really is ruthless with us, this heartless bitch. This rebellious girl, how dare she treat her father like this? I definitely won't let her go. Ouch, it hurts so much. Call the police, I must call the police. Shengxia returned to the private garden with Mo Hanting. Mo Hanting received a phone call. Young master, those two people have been dealt with. Mo Hanting gave a faint nod. Didn't you kill them? The subordinate responded, no, they just suffered a little physical pain, their arms and legs were broken. Mo Hanting, it's good that you didn't kill them, death is too easy for them. Anyone who dares bully him should be prepared to suffer more than death. When Xingxia heard Mo Hanting's conversation, she was shocked to hear him talk about killing people and breaking arms and legs. Who exactly killed who and broke arms and legs? Mo Hanting tilted his head and saw Xingxia looking at him with horror. He pursed his lips a little and then hung up. Mrs. Mo, are you scared? Scared of his cruelty? Midsummer was indeed a little scared. After all, she had never seen him like this before. What did you do? I sent someone to beat up your scumbag father and that mistress of his, and they broke their arms and legs. Mo Hanting's long fingers gently squeezed Midsummer's chin, and his dark eyes took in the fear and horror on her face. After a pause, he narrowed his eyes, feeling that his young wife must have been shocked by his words. He added, but don't worry, I didn't kill them, they're alive and well right now. After all, she is his young wife's father, no matter how scummy he is, perhaps she still has some feelings for him. Because of this, he also showed mercy when he dealt with them. While he was thinking about avenging her and teaching those who bullied her a lesson, he also had to consider the fact that the person teaching them a lesson was her father, which was also difficult for him. Chapter 54, You hit him pretty good. Shang Xia froze for a moment. It turned out that the person he had taught a lesson to was horror. She pursed her lips, and the fear she felt in her eyes towards the man gradually disappeared. You hit him pretty good. That kind of scum deserves to be taught a lesson like that. If it weren't for her limited abilities, she would have wanted to severely beat Shang Tao and Duan Wenli. They bullied her and her mother, and it wouldn't have broken her heart if they were beaten to death. A flash of surprise crossed Mo Hanting's eyes. He thought that Shang Xia would blame him for getting someone to beat up her father. Unexpectedly, she actually thought that he did a good job beating him up. Well, that's good, she is worthy of him, she is really gutsy. She is ruthless and unforgiving towards those who bully her. Shang Xia bit her lip, unable to help but worry about the man's situation. I'm just afraid that they will call the police and hold you responsible. After all, she knows very well what kind of person her scumbag father is. He will definitely seek revenge. Mo Hanting beat him so badly, he will definitely not let it go easily. Mo Hanting arched his lips. He was very happy that his little wife was worried about him. However, she seemed to have forgotten how powerful and untouchable the man standing in front of her was. Mo Hanting said proudly, he doesn't have the ability to find me. Xingxia blinked, a little confused. Mo Hanting couldn't help but rub her head and patiently explained, my people have already dealt with everything, there will be no loose ends. So he won't be able to pin it on me. Xingxia nodded, then she could rest assured. Mo Hanting's lips curled up, tired after all the bad things that happened today? Let's go back to the room and rest. He said those words, rest, in a long and ambiguous way. For some reason, Shang Xia understood immediately. It seemed that she understood certain subtext and hints from men at first listen. Had she become less innocent? She was pure as white paper, but had she been tainted by this man, Mo Hanting? She blushed and whispered, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten yet. Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow and said, okay, let's eat first. After we eat, we'll go back to the room. Shang Xia. It seems that she will not be able to escape another night of being tossed and turned. As expected by Mo Hanting, even if Shang Tao reported it to the police, they would not be able to pin it on Mo Hanting. Mo Hanting is a clean and efficient person who does not leave loose ends. So this time, Shang Tao suffered a silent loss. He was very angry. Who did that rebellious girl, Shang Xia, hook up with? She is so capable that even the police could not find anything. He called Xingxia to question her, but when he dialed the number, he realized that she had blocked his number. He was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Duan Wenli looked gloomy. Why don't you go beg Mr. Wang? He likes that little bitch Xingxia and wants to marry her, doesn't he? Let him fight with the man who is supporting Xingxia. Let's see who will win. Shang Tao narrowed his eyes and slowly came up with a plan in his mind. There were only a few days left before her mother was discharged from the hospital, so Shang Xia planned to find her mother a new place to live before she was discharged. Before Yilan was hospitalized, she and Shang Xia lived together in the basement of a residential building. The basement was damp and dark, with a dirty and messy environment, and cockroaches and mice were everywhere. Sheng Xia and her mother lived there for several years. Now that her mother has been discharged from the hospital, and with the 500,000 yuan Sheng Tao gave her, she doesn't want her mother to go back to living in the basement. She should find her a clean and bright house to live in. Yilan heard that Xingxia was going to find her a new house, and she refused to waste this money. Living in the basement is fine, and mom is used to it, so there's no need to spend this money and time looking for another house. Xingxia sighed and said, "Mom, your daughter still has some money, and this money should be spent on things that need to be spent. There's no need to save it. The basement is in a terrible condition, and you're not in the best of health, so it's not a suitable place to live." Yilan said, "Xia, my health has improved a lot. I was able to live there before, and I can still live there now. Besides, moving house takes time and effort. In my current condition, there's no way I can move." Xia glanced at Yilan and said, "Mom, you don't need to worry about that. I'll ask my boyfriend to help." Yilan was worried. She said, "It's not right to keep bothering your boyfriend like this. I'm afraid he'll dislike us, the mother and daughter, for always troubling him. They've already troubled him enough, so how can they keep asking for more and more?" Yilan always feels uncomfortable about it. She's not used to troubling others, even if he is Xia's boyfriend. Sheng Xia also knows what her mother is worried about. In fact, she is also worried. Mo Hanting has helped her enough already. She is grateful to him, but she can't take his help for granted and just ask him for help whenever she wants. She hadn't told Mo Hanting to help her find another place for her mother, so she had just told her mother that she had asked her boyfriend for help just to reassure her. She hadn't told Mo Hanting that she had previously lived with her mother in the basement. That was a dark part of her past, and she didn't want him to know about it. If he knew that she had lived in a place like that, she wondered if he would despise her. Maybe he wouldn't, but she would mind. About the image she had in his heart. Xingxia realized that she seemed to care more and more about what Mo Hanting thought of her. She wondered if this was a good or bad thing if it continued to develop. She didn't want to think too far ahead either, it was too exhausting. She would just take things one step at a time. "Mom, I will definitely find a house, so you don't need to say anything else." Yilan wanted to say a few more words, but seeing Xingxia's unyielding expression, she didn't say anything else. Life always has to change. Perhaps leaving the dark, damp basement will give them a little hope for the future. After convincing her mother, Xingxia began looking for a house. All day long, she stayed at home, using her phone to look up all kinds of rental information. When Mo Hanting returned home from work, he felt a slight sense of loss when he didn't see his young wife come out to greet him. He loosened his tie and asked Wang Ma, "Where is Mrs. Mo?" Wang Ma told him the truth, her young mistress is in her room. Today, her young mistress has been in her room almost all day, and she hasn't come out much. Mo Hanting nodded and then walked upstairs. "That girl has been in her room all day, and I don't know what to do. If she is really bored, she can go to his company and find him to play. Although, he may not be free. But if he has time, he will accompany her." Mo Hanting went into the bedroom and saw the woman lying on the bed playing with her phone at a glance. The woman had her back to him, seemingly engrossed in what she was doing, and didn't notice the man come in at all. Mo Hanting had walked up behind her, but she still didn't react at all. His eyes were full of resentment, and he couldn't help but think, what does she mean by staring at her phone so intently? Who on earth is on the phone? Is it worth her looking at it so intently? Chapter 55. If there is no way to repay you, then I will give myself to you. Mo Hanting curiously glanced at Xia's phone and realized that she was actually looking for a house. His face sank. What did she mean by looking for a house? Did she want to move out and not live with him anymore? Why didn't she want to live with him? Obviously, they were husband and wife, so why would a husband and wife sleep in separate houses? He couldn't help but speak up, "Xia." The man suddenly spoke, startling Xia Shang. She hurriedly turned around and saw a person standing straight behind her. She was surprised and climbed out of bed. You're back? Why didn't you say anything when you came back? You didn't make a sound when you came in," and suddenly spoke, almost scaring her out of a heart attack. Mo Hanting's handsome face was stern. "You want to find a place to live, don't you? You want to move out of here? I'm telling you, forget it. She can't just move in and out of his place whenever she wants. He won't allow it." Seeing that the man looked unwell in the heat of the summer, she quickly said, I didn't say I was moving out. Mo Hanting stared at her intently. Then why are you looking for a place? Midsummer was a little intimidated by the man's piercing gaze, and subconsciously confessed, yes, my mother is being discharged from the hospital, and I want to find her a new place to live. As soon as Mo Hanting heard this, his face instantly eased. So it turns out that you are looking for a new place for your mother-in-law, not that she is moving out. False alarm. You should have told me, I can help you find one. Or, I don't mind if you bring your mother over to live with us. Shengxia's eyes widened. What? He actually agreed to bring her mother over to live with them? He is practically asking for it. But Shengxia had her concerns. If she brought her mother over to live with them, wouldn't that reveal her relationship with Mo Hanting? Then how would she explain it to her mother? After thinking about it, it would be better to find a new place for her mother to live. Forget it, I'll find a place for my mother. Mo Hanting nodded and said with a raised eyebrow, I understand what you mean. You're afraid that bringing your mother here will affect our daily intimacy as a couple, right? Mrs. Mo, you've thought of everything. Shengxia? When did she think of that? Don't misunderstand her meaning. I didn't. Obviously, her feeble retort sounded quite weak. Mo Hanting arched his lips, leaned down, and supported himself with one hand at her side. The index finger of the other hand gently hooked Mo's chin, and he lowered his head and gave her a little peck. Don't worry, I'll arrange a place for your mother in the house, and I guarantee that your mother will have a place to live as soon as she is discharged from the hospital. Midsummer's cheeks were burning hot, and she wanted to say something, but the man seemed to sense that she wanted to refuse, and he pressed his lips directly down to block all her words. Mo Hanting's actions were indeed fast, and the next day he found her several good places to live, all of them villa apartments. In Mo Hanting's words, these villa apartments were all his personal property. No one usually lived there, and it would be a waste to keep them, so it might as well be given to his mother-in-law. When Mo Hanting took Shengxia to his other private apartment, she was stunned. This is the place you found for my mother? Mo Hanting nodded. Well, do you like it? Shengxia looked at him expectantly. How much does it cost a month? She was afraid she couldn't afford it. Mo Hanting couldn't help but nudge her nose. Silly girl, this is your husband's property, it's free. Shengxia. So, Mo Hanting is planning to give his apartment to her mother to live in? He really shouldn't be so nice to her. She can't bear it. Shengxia's eyes welled up with tears. Mo Hanting, don't be so good to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you. Mo Hanting gently cupped her face in his hands, his eyes deep and serious. If she can't repay him, then she can give him her body. Shengxia looked at him in a daze. She looked into the dark pupils of the man's eyes, and saw her own reflection. It seemed that his eyes were filled with her, and no one else. No matter, the man's words at the moment were somewhat sincere. Midsummer's heart was uncontrollably shaken. She couldn't help but shake. Her head was spinning, and she could only hear herself say, okay, then I will devote myself to you. The next second, the man kissed her fiercely, as strong and overbearing as always. Midsummer did not resist, but instead could not help but passionately respond to him. She hooked her hands around the man's slender neck and held on tightly. The two tangled together and stumbled, falling all the way onto the sofa. Their clothes scattered all over the floor. Finally, it was Yilan's discharge day. Shengxia had wanted to pick her up himself, but Mo Hanting insisted on going with him. After all, it was the mother-in-law who was being discharged from the hospital, so it would not do for the would-be son-in-law to not make a proper appearance. Shengxia really could not argue with Mo Hanting, so he agreed to go with him. When they arrived at the hospital, Yilan had already taken the initiative to pack her things. Her clothes, toiletries, and other items were all stuffed into a bag, which was full to the brim. Seeing that Shengxia and Mo Hanting had appeared together, holding hands, Yilan was very happy. It seemed that the couple's relationship had been quite stable recently, and she was relieved. Mo Hanting took the initiative to help Yilan carry her bag, showing full gentlemanly bearing. Yilan could see that Mo Hanting was becoming more and more satisfactory. This young man is tall and handsome, polite, knows how to behave and can do things. It's hard to find a man like this. Yilan couldn't help but say to Xia, I've been there, done that, and I can tell that Xia Mo is a good person. You should treasure him and hold on to him tightly, don't let him go. Xia glanced at the man following behind her, blushed, and whispered a reply. Mo Hanting also heard it, and his mouth slightly rose. Chapter 56, I'm a Fool. When Mo Hanting led Yilan to his Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yilan looked at the luxurious and expensive car for a long time. Mo Hanting put the luggage in the trunk and turned to open the back seat door for Yilan. Mom, get in the car. Midsummer wanted to help Yilan get in, but Yilan didn't move and remained dazed. Mo Hanting, this car of yours, isn't it expensive? Although Yilan didn't know anything about cars, she was not blind. She could tell that this car was very expensive. Mo Hantian's tone was light and carefree. It's not expensive. Yilan's eyes widened. Really not expensive? Did she misread it? Mo Hantian laughed. Really not expensive. After the modifications, it only cost a few tens of millions in total. Yilan. Maybe she really misread it. After all, she really doesn't know anything about cars. Yilan sat in the back seat of the car with Xingxia. Mo Hanting was driving in the passenger seat. The president of the Dingsheng group had fallen to the role of his mother-in-law's chauffeur. Yilan was very comfortable in the car. She had never been in such a comfortable car before. As the car drove along a road that was unfamiliar to her, she couldn't help but ask, Mo, where are we going? Mo Hanting, to our new home. I found a new house for Mom, and now I'm taking you there to live. Yilan looked at Xia Shang with shock. Xia Shang nodded to confirm what Xia Mo had said. Yilan thought to herself, in the end, I still have to trouble Xia Mo. Alas, I keep troubling Xia Mo and owe him favors. How can my daughter ever repay him? I hope the house Xia Mo finds isn't too expensive. What new house? I live alone. I don't need a big place, something simple, a one-room, one kitchen, one bathroom house will do. The rent doesn't need to be too expensive, 1,000 or so a month. It's too expensive. I'm afraid you two won't be able to afford it. Yilan spoke with understanding. Xingxia blinked, too afraid to speak. Mo Hanting smiled instead. Mom, the house I found for you doesn't require rent. Yilan was shocked. No rent? I can live there for free? Is there really such a good thing as a free lunch? Mo Hanting, Yilan couldn't believe it. Who is this fool who is giving me a place to live for free? Is he an idiot? Fool and idiot Mo Hantian. In the heat of the summer, he choked on his own saliva and couldn't help but speak for the man. Mom, he's not a fool or an idiot. Yilan didn't quite believe it. If he's not a fool or an idiot, why would he give me a place to live for free? In this world, are there really such kind people who are willing to help others and don't like to take advantage of others? I'm afraid it's nothing but a kind act from someone who is either a crook or a thief. Yilan's thoughts are getting more and more twisted. Mo Hanting clears his throat. Mom, that's my set of houses. No one usually lives there, so it's been empty, so I was planning to let you live there. Yilan. Oh, so this is Xiao Mo's house. No wonder there's no rent. Yilan smiles awkwardly, incoherently. I'm a fool. Midsummer. Mom, do you want to hear what you're saying? Mo Hantian was holding back his laughter. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a small 3-story apartment building. Yilan got out of the car and stood in front of the small apartment building, looking around for a long time, but she didn't know where Mo Hantian's house was. Mo Hantian, where is it? Where is your house? Is it the small house in the weeds over there? After getting out of the car, Mo Hantian looked at the small house in the weeds that Yilan was talking about, and his mouth twitched slightly. It is a utility room in this apartment complex and cannot be lived in. He glanced at Xia Shang and leaned over her ear, lowering his voice and saying, Mrs. Mo, I find your mother quite humorous. The man's whisper in her ear was tickling and tingling, like an electric shock. Xia Shang couldn't help but glare at the man. Her mother is here, don't mess around. Mo Hanting hooked his lips and straightened his body. He glanced at Yilan, who was still confused, and said, Mom, it's the one behind you. Yilan turned around with a delayed reaction, and then let out a cry of surprise, almost scared into sitting on the ground. It's this building behind her? This small 3-story apartment must be worth more than a few million? At first, Yilan really didn't dare to think about it. Now, she felt like she was dreaming. Until Mo Hanting used the key to open the door. Mom, go in. Take a look at the house, and see if you're satisfied. Yilan came back to her senses. She quickly grabbed Xingxia's hand and nervously asked, My dear daughter, just how rich is your boyfriend? Xingxia honestly shook her head and said, I don't know. How would she know how much money Mo Hanting had? She had never been in his family's vault. Yilan thought, that's right, my daughter is just Mo's girlfriend, not his wife, so how would she know how much money he has? But judging from the fact that he could casually offer her a whole apartment to live in, he must be from a wealthy family. Wealthy families have a lot of rules, and they like to marry off their children to others from similar backgrounds. Since her daughter has neither money nor influence, she wonders if her daughter will continue to be looked down upon by Mo's family if she stays with him. Yi Lan's heart is filled with worry. Midsummer leads Yi Lan into the apartment. The apartment has already been cleaned by the cleaning lady, and it is spotless. But for some reason, Xiaoshang always felt that there were traces of her crazy love affair with Mo Hanting a few days ago left in the house. On the sofa, on the floor, in every corner. And everywhere. Her face flushed involuntarily. Yi Lan noticed and looked at her in surprise. Xiaoshang, why are you suddenly so red? Mo Hantian's dark eyes then looked over. Xiaoshang blushed even more and made up an excuse. I just suddenly felt that it was a bit hot in here. Is it hot? Yi Lan was puzzled. I feel that it is quite cool in here. The windows are open and there is quite a strong breeze. Shengsha knew that her excuse was lame, so she had to keep looking for something to say. Well, it might be a psychological reason. Yi Lan didn't take it to heart. Her main focus was now on the house. It was too big, clean, luxurious and tidy, with a hint of intangible extravagance. It was 1,000 times better than the basement she had previously lived in with Xia Xia. It was equivalent to the difference between heaven and hell. Yi Lan could not believe that she could live in such a nice and large house. She looked at Mo Hanting uncertainly. Xiaoma, are you really willing to let me live in this house? Mo Hanting said, Mom, as long as you like it, you can live here as long as you want. Yi Lan covered her chest. She was shocked by Xiao Mo's words. Letting her stay as long as she likes? Xiao Mo is too kind-hearted. It's too good to be true. Xiao Mo, you have been so good to me and my daughter Xia Xia. You paid the 500,000 yuan surgery fee for me, arranged a nice hospital room for me, and arranged for a carer. Now that I've been discharged from the hospital, you've also arranged a house for me. This I really can't accept. Mo Hantian raised his eyebrows. He was very understanding. Since Mom felt pressured to accept it, she could just borrow the house. She could accept it after living there for a while. Yi Lan. She didn't know how to refuse at once. She subconsciously looked at Xia Xia, who nodded at her. Mom, you can stay for now. We'll talk about it when you're completely better. Yi Lan sighed. Alas, Xiaoma, how can Xia Xia and I ever repay you? Chapter 57, Meeting Sister-in-Law Mo. Mo Hanting curled his lips. Mom, we're all family anyway, so don't stand on ceremony with me. Yi Lan. Family? So little Mo has already decided on her daughter? Looking at little Mo, she could tell that he was a sincere person and didn't seem like the type to lie. He should be sincere about his daughter. Yi Lan took the opportunity to ask, Little Mo, what is your family's attitude towards Xia Xia? Mo Hanting clasped Xia Xia's shoulders with his large hands. They all like Xia Xia very much. Yi Lan let out a big sigh of relief. As long as her family likes her daughter, that's fine. Xia Mo is such a well-behaved child, polite and gentlemanly, so her family shouldn't be bad. Since it comes from the bottom of Mo Hanting's heart, Yi Lan didn't refuse anymore. Thank you so much. The only way she could think of to thank him was to cook a big meal for him. Midsummer said helplessly, Mom, let's go out to eat. You just got out of the hospital today, it's not a good idea for you to cook. Yi Lan didn't want to be underestimated by her future son-in-law, so she quickly said it was fine, and don't underestimate your mother is in great shape now, full of energy and strength, she could kill a cow with one punch. Midsummer. Mo Hanting curled his lips, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his mother-in-law was full of a sense of humor. He spoke up, Mom, next time, there are no ingredients in the kitchen, so there's no way I can cook. Yi Lan was about to roll up her sleeves, but when she heard Mo Hanting say that there were no ingredients in the kitchen, she had to give up. Then let's go out to eat. Mo Hanting took Yi Lan and Midsummer to an upscale restaurant to eat. Mo Hanting thoughtfully booked a private room, which was fresh and elegant. Yi Lan could tell from the restaurant's style that it must be very expensive. But she didn't expect it to be more expensive than she thought. A plate of food costs thousands of dollars. Mo, the food in this restaurant is too expensive, why don't we go to another one? Yilan really felt bad for Mo Hanting's wallet. Mo Hanting gave a faint smile and said, "Mom, don't worry, just eat. I own this restaurant, it's free." Yilan. I've learned a lot. Midsummer was also surprised. It seems that the industries involved in the Dingsheng group are ubiquitous, even venturing into the catering industry. Yilan didn't know what to order, so she let Mo Hanting order. After all, she was not familiar with the place and didn't know what dishes were good and what were not. Mo Hanting asked her if she had any food restrictions. There were no food restrictions, so they just ordered the set meal. In no time, more than 20 dishes were placed on the table. There were abalones, sea cucumbers, all kinds of seafood sashimi, steaks, lamb, etc. Yilan had never seen so many dishes in her life. "Xiao Mo, ordering so many dishes, you won't be able to finish them all, won't that be a waste? How can 3 mouths possibly finish all these 20-odd dishes? Stuff them up your ass?" Mo Hanting wiped his hands with a disinfected, hot towel, and said slowly, "Mom, don't worry about wastage, your son-in-law is not short of money." Yilan wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. She was afraid that if she said too much, her son-in-law would think that she was ignorant. Midsummer was already used to men being domineering, so she didn't say anything more. She just wanted to let her stomach out for a while and eat more. Han Yunxian came to Yunxiang restaurant to eat, and inadvertently glanced into a private room and saw a familiar figure. He couldn't help but stop. "Isn't this Mo Hanting?" He saw that Mo Hanting was sitting next to a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, dressed in simple clothes. Mo Hanting seemed to have a particularly good attitude towards the woman. Not only did he smile gently at her, he also helped her with everything, even serving her food. Han Yunsong was dumbfounded. He had never seen Mo Hanting treat a woman so well before. Due to the angle, he didn't notice that on the other side of Mo Hanting, there was also a woman sitting there, Xingxia. He only saw Yilan, a middle-aged woman. Han Yunsong stared for a long time, unable to believe his eyes. "Don't tell me that this middle-aged woman is Mo Hanting's new wife? Mo Hanting married a woman who was not similar in age to him, but a middle-aged aunt? Does Mo Hanting have such strange tastes?" He didn't believe it, and couldn't help but take out his phone and send a message to Mo Hanting. "What are you doing right now? Eating with your wife?" Mo Hanting in the private room sensed the phone vibrate, took out his phone to see that it was from Han Yunsong. He frowned and replied, "How did you know?" Han Yunxi, who had received the message, seemed to have sensed something, and looked up to see the private room. Han Yunxi, as if he were guilty of something, quickly avoided Mo Hanting's gaze. Mo Hanting didn't see anyone outside the private room and withdrew his gaze. Han Yunxi was still immersed in this shocking news. Mo Hanting had indeed married a wife, and the wife he married was a middle-aged woman who was almost 50 years old. No wonder he kept making excuses to decline when Mo Hanting asked him to bring his wife out. It turned out that his wife was actually so. No wonder he introduced young girls to Mo Hanting, and he wasn't interested in any of them. It turned out that Mo Hanting liked older women. He has a mother complex. After Han Yunsong was shocked, it was as if he had discovered some shocking secret, and he quickly sent a message in the group of brothers. "Extra, extra, I saw Lao Mo take his wife out to dinner." The group of brothers instantly went into a frenzy. "What? You saw sister-in-law Mo? What does sister-in-law Mo look like? Is she beautiful as a fairy?" Han Yunsong, cough cough, "It may be less than you think." "What? What do you mean? Is she really pretty? Do you have a picture?" Han Yunsong didn't dare take a picture, for fear that Mo Hanting would see it. Mo Hanting hid his wife so well, definitely not wanting everyone to discover his unique taste. "Guess." Han Yunsong left in high spirits after giving a hint. Xingxiao was full and round. She was a little uncomfortable from eating too much. She said to Mo Hanting, "I'm going to the bathroom." Mo Hanting nodded, "Go." Xingxia got up and left the private room. Mo Hanting glanced at his phone and saw that the group chat was already in an uproar. The culprit was Han Yunxi. He frowned. He had just sensed someone staring at him, but he thought it was an illusion. He messaged Han Yunxi, "Why didn't you come in and say hi just now?" Han Yunsong quickly replied, "You and big sister-in-law were making out in the private room. Where was I supposed to go and be the third wheel?" Mo Hanting? He was just making out with Xingxia? With his mother-in-law there, how could he be comfortable making out with Xingxia? Han Yunsong said again. Mo, I saw your wife, she's not bad, she's got taste. I didn't realize you liked mature women with taste. Good choice. The more mature a woman is, the more flavor she has. I wish you both well. Chapter 58, A Hero Saves Beauty. Mo Hanting. I don't know who Han Yunshi is describing. Is Xingxia mature and has flavor? Well. Like a ripe peach, fragrant and soft, does that count? Seeing that Han Yunshi was blessing him and Xingxia, he replied in a good mood. Thank you for your blessings. Han Yunsong. No, buddy, are you serious? I can see that you are really hungry and can eat anything. Xingxia walked out of the women's bathroom. He was about to go back to the box. Suddenly, he saw an acquaintance, a chubby one. Her eyelids twitched and she subconsciously turned around. But it was too late, she had already been discovered. Hey, isn't this Xiaoxia? Xiaoxia, you've been hard to find these days. The person who came was the boss Wang, who wanted to marry Xingxia. President Wang fell in love with Xiaoxia at first sight and had wanted to have a fleeting relationship with her. But who would have thought that she would have run away? President Wang has not been able to forget Xiaoxia over this period of time and has been hinting to Shang Tao that he wants to go on a date with Xiaoxia again, and even wants to abandon his wife of many years and marry Xiaoxia. It would be very prestigious to have such a young, beautiful, delicate and tender young wife and bring her home to serve. Knowing that she could not avoid it, Xiaoxia turned around. What met her eyes was the greasy, pig-headed face of President Wang, who was smiling with a face full of hygiene, making people want to vomit when they looked at him. Xiaoxia, I miss you so much, come back with me. President Wang smiled and extended his salty pig's hand, wanting to touch Xiaoxia's soft, small waist. It must be very soft. Xiaoxia avoided him with a cold face. President Wang, please respect yourself. Wang's hand missed its target and he wasn't angry. He likes feisty women and they are great in bed. What do you mean self-respect? Your father has already promised you to me. If you are willing to marry me, I will give you 10 million yuan as a dowry and take you home. Xiaoxia's face fell. Wang, if I remember correctly, you already have a wife and daughter, don't you? You should know that bigamy is illegal. President Wang laughed heartily, not taking it seriously. It's fine, as long as you're willing to marry me, I'll go back and divorce my wife right away. I'll take you home and let you give me children and raise them. Shang Xia gritted her teeth. This scum. He's on a par with her scum of a father. What she hates most is this kind of man who abandons his wife. It's just a pity for his original wife to have such a disgusting man. Let me marry you, dream on. President Wang raised his eyebrows. Xiaoxia, your parents have already agreed to our being together. Your parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words are something you, a weak and incompetent girl, cannot refuse. I'm sorry, but I no longer have anything to do with Shang Tao. He has no right to decide my marriage. After a pause, Xiaoxia continued, besides, I'm already married. Married? I don't believe it. Who would want you but me? Xiaoxia, you are destined to be my woman, and no one can take you away from me. I like you, I like your beauty, I like your young body, just obey me, give me sons and daughters, I won't treat you badly. President Wang became more and more greedy as he spoke, and his saliva couldn't help but overflow. He couldn't help but pounce on Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia rudely pushed him away and said, "Get lost." She didn't want to pay any attention to him, and she ran past him. President Wang didn't want Midsummer to escape, and quickly grabbed her wrist. Little beauty, don't go, come home with me. Midsummer's wrists were white and tender, and President Wang was so hungry for them that he wanted to kiss them a few times. Midsummer had long been on guard against President Wang, and when she saw him grab her hand, she raised the other hand and without hesitation slapped him in the greasy face. President Wang's face was hit and it was burning hot. He really didn't expect this delicate little girl, Xingxia, to strike him. She's a feisty little thing, and she's got spirit. Instead of getting angry, he laughed, and with a strong push, he pushed Xingxia against the wall. His fat, greasy body pounced on her. Little Pepper, let me love you tonight. Xingxia struggled desperately, let go of me. If you don't let go of me, I'll scream for help. Wang laughed wickedly, you scream? The more you scream, the more excited I get. I don't see anyone here who can save you. You are the woman your father gave to me. Who dares to meddle in other people's business? He looked at Xingxia's charming little face and couldn't help but pout his full lips and kiss her. Xingxia beat him to the punch. In desperation, she lifted her leg and used her knee to hit Wang's grandson. Wang's face suddenly turned pale. Ah! He had to let go of Xingxia, cover his crotch, and jump around like crazy. Xingxia took the opportunity to escape. Mr. Wang was furious. Someone, catch that little bitch. Before Midsummer could take a few steps, she was stopped by several men in black. These men in black were Mr. Wang's bodyguards, and they were staring at Midsummer menacingly. Mr. Wang pointed at Midsummer and angrily ordered, "Catch this little bitch and bring her to my room. I want to teach her a lesson tonight. If I don't screw this little bitch in bed, her last name won't be Wang." Hearing this, the man in black grabbed Midsummer without further ado. After all, Midsummer was a woman, and she could not resist a few strong men. In desperation, she spoke, "Let go of me. My husband is Mo Hanting, the president of Dingsheng Group. If you arrest me, he won't let you go." Mo Hanting? President Wang laughed mockingly. "If your husband is Mo Hanting, the president of Dingsheng Group, I am Mo Hanting's ancestor. This little bitch wants to be Mo Hanting's wife? Dream on." The next second, a chilling voice came, as if it had been frozen in an ice cellar. "You want to be my ancestor? It depends on whether you have the life." President Wang froze, and saw a tall figure slowly walking over, surrounded by a chilling aura. It made people's backs go cold. In the middle of summer, he was both surprised and happy. Han Mo saw Xingxia being held by a man in black, and his dark eyes instantly rolled up in a terrible storm. He was no longer polite, rushing to the man in black and quickly kicking him. The man in black was directly kicked flying, slamming heavily into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the other man in black also moved against Han Mo. He extended his fist. Before he could even get close to Mo Hanting, he was intercepted by Mo Hanting with one hand, and then he gave a strong push, and the black-clad man's wrist was actually broken by him. The remaining two men in black also took action against Mo Hanting one after the other, but he kicked them to the ground with one kick, unable to move, and they wailed in pain all over the place. After dealing with the four men in black, Missouri Hanting's large hands clasped Xingxia's fragrant shoulders, and his dark eyes fell on her, unable to hide his concern. "Are you okay?" Xingxia was completely awed by Mo Hanting's just completed clean and neat skills, staring at him blankly, her heartbeat racing. He had just rescued her heroically. So cool, so handsome. The black-clad man on the ground was his trophy. Normally, when he was dressed in a suit, he looked serious and mature. But when he took off his clothes, he was so flirtatious and bad that it was hard to handle. And when he fought, he showed her another side of him, cold and dangerous. Every side of him made her heart flutter. Mo Hanting saw that she was not speaking, and could not help but hold up her small face. "Xia Xia, speak, are you okay?" She wouldn't have been, would she, scared stupid? Woo woo, after 3 reviews, it still hasn't passed. It's so difficult, I'm going to go crazy changing it, angry face. If it doesn't pass again, I don't know what to do, cry. Chapter 59, Compliments made his tail wag. In the heat of the summer, she couldn't help but say, "Mo Hanting, you're so handsome." Handsome to the point of making her heart flutter. The young woman's pretty eyes were sparkling, clear and bright. Mo Hanting hooked his lips. He was worried about her, and she was actually praising him for being handsome? Compliments made his heart soar, his tail wagging, and he wished he could have more opportunities like this to rescue a beauty. In the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Wang, who was trying to sneak away. Mo Hanting felt that his chance had come again. He hooked his long arm around Xia Shang's slender waist and led her, step by step, closer and closer to Wang. Wang couldn't help but back away, his face a panicked mess. "You, don't come any closer." He backed up against the wall, unable to retreat any further. The 4 bodyguards he had brought with him were still howling in agony, so loud that it scared the courage out of him. "Stop. Do you know who I am? Wang Construction Group Wang Jiangwo, do you dare to provoke me?" Wang Jiangwo didn't recognize Mo Hanting, because people of his level had never come into contact with such a big shot. It was ridiculous for him to try to use his status to intimidate Mo Hanting. Mo Hanting ignored him and glanced sideways at Xingxia. "Which hand did he just touch you with?" Xingxia gave Wang a cold glance and said, "Both hands." The next second, Mo Hanting did not hesitate to strike. He raised his powerful leg and quickly stepped on the back of Wang's hand, crushing it hard. Listen carefully, and you can still hear the sound of bones being crushed. Wang instantly let out a pig-slaughtering scream. Before he could react, his other hand was also brutally abused. In a matter of minutes, both of Wang's hands were useless and hung limp. Wang was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Mo Hanting's body was cold, as if possessed by the Grim Reaper. "How dare you touch my woman, you want to die. You little brat, you dare to do this to me, I won't let you go." Wang Zong was about to die, but he still tried to threaten. Mo Hanting laughed, "Okay, I'll see." Then, he raised his leg again and kicked Wang Zong between the legs without hesitation. President Wang let out a piercing scream and passed out completely. After teaching President Wang a lesson, Mo Hanting seemed to come to his senses. He had been so tyrannical just now, and he wondered if he had scared his wife, Mo. He looked back at the little woman in his arms, and sure enough, her face was pale. His heart tightened. Oh no, he had gone too far. His image was about to collapse. He had given his wife a bad impression. "I'm sorry, my dear, for exposing you to such a violent and bloody scene." Midsummer was indeed a little shocked. But more than being scared, she felt better seeing a disgusting man like President Wang, who attempted to abandon his wife and child and force himself on another woman, being taught a lesson. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, it's just a matter of time. Scumbags and losers will sooner or later get their comeuppance. Midsummer looked up at the man, who looked a little worried, with sparkling eyes, and said softly in a soothing voice, "It's okay, I'm not afraid. On the contrary, I'm very happy that you've taken revenge for me and punished the wicked." Mo Hanting curled his lips, glad that he wasn't afraid. "Not bad, this is the woman he has his eye on, she's getting bolder and more determined by the day." The two were flirting. The 4 bodyguards who hadn't fainted were moving at a snail's pace, wriggling like caterpillars as they warily retreated from the battlefield. Their employer has been defeated, so why wouldn't they flee at this point? "Please, don't let me see them. Let them leave safely." Shoshia's sharp eyes noticed something unusual. "Hanting, these people are going to escape, what should we do about them?" Mo Hanting's cold gaze swept over them, instantly stunning the several caterpillars preparing to escape, and they didn't dare to move. "Don't worry, I'll have someone take care of it. It's getting cold. Once construction group, it's time to go out of business." Yilan had been waiting in the box for more than 10 minutes, but neither Midsummer nor Mo Hanting had returned. What took these two so long in the bathroom? Could it be that they had both fallen in? Yilan could no longer sit still and could not help but stand up. The next second, the door to the box was pushed open. It was Midsummer and Mo Hanting who had returned. Yilan let out a sigh of relief and could not help but ask, "What took you so long?" Xingxia blushed and told a little lie, saying that she had gone to the bathroom because her stomach was upset. She didn't want her mother to know what had happened and worry about her. Yilan nodded and didn't think much of it. "We're all full, let's go back." "Okay." The group returned to the small apartment. Xingxia didn't want to go back to Mo Hanting's private residence tonight because her mother had just been discharged from the hospital and she wanted to spend the night with her. She discussed it with Mo Hanting. Mo Hanting agreed and also wanted to stay with Xingxia for one night. Xingxia's eyes widened. "But there were only 2 rooms cleaned up here, one for my mom and one left, I'll stay with you?" Mo Hanting raised an eyebrow, "What else? You want me to sleep on the sofa?" Xingxia, "Of course not." She stuttered. "My mom doesn't know I'm married to you, if we live in the same room, I'm afraid she'll think too much." Mo Hanting didn't think it was a big deal. "It's fine. We'll just tell mom that I'll sleep on the sofa and you'll sleep in the bed. In fact, we'll sleep in the same bed under the same quilt." Xingxia. "No way to argue with that. You mustn't do anything naughty at night. The mother's room is right next door, so I'm afraid he won't know his place and make a noise. If mom hears it, how embarrassing would that be?" Mo Hanting curled his lips, wrapped his long arms around her waist, lowered his head, and bit her round, white earlobe without her noticing. "Don't worry, since Mrs. Mo has concerns, I'll be gentle and not make a lot of noise." Ma Xiang instantly blushed. Her weak, bony little hand pushed against the man's sturdy chest. "Wait, my mom is in the kitchen. She'll be out any minute." Mo Hanting was unmoved. His sexy, thin lips rested against her rosy cheeks, and his voice was low and dark. "Doesn't it feel more exciting?" His long, powerful hands tightened even more around the girl's slender waist, leaving her no way to escape. He could even feel the girl's trembling body from her shyness and nervousness. Xingxia blushed even more, and every now and then she glanced behind her at the kitchen door. She was afraid that in the next second, Yilan would walk out and see them. Her feeble resistance, don't do this. If my mother sees it, it won't be good. Mo Hanting was amused by her cute reaction. How is it not good? They are husband and wife, it's normal to kiss and hug. It's not like they're doing it in front of your mother. Shenxiao's eyes widened, and they were wet. How could he say it so naturally? Mo Hanting's long fingers gently poked her forehead. What kind of dirty thoughts were going through Mrs. Mo's head? Do you really think that I would be here to fight with you for 800 rounds? If Mrs. Mo wants, I can satisfy you. Seeing that he was getting more and more outrageous, Xia Sheng quickly covered his lips. Her soft and delicate little hands rested on his thin lips, fragrant and soft, and delicious to smell. How could there be a woman who smells like this all over? And it's fucking true, it's so to his taste. Mo Hanting couldn't help but bite her palm. Chapter 60, Tomorrow Night, Double Compensation. Mo Hanting took advantage of the situation to hug her waist, and a wicked smile of success curled the corner of his mouth. When Xia saw the man's wicked smile, she blushed, and couldn't help but clench her fists and punch the man in the chest. The girl's fists were soft, powerful but weak, and had no killing power. Instead, it was like a spoiled child playing hard to get. Her cheeks were still rosy pink, and her innocent aura was strong, sweet, and playful. Mo Hanting couldn't help but want to kiss her. Xia, what's wrong? I heard you screaming. Yilan suddenly spoke up in the kitchen, as if she was about to walk out. Before Mo Hanting could kiss Xia, anxious, directly threw herself onto the sofa. The man on top of the woman position. Because Xingxiao was afraid of being seen by Yilan, she leaned her whole body over Mo Hanting, and the two were intimately close. Mo Hanting was very comfortable being pressed down. This position was good, he liked it. Mrs. Mo, you're so impatient. Xingxiao blushed even more, and she looked around nervously, afraid of being seen by Yilan. Shoo, don't talk. She was also annoyed in her heart. She didn't know what had just happened, and she impulsively threw Mo Hanting onto the sofa. Clearly, they hadn't done anything out of the ordinary just now. And now, she had thrown Mo Hanting down on the sofa in a more ambiguous position, which made people think more. If her mother saw it, wouldn't she regret it to death in the middle of summer? At a critical moment, her mind went haywire and she couldn't think straight. Yilan walked out of the kitchen and glanced at the hall. It was empty, no one was there. I don't see Xia, did I just hear voices in my head? The sofa was facing away from Yilan, so she didn't see that at that moment, her filial and sensible, well-behaved and reserved daughter was behaving outrageously, pinning the man down. Yilan walked out. Her footsteps were approaching. Xia? Shenxia's heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of her throat. Her eyes were watery, and the look in them as she looked at him was full of pleading. It seemed like she was begging him to let her go. TSK. Little did she know that her pitiful and weak appearance only served to inspire the evil in a man's heart, making him want to bully her mercilessly. Midsummer's eyes were teary and she couldn't help but cry. Oh. That's too much. He's bullying her again. When Mo Hanting saw her moist eyes, he finally relented and couldn't bear to continue teasing her. He stroked the back of her head gently with his large hand, as if he were stroking a small pet. His deliberately lowered voice was low and magnetic, so sexy that it was good enough to make someone pregnant. Be good, I won't come over. Midsummer's watery eyes were glaring at him, as if to ask, how did you know? Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows and said, instinct. Midsummer thought to herself, his intuition is shit. The next second, she heard footsteps getting farther and farther away. Midsummer. Did he really guess it? What is his brain made of? Can he predict the future? Midsummer couldn't help but lift her head slightly and peek behind the sofa. She didn't see her mother anymore. She couldn't wait to get up from the man. But the man's hand was still wrapped around her tightly. So in the end, Xia crawled away lonely. Helpless, Xia had to beg for mercy from the man beneath her, pitifully, Hanting, let go of me quickly. My mother has only temporarily left, what if she comes out again in a while, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mo Hanting leaned lazily against the sofa, his knuckled fingers firmly locking her waist and rubbing it lightly. He smiled nonchalantly at the corner of his mouth, and let you go, but with one request. Midsummer was eager to escape the man's control and couldn't wait to ask, what's the request? Mo Hanting's dark eyes stared straight at her, his eyes full of straightforward lust. Tonight, in this position, serve me. Midsummer? What is he talking about? Serve him in this position? Midsummer couldn't help but glance at their current position, and her face instantly turned red. Oh my god. How is she supposed to handle this? Mo Hanting gave a carefree smile, his tone oozing a cheap, badass vibe. The threat was tinged with a provocative, mischievous energy, sending a jolt through Mianxia's heart. She didn't even dare to think about that image. She couldn't help but accuse him. Mo Hanting, don't be too bad. Mo Hanting arched his lips, just bad. Just bad to Mrs. Mo. Whether Mrs. Mo agrees or not, I can still be even more bad to Mrs. Mo. Saying this, the man began to fondle her again. In the end, Xia Shang couldn't hold back anymore, I promise you. Mo Hanting's eyes lit up, hee, it worked. Xia Shang added with a blush, but not tonight, let's talk about it when you go back to your private garden. Although Mo Hanting felt a bit of a letdown, it wasn't unacceptable. Who let his daughter-in-law be shy and unable to let go? I'll let her off the hook for tonight. Mo Hanting raised his eyebrows. Fine, I'll let Mrs. Mo rest tonight, and make it up to her double tomorrow night. Xingxia bit her lip, her face already bright red, as if it were about to bleed. Oh no, she'd fallen into the big bad wolf's trap. There was no escape. President Wang was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The next morning, the rescue was over, and the doctor sadly told him that his lower body was completely ruined and would never be able to function again. President Wang's eyes were bloodshot, and he was so angry that he smashed things wildly. Damn it, who is the man who ruined my grandson? I must ruin him. Let him also taste the feeling of losing his only son. At that moment, President Wang's phone rang. Wang answered the phone, furious. Damn it, spit it out already. The voice of his assistant came anxiously over the line. President, it's bad. The company has been reported for jerry building and illegal construction. It's been reported to the court, and the court has received evidence and is sending someone down to inspect. Our company is finished. What? Wang couldn't stay calm any longer. Who reported it? Who has the guts to go against me? Before the assistant could finish speaking, a group of police officers suddenly walked into the room. Wang Jiangwo, your company is suspected of illegal construction and jerry building. The evidence is conclusive. Now come with us to the police station to continue cooperating with the investigation. Wang panicked and explained, wait, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't do it, it was done by someone under me in the company. I didn't know about it. Go to the police station and cooperate with our investigation. The police wouldn't let go of Wang, and handcuffed him directly. Mr. Wang had just come out of the operating room when the police forcibly put him in the police car. A group of media outlets, who came out of nowhere, rushed to take pictures of him. Mr. Wang's face was ashen, and he felt like his life was over. Suddenly, he thought of the terrifying man who had kicked his grandson yesterday, like a demon. Could it be that he was behind this? If so, just how powerful was that man, that he could destroy his company and completely ruin his reputation overnight?